swept by HLE, went to the lower bracket, and ended up having to face down Gen G to try and get a better seeding
caught up in some
fourth,
Doombots.
and they didn't manage to win that series. They lost 3-2. It was super
So,
close. We saw a gargantuan effort from
really,
Owner. He actually, I would say, gapped Canyon pretty hard in that series.
Damn. Already being gapped. All right. Well, gosh. I hope I can stream this. I hope this is okay. I hope they don't come to get me, bro. I hope they don't come to get me. All right. Well, I haven't been keeping up at all this like in any conference. You know what I want to see? I want to see Big Me. Big Me, yes. Triple the trouble. Let's go. I don't really know. I mean, yeah, I haven't been keeping up at all, so all of this is going to be new to me. Naturally, T1's the best, you know. Like, Baker's the best. So. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to be like a bandwagoner, but yeah, kinda feeling like a bandwagoner. You feel me? Like, hold on, let me start closing some stuff. Don't worry about the pick'ems. Yeah, locked in my pick'ems. Owner Faker carry a Guma, and then I know Zeus left. And then they replaced him with Doran, right? Who, a little controversial, I guess. I don't even want to get into it, but apparently people calling him trash. It's like, all right, he's just like top, like on your fingers. Other than that, yeah, we're about to see, I'm about to see what's up. It's 3 a.m. It's late. It's early late. It's a great time. You know, I kind of want to like, I don't know. I kind of should I do the full screen or should I try and like bring this out? Let's see. How am I feeling? Let me get this. If let me close all these. Yeah, so you know, I didn't see a you may not broadcast this without the express written consent of Riot Games. So I'm gonna just go off of feeling and just say, you know what? Let me just watch. Let me just sit back and watch. They're probably spitting right now. It's 10th Worlds for the 10th time in his career. Faker will be present at Worlds. I will turn the sound back on. I'm just vibing. Beating. Oh, y'all can't really see. No, you cannot. Okay. How does this work? Dude, I have too many things. Not like that. Hold on. Let me turn everything off, maybe. Full screen. No cap. Okay. Actually, you know what? It's because I'm not doing this right here. I'm glad they're doing this on YouTube. I think they see the logic in being able to go back in a VOD. I don't know why Twitch doesn't have replay, but it's one of the main things that I just don't like about Twitch. Everything else is pretty decent. But we're just getting started. I mean, honestly, like they're about to start picking, and like this is really like I'm interested to see. Like I said, I haven't been keeping up with meta, anything like that. So I'm about to see. Oh, they're handing out freebies. Are they finna just throw that in the crowd? I don't even know where Worlds is at. like I am asleep. Let me just guess off of the environment. Trying to get some ethnic profiles in the background. See if I can just do like a mini bitty me. You're not gonna like this. Yeah, about that big. Is it in China? It's somewhere in Asia. I have no clue. I have to really. You gotta look at the staff because those are the locals. I think it's somewhere in Asia. Not gonna lie. Whoa. Am I missing something, or is the lower thirds here not lower thirding? Oh wait, no. That is not a lower third. That is that there? Or maybe they're just like self-conscious about their hands being shown as they like literally bring their hands to be shown. I'm fucking with. I like this shirt. I like these shirts. The button downs. These are pretty clean. This is kind of like a pretty classic design here, and this is kind of this is less bold. It's very cool. Very cool. Fashion. Fashion. All right. All right. I probably should turn this down. Go on. So it's
I heard a
technically
backtrack in the
not
mic there,
Worlds,
so I don't
and
know
this
if
is just
how
the
you guys are
plan.
doing. They need a cane, I think.
Who would have guessed T1 being the underdog?
Yeah, that would have been bad for them. Zoom in
Coming
on their
in.
ball spot if they have one. But a main point, because I loved kind of like going back into the past, because I do remember Riff Rivals and Dalian getting to see IG go up against T1 in the past, right? Like that was a really fun one, just because you get to see kind of that fun show match feel. And what I loved about T1 that still
Finally,
exists to
I
this
get
day
to
is
I
they
get to
play
throw
the
in a
aggression
bunch
of
of
their opponent. If
ties.
they're going up against the Gen G type, then they will play a much slower paced game. If they're going into Ning, who just wants to always look for an engage or something like that, then they will fist fight. And back then, very similar to what I'm expecting this series to be, it was just constantly going to be like IG taking the lead or something not going to happen there because they don't have an early game these days. But it was like IG constantly taking fights. And then you see an amazing Azir shuffle in that game from Faker. So it's like you can never really count them out even when they're behind. EDG fans will tell you that from experience.
I think as well with how the meta has been this year, with how many objectives we have to play around, with the addition of the Arakan as well.
Yeah.
I feel like there's so many things you have to set up about, and we know that T1 have always loved to play around those, especially the dangerous neutrals. It was always the T1 Barons.
Yeah.
We now have the Arakan as well, which is such a dangerous objective, so it just adds that spicy element where they will.
So this is where like we're gonna see like solo lanes are going to be very impactful here, and just the way that they like it's going to be pretty even. It's just all about like, and then they're going to start grouping up for these objectives. And that's going to be the big, like, can the teams come together? Who can make the better plays when they need to? So
with the changes to how lane swapping is now moving towards 4 minutes instead of like 3:30, like those changes are big. And I wonder what the adaptation is going to be. Lane swaps will always exist until they find a way to wall it out through terrain. I wonder what is going to be a way, especially for IG, to get through the early game in this way. So I think they're the ones that should abuse it.
I mean, that's my question here. We usually say that heading towards Worlds is usually T1's meta.
Yeah.
Do we feel this way here again?
I think it's hard to say because it's hard to scope out. And that's
Yeah.
kind of the point that Alice brought up as well, is that we tend
All
to
the
see T1
brands,
don't
man.
necessarily go into a tournament
Mercedes,
as favourites,
iPhone. Is that
Maybe
a is that a
we don't
is that a
know.
16? Is that the
What
new
they've consistently shown
what phone are
is
we
that they're
at?
so great as problem solvers, and over the course of the tournament, they will get better and better and figure out and be the best.
Is that
team
the
on
17
map,
Pro
and
Max
that's what
Orange
makes it tough.
Edition?
But this is a chance to be knocked out day one, and I think that's where we could see the upset happen, because I know every team participating in this tournament would honestly see it as such a favorable situation if the back-to-back reigning champions were knocked out day one.
But
There'd be a lot of weight off them.
I will say a different type usually when it goes into Worlds patches, I see an Azir buff, an Orianna buff.
A Lee Sin here and there.
Exactly.
Like
Conspiracy?
It's the opposite this time around, so I wonder if that's the case. And I will
Conspiracy?
say about this matchup, during playoffs, the one thing that was tearing at me for a rookie was that he was getting solo killed constantly within lane, especially versus Knight. And this time around, I feel like I don't expect that to happen versus Faker. So I think, at least in this case, we're fine. Because if they can get to the mid to late game on an even note, I think they are quite smart to be able to hold on to it and take strong team fights around Gala. But they just cannot find themselves in a
Not
deficit
gonna
of
lie.
15 minutes. Because that's usually a really bad tone.
I didn't know if I was gonna stay up for this. I'm not gonna lie.
What
You know,
is crazy to me is that Faker,
but they dropped Armor
has been playing
King
for a
on
decade. Same thing goes
T8,
for Rookie
so
in his
I've been
respective
up,
region. We haven't seen this matchup
kind of, you know, locking
at
in a little
at
bit.
all, and all eyes are on mid lane for this matchup today, where two icons of the sports face off. Let's check it out.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Faker and Rookie,
My boy
two of the
Atlas.
greatest mid laners of all time, face off in a best of 5 for the very first time. With outstanding careers spanning 13 years and over
Just drop 'em, just-
2,600 combined professional games, they've met just 4 times.
All right,
With Rookie
let's,
holding the advantage 3-1. But there's more than just bragging rights on the line. The winner of this best of 5 advances to the Swiss stage, while the loser goes home. Faker and T1, the defending world champions, enter as the 4th seed after an inconsistent year in the LCK. It's a position they know all too well, but an elimination best of 5 right out of the gate? Even with all their experience, they've never faced.
The thing about T1 is they're so solid, and just like if they're on top of their game, like usually like it's kind of like it's hit or miss. It's hit or miss right now with them, because sometimes they look so good, and then sometimes they just can't put it all together. It's almost like they just don't have like they don't have the like team composition. Like sometimes they're on different pages sometimes, and they just can't meet together and put everything together.
Bringing Rookie and the Shy back to the roster, along with recognizable faces in Mako, Gala, and Wei.
Yeah, I know absolutely nothing about Invictus.
Now find themselves on the doorstep of the main
I just know
It's
game.
not going to be easy, but perhaps the LPL needs to go back to their roots to discover how to finally beat T1.
We're gonna see. Again, like I said, I mean, jungles are gonna be very important here. I mean, they're just not gonna make simple mistakes. So it's really gonna be like, okay, like the first gaints, the gaints, the setup on the plays. Like we're gonna probably see them try and set up some type of invade, some type of 5-man in a bush somewhere. But we'll know, we'll see. I just don't like. I mean, like pro stage is like very different, because it's like they don't pick like to go get 20 kills. Like they're picking literally like they're gonna pick a mid lane that's literally just for setup, like setup for the round the team. So like support's gonna pick something that's just heavy engage, heavy lockdown, super tank, and I don't know. We'll just see. It's all really about the team calls. What decisions, what fights they're going to take, and whether or not they can, they overstay in a fight, you know, it should be a pretty decent game. That's why I said, like, they really need to, like, have, like, a, I don't know, like a recap, like, around the world. But I just kind of, like, I just looked up some picks. I think I just looked up everybody, like, the founders or whatever the, what are they calling it? The fandoms, the groups. I just looked up the leaders picks, and I just kind of, like, went through and said, okay, like, everyone has Genji is undefeated. Everyone has Bibbly Games undefeated. So I just kind of mixed it in there. Where is this?
4% of the vote in favor of T1.
What's Wade
Shocking.
saying about this? What's Wade? We need to balance it out.
You know what? I think 17 points. I think IG. There's a good amount of IG
Yeah.
fans. You know, all things considered.
Yeah.
Hey.
I mean,
I
T1
heard
has the
positivity.
trophy, IG has the home buff. How is it going to come together?
T1
This-
also has this buff. This is
The
Dan's
birthday
drawing,
buff.
by the way. This
The
is
birthday
Dan's.
buff.
This is Dan's drawing specifically.
My drawing.
Yeah, this is your drawing.
No.
Is that supposed to be Korea?
No, this
Yes,
is.
it
Raz
is.
do this. Raz do
No.
All right, give me a second, guys. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're just going through the cinematics right now. It's really like, oop.
双雄并立，
Yeah, they're in China. I mean, got it. Yeah, got it.
顶峰相见，
Oh my god, bro. What am I doing? Like,
一触即发。
it's just never gonna hit.
狭路相逢，勇者胜。
Welcome back to the cast,
Hong Kong.
ladies and gentlemen.
Final
of
answer.
Worlds 2025. It's the play-ins. It's one
Buzz me
day
in.
this time, but possibly one of the most important best of fives that we'll have this year.
I feel like the most important play-ins we've ever had. T1, the reigning world champions, the back-to-back defending champions here, versus IG in the opener, Atlas?
It's absolutely ridiculous. Introducing IG first, as you can see, and it's just a perfect culmination of so many of these legacy names from the LPL, but we're in China, Kobe, and I heard this whole place erupt as T1 made their way out. Now ready to celebrate Carrier's birthday, but also to see whether they can make it to the main event.
A lot of pressure.
I just can't believe it.
Both
I can't
teams.
believe that this is the matchup we get the very first time.
I mean, you mentioned the cheers. These are two of the most popular teams. I mean, T1's the most popular team in the world. IG, outside of T1, are the most popular team in China.
Yep.
And going against each other here, so the fans are truly into it. As are we. And we talked about it, there is so much history as well. The reason why IG are so popular in China, they won the first World
Oh, was that
Championship
Kobe the
title
whole time?
for the LPL, and they've brought back Rookie in the
Oops.
Shy.
Yep. And the thing that's also amazing about it, right, is that there's so much after this for both of these teams, right? Like, Rookie meeting his old team, KT, potentially at some point in the Swiss stage, maybe the knockouts. Like, there are so many storylines that can culminate, that can come together.
Like, top lane's probably like the only lane where they pick, like, top lane in ADC is where they're gonna pick, like, picks around, like, solo, like, trying to get solo kills, trying to get kills in the lane. But it's not like you're just gonna see them, like, fight super hard. Like, they're gonna really just play, like, they're gonna be setting up plays well in advance. Like, they're coming into the game with a pretty, like, jungle pathing, knowing his jungle path. Like, I'm pretty sure they're probably gonna do 3 camp clears, sitting in a lane. And it's like, because it's just like, even if they wanted to play, like, super aggressive, it's almost like they just need to be prepared. They need to be ready, and they can't lose, because it's just impossible to get the gold back.
For T1, so not a lot of time to get accustomed to what are your picks going to be. How is your fearless draft really going to fully flesh
It's like, because it's just like,
if you are an IG fan, then you're hoping that Scrim Bucks actually mean something.
Yeah, the Scrim rumors have been flooding in.
And if you get enough investing in it, then the value can go up. You know, Kobe, we've just got to all come together.
I don't know, am I like, do I need to make this smaller?
It might be on the verge of bursting. It's not something that I would ever really recommend investing into personally, but certainly there have been whispers, and you don't know what's going to happen when we've changed, like the LCK, for example.
Well, if I go down,
3 patches since we've got to this point, right?
I go down for
Champions
this.
Up and down in that time, and of course we've been scrimming, but we don't necessarily know what's going to happen as we dive into the draft here for game number 1 of this best of 5 to start Worlds 2025.
And one of those champions, Atlas, that we were talking about a lot was Kai'Sa, of course. And whether T1 we're just going to like permaban this the whole time versus Gala, who may very well be the best Kai'Sa in the world, and it being kind of a hole in Gumayusi's champion. So it looks like, at least in the beginning, they are going to start out by banning it.
You need to have played in the LPL to be good at Kai'Sa.
The best of 3?
That's why in the LCK we only really allow Viper and Ruler to play it.
Okay,
Diablo's
I got my answer.
Because he is a prodigy. But he's not here, he just won ASI.
On the other one, I also really do like the
it really doesn't say.
From IG, specifically because, you know, we were going to have our eyes on Gala, especially for IG, for carrying them.
Yeah, they're crazy. They're crazy for throwing up this matchup.
And he very well may be the best Jarvan.
Yeah, we're looking at basically end of an era, really.
Now,
Close to. Start of a new era, actually. It's more accurate.
But you can just trade that for Talia for Faker. Is it going to be paired with, like, you know, Virus or Pantheon or something like that? They do have plenty of options. That
I'm blind as hell.
Pantheon is certainly something that Owner has found
Talia.
success on. Could go back to the Xin Zhao if he
Like I said, they're looking for control. They're looking for wave clear. They're looking for roams.
I do want to bring up the Bard ban. I think
and Talia is a pretty, like, she can jungle as well. Rise, control.
So don't play a game down, just ban it away. As the Trundle is
utility, you know, he can teleport the entire team in and out of fights.
This is something that
for big dives, and it's again, they're just gonna they're gonna be playing around objectives. They're gonna be playing as 5.
To wonder about, are they trying to dissuade IG from playing tanks? Dissuade them from like playing Xin or something? But there's so many other good.
Trundle also another, like, could go top, could be the Jun, making it harder for them to. I like T1's pick so far. Both of them are kind of, you can't counter pick me in mid, you can't counter pick me in Jun. Nico support. Also, I mean, Inventus is doing the same thing. Rise can play top, Rise can play mid. Corki can mid, Corki can also play bot.
It's now in the hands of IG, as this burst core is actually pretty powerful coming out. Of course, they don't have a massive amount of range, but there is a fair bit of poke there from the Corki.
The Bard, perma roams, move speed, hella move speed, tunnel. Azir is just like a faker pick, a faker counter pick, faker ban.
This is the best
J4 also hard control, ult very hard to deal with.
He fit himself in.
I think they need to
the
adapt
T1
this
ecosystem. He has just
this
flourished,
this banning
and
system.
He has a great
I think
opportunity now against
I
the
think it'd be.
Shy
I think they
to really
did
show
do
what
it
that
at one
means.
point.
Yeah, to slam down an Mbessa. And on red side, when you're third picking Mbessa, like you can be like, okay, it is blind, but also you get 2.
But I think it's just to
because
make
you're
the
red
champ
side
select go
third
by
pick. So
faster.
it's like a kind of blind.
Oh, you guys can't
because
even
as
see
long
the
as you
picks.
can ban
Hold
out
on.
Renekton, and whatever you're truly worried about here for Mbessa, it looks like only really worried about that Renekton kind of counter there for it, and will feel okay otherwise. They also opt to add the Vi to the ban list here to take it away from Wei. I feel like the Vi and the Poppy really have been great Wei champions, so that is a pretty good target from them.
Yep, some facilitation, definitely something worth looking at. The Poppy is such a good call though, Kobe.
Yeah.
Because we know very important pick for Carrier. He has certainly made magic happen on that champion, Megumi Yushi. Just thinking about the Sivir, not going to be mixing things up. I like the Caitlyn ban. We were having a discussion about how
I'm just more worried. I mean, I'm not trying to get like.
on this patch, right? Jinx looking better, Caitlyn looking
I'll
better.
turn it up. I'll turn it
Certainly an
up some
opportunity.
more.
They have
Just give me
banned
a
away the
sec.
Kai'Sa now. They get themselves the hyper carry in the Sivir up against the Corki this time. So they're not going to be as worried about the phosphorus bombs as oh no. Oh no, the LCK commentator in me is shuddering, okay? This is a Kiana, and it's not an LCK Kiana. She doesn't know how to win in our league, but she's really good at it in the LPL.
And look at the Wombo combo with a Nico here. Kiana combinations with Nico engages. That it can be explosive. You can also Rise Realm Warp and you pre-Nico ult, and then Rise Realm Warp the Nico ult in and have Kiana there for huge combination play possibilities.
And thankfully we've got you here. I know you're a bit of a fan of playing the Rek'Sai, as she has been hovered for now. She will be going towards the top lane though, so I assume you're probably
Trying to get the
top lane.
hotkey. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm still in the jungle. The Shy though, definitely liking the Rek'Sai on the top side, the tanky version, extra tanky version of it, and we just round it out with that Alistar here for Carrier to grab the extra engage that they do really need. That's gonna pull this comp right back together.
Yep.
I'm still kind of with you on the early Trundle pick, as you know, feel a little uneasy on that one, but is going to be able to, you know, like ult Rek'Sai and stuff like that. So we'll see how much value they can get out of good pillars, because that can also, you know, increase the value quite tremendously there.
And now that we've got the comps locked in, we can answer some of those questions that we had before, right? Like, what has changed? What adaptations have moved in? I'm looking at this draft from T1, and I'm noticing nothing.
It's looking very similar.
Yeah, if this is what they played the last time we saw them against Gen G in the LCK, I'd be saying, yep, that's a normal draft. That's what we often see.
Luckily,
so not changing too much up just yet.
Luckily, this is going to be a full best of 5, baby.
Oh, it's gotta
a fearless best of 5 here.
Maybe we get our first reverse sweep today. You know, we could tick off one of those. Did you say 3+ for that? I didn't. I made that mistake in the past. But that's not going to happen this time around. IG, I love the draft. Of course, winning the coin toss, they got side.
I missed the
select,
full
they chose
draft.
some blue side.
Oops.
This time around, we know T1 absolutely love their blue side, but I think IG have utilized it absolutely gloriously. Moving into
Here we go.
one.
Game 1. No
And,
pressure.
Yeah, the last time out, when we're talking about these two teams specifically, of course, only Rookie and Faker really staying on those squads. It was a win for IG, and we'll see whether T1 can answer back. So much. We are going to be talking about nostalgia all day, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
But already, the Shy is trying to get a little bit of damage down onto Doran, saying, "You are in my town now, sir." We'll see whether Doran is going to be all right, and it is just some biffo to start things off.
Yeah, nobody getting their grass
Okay.
rock just quite. Not enough time there. But we do get wards coming in a little bit early as well, so the slight combat does have a tiny effect.
Yep, Doran
Here we
making
go.
sure he stays still. Of course, you do get those
So the
little
commentators
mini
don't
games,
like
you know, we
Trundle.
often talk about it with like champions like Evelyn, where you have to like make sure you're
I
warding
think Trundle's not
differently.
bad.
Rek'Sai is a bit similar, where
But
you need
Rek'Sai-
to move less
Get
if
the,
you don't want her to
give
see
off
you.
the radar ping.
Yeah.
Tunnel off.
So we'll see whether Doran
Talia's
is gonna
got
be holding
dashes. Talia
position
can
more
also use
often
Trundle
than not,
Killer.
As Rookie
Talia
and
can
Faker
also
will meet in the mid lane for the
Kiana
first
can use
time
Trundle
since
Pillar to
2019
ult on.
Rift Rivals.
She can also use Talia's ult.
And,
Talia's ult can also block.
Definitely Rookie
not
not in the
block,
best
but-
form coming in, and Faker's lane phase
Good
isn't
counter
as
pick.
good coming in.
And
But
so we
we'll
have the
see,
tank
because
versus
Faker
poke lane.
has really
Forty's
opted
gonna be a
lot
slow-
into playing these side
slow
lane plays
start.
and dropping CS in mid lane. We'll see if he can
Nico's
do that
just
early
super
on
heavy
Talia.
engaged.
Definitely a good champion for it.
Yep.
And bottom lane would be one of the cases for it.
Well, so far we've just got a little bit of damage going back and forth. Mako looking a little worse for wear, as Carrier has just been constantly headbutting, and Gumayushi just throws Beyblades everywhere. And so it is a little bit difficult, but T1 getting control of this wave for now, and none of these weird swaps that we have been seeing.
The
across
micro's
world,
just
right?
so
Like the-
intense,
what is it, the
so
WE
intense.
swap,
Every
we like to call it
every
five
CS
swap,
is being
as opposed to
counted
doing it
here.
in the LCK. Not happening this game.
Yeah, where the AD carry just goes topside instead. Yeah, we definitely should mention with the patches catching up here for Worlds that, as you say, one of the things that they did change was increase the lane swap detection from 3 minutes to 4 minutes up there for top lane specifically. So that does make, the possibilities of those AD carries, swapping up topside early on less enticing. They're more dangerous because you have to play the bounce back wave, and there's also more time for junglers, finishing full clears and having options to go up there. But
So Faker gets
pro
an early
players
back
do
for
still love
Teardrop.
to cook ways to lane swap.
Yeah, I think that lane swaps will always.
So far, I
find a way.
mean,
You've just got to stop fighting it.
Just double
at
jungle
some
for a
point.
while. Or
Yep. That's that's what some
We'll
of the
see.
theorizing has done. However, we haven't seen it just yet, and I would like it if we just get some 2v2 laning as the Shy and Doran just trading blows a little bit here, but we know that Rek'Sai is pretty comfortable going down low, just builds up more Fury, and then gets all of that health back, as you can see, going in once again.
really
Doran
bad,
losing
really
out on
good
that
trade.
pretty massively.
yeah, meanwhile, we had the junglers trading.
And it's
their
like
Starcraft,
it's
so
like you
it's
can't
gonna be
even
a
like
little
sit there and be
later
like,
recall for waves,
"Yo, John,
to
come
get
over right
into
now,"
top
because
and go
they
for
would
the
know,
top side to go
and
to
you
Cramp.
might be getting set up there.
He's
So
gonna be a little bit later on his recall. It's not going to matter too much, though. Does mean that owner is first up to his Krug's side, up by top.
Yep, Demolish Proc there from the Shy as well, getting towards that first plate. As Gumayushi, decent spell
Yeah.
shield there to avoid a bit of damage. Tanglebubs could have been a problem as Gala taking back some control on this bottom
I think
side.
Ventus has a
It's
little
bit
bit
what
of
we
an
were expecting.
advantage.
This was, in the LCK at least,
The
the
Kiana
most
counter.
powerful lane you could get for a very
Red
long
side
time.
winning
Nico
early
Coffee
here
was
against Mbessa.
absolutely
Red side,
terrifying,
just
something
Mbessa
that even
ult
T1
itself.
were able to use to great effect.
Single
as Faker
target.
Finding a fair bit of damage here onto Rookie, who stacked up this wave quite a lot. Should be able to get rid of it and then make his way back. No teleport used here for the Rise, so right now he's playing with a little bit of extra space.
Yeah. And Guma just farming up down there on the Sivir. Doing pretty decently
Nico
for
ult.
himself, getting his CS. We'll see about scraping together the rest
Yeah,
of the
Red
CS
side
for
also
power,
with
but
invulnerability.
no move quite yet. He's going to have 3 clears for both junglers as well, ending up on bottom side.
Yep. And we're
So-
probably not going to expect too much craziness, at least until level 6s have been hit, unless Doran just goes ahead and dies towards the top side of the map, down to about 100 health, and will have to go back home. As now Faker in trouble. Rookie made his way back in and gets the flash out from Faker. Get
Faker
out
doesn't
of my
have
lane, he
TP now.
says.
Nice punish here from Rookie, coming back on the teleport. Gets the flash out of Faker. Top
Oh,
side.
flash in from the Shy, looking for Doran, who's dashing around,
God.
finds the ulti, and down goes the Ambessa, but Gumayushi will answer immediately afterwards to try and balance
rotation.
out that money, but the Shy already finding some prey.
Oh,
Okay, and here's the lane
Shy
swapping.
Does it gets level 6 under tower Atlas?
Where it's
so he
like,
goes with the Rek'Sai
now they're gonna
ultimate.
send 2
He can
top.
go for the kill. He charges it up there, up the Fury, gets the true damage on the bite, gets the ultimate to finish, and then into the waiting arms of Guma. So
Yeah,
T1 is
Mbessa's,
actually not the end of the world there.
you gotta
Even
trade with
Doran
Mbessa,
getting
and so when you're
soloed
losing
under
trades.
tower, Guma's able to collect, and that actually puts the money on the Sivir as we get a convergence here towards mid lane,
Yep,
trying to
gonna be a
push out the wave.
3v3. They're going to get snared up here by Wave. Looks like it is just a battle for the wave. Owner moving on over, puts down some chilly ground, but should just be
Yeah, so like
T1
everything's
claiming the position.
intentional, very intentional. Everything, like the Shy knows he's gonna hit sits before. He knows, okay, I have the damage here. And like usually when you see a dive like that, he's got to follow up with him. And so most of the time, like they're just calling out like, hey, I think he's gonna dive. Hey, I think someone's up here.
They do have a lot of no, they're actually gonna teleport topside to overload.
Yep, we'll see. The Shy is down relatively low, but you can be pretty tricky on this Rek'Sai as Carrier finds the Pulverize. It's just going to be a bit of damage as he does make his way out.
He just TP's in.
Up against
Takes
Doran
2
here
tower
towards his
shots.
bottom
This is half
side
his
as
health.
both waves
Alistar
are
is
going
pretty
to be
good
crashed in
regen.
here by T1.
But this is, you know,
Decent little move.
losing
No
pressure on
dragons
Dragon.
to be attempted just yet. Both teams with vision in the area.
The neither team is probably
Right,
gonna
so
commit.
T1 get to keep farming up their Sivir. The Shy on Rek'Sai,
So it's like
though,
Shy is
does
like
have
basically faking out.
some teammates
He's got help.
in the area. You can see on the mini map trying to come up.
Yeah.
Way they're finishing up the Gromp, level 6 Kiana, ready to make a play, but not going to stick around and.
And like when he's doing that, it's like now it's like you think you caught him. But also T1 is also anticipating someone to rotate back up.
Not enough to take down Carrier here. Gumushi now just trying to walk him down. As
Nice.
there it is
Beautiful.
once again for
Okay, that evens it
Guma.
out. I
Mako
don't know
now
if they
in a
can
bit of
finish
trouble. He
that.
has to flash to get himself out of the way, and this Sivir is now very, very
Okay.
fed. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, some public execution onto
Okay, and you
Gala
see,
here,
you
but
just get better
no one's
matchups
really
this
turning
way.
up for
So
that
like
show.
when
And he will be okay.
Mbessa
I think
all
they
ins
start
here,
now.
she
Way
can
back
actually
to
like
base.
do some
Owner
damage to
stays
Corki.
there. That's why T1 forced that play. So they have Carrier go for the engage. And
I just noticed the clear here.
I was
Like,
kinda
no fear.
asking
Just
for
takes
it,
the entire
but Way
wave.
had gone back to purchase.
And
Yep.
maybe.
Turtle port in from the Shy is not going to get him quite in time.
And so the only reason why
We're gonna have a
he
look
doesn't
at
take
what's
that
going
is
down
because he
here.
doesn't know what's going on in the map.
Of the map.
And he knows his team is also securing objective here, and T1's not on it. And so he's just playing it safe. So if his teammate was running, if they were rotating down for that, he would have definitely just all in.
Mako and the Shy go in for this, and Carrier is able to flash out without dying, just survives on a sliver of health. They have owners
Yeah, that's bait
still
too.
here.
Carrier
He
living
commits
right
to the
there.
play. They get the chase down, and Atlas again, more money into Sivir is exactly where they're trying to funnel this here, right into Guma, right into the Sivir, getting the ideal last hits.
And if this is how T1 are going to win this game, through Gumushi, through their Sivir, then that's actually a lot of character development from T1. One thing that they've really struggled with, and this is something that we did spoken about extensively, that is playing through Gumiyushi is not the
And they
way
keep
that
lane
T1
swapping.
often win the game. Often it's leave Gumiyushi, facilitate everyone else, and
Or
he'll
Miko.
clean up. This is
Corki?
going to have to be playing through the Sivir, allowing him to carry, and that will show another string to the bow of T1, who didn't need too many more. They have won a couple of
Yeah, it
worlds
should be
in a
pretty
row
hard
thus
for
far.
Nico to be able to do
We'll
that.
see
They're
how
just always
powerful
paying
the
attention
side
to like,
lanes
okay,
are
like the
for them
wave.
as well, with Doran testing a little on the top side.
In his ground, but he's going to do a fair bit of work here as Wei makes his way in. Probably not going to be too much more as Doran does have to flash. So solid little gank here, but the Kiana not quite getting off the ground just yet.
And we also haven't seen the big moves from the Ryze or the Talia quite yet. As far as Realm Warp and Talia Ultimate making those moves to the side plays, but Dragon Beam started out. He's going to draw them over.
Do this.
Area will be able to find the shot.
So it's all about securing vision. So when they know, like, okay, I'm sitting on a red, they're just going to sit there in that bush.
And down will go the red.
That's why it's
Faker
super
taking the
important.
long way around, but
And,
Ona will be
yeah.
able to claim the kill with
So
his
knowing that
back.
like they have
And Carrier
vision around the
keeping his eye
drag,
on
they
where
know they
Mako
can
is.
start this.
IG
If
going
they
to
don't come
struggle to
to
re-engage,
contest,
although Carrier
they can just take
isn't
the
exactly at
the
full
drag.
health.
But that right there
Worried about it.
also
Moves over.
prevents
Looks
them
like
from
T1
being
are
able to
not
take
gonna
the
be able
drag
to
right
pick up
now.
the dragon here.
Yeah, that was a great pillar from Owner here onto.
And now IG is going to
onto
start
the
it.
Shy, and Carrier had a control word in that pixel brush that is still there, that Alistar just waiting for him, but
I haven't
they
seen
did
this.
get
I haven't
the kill,
seen
they didn't
any
get the
pro
dragon
play with the new
afterwards,
feed
so
system.
IG will pick up the objective.
Yeah, the problem is a couple of waves were just lost towards that top side of the map. Doran, who was under fire earlier on in the game, is now going to find himself with a decent advantage. Level advantage, as you can see already, but also a couple of waves in the lead as far as that farm. So the Shy got some work to do to catch back up.
So there's the control word I was talking about. Carrier sitting on it and standing still. So the Shy goes in, Owner's able to pillar him, they trap him on this outside, and they are able to chase him down for the kill.
Yep, it's going to be feats of warfare there as well. So we're looking at first turret and the objectives.
see who's going to be able to pick those up. A couple of objectives already going the way of IG, though, so only needing one more could be a big deal. See whether that next Drake is going to go their way or whether they can get themselves a Herald.
And yeah, the early money on Guma does result in an early Essence Reaver for him. So just plant Sivir in mid lane, constantly just shove that wave instantly, and Keria taking care of a lot of this vision around mid lane for them to make these plays off.
Yep, Execution is calling, also completed here for Doran. So in that 1v1, going to be feeling a whole lot better. Regeneration of this Rek'Sai can be pretty problematic. Tangle Barb's going to connect here by
Go far.
Still
setting things up here.
As well, but Triumph and Raw coming on in there, and Keria really wanting to find something. Wei tries to go into the stealth, but doesn't quite find it, and there is the pillar to lock down the Kiana. Still no joy here for T1, but you can see they really want to fight.
They definitely did, and Keria, no ultimate on Alistar now, chunked out kind of low. Summoner spell, healed, not that big a deal, but the ultimate, decent cooldown early on. So we'll see as they then move into the jungle a little bit there. You know, it was a small timing for Mako to try and get some deeper vision, but he wants to make a little pass towards Guma.
Yep, Guma currently about 900 gold in the lead. And this Sivir is only going to get more and more terrifying as these items start to come in. Of course, 3 items for the Sivir is what we talk about the majority of the time. But if you're accelerated, it's just going to be...
All right, we'll see where the next fight is at.
As Faker here towards his bottom side is going to crash yet another wave in. And T1's lane management has been pretty good so far today. IG finding themselves a little bit on the back foot when it comes to the tempo. I was wondering, Kobe, have you guys
I don't know, I think IG is a little bit ahead here. They just have to defend towers right now.
So tempo vibes are not anything to do with the actual game state. Okay, you need to take the game state out of there. You just got to think.
Like, T1 has all the pressure right now to they have to try and secure the next objective, or they just say, okay, like we'll give you the drag.
IG have not been,
but there's no telling what's going to happen before that. So like 90 seconds until Rift spawns, they're going to start grouping up top and setting up vision, setting up a play, looking for a pick.
In early games. And that's why I'm very curious to see how the side lanes go later, and especially here for Rookie on the rise, because he does have a little gold lead for himself over Faker individually. You know, it's kind of cruising there with his Rod of Ages done, his tier done, so stacking up.
Okay, so this is actually huge. So
if they can get side lane pressure, you know,
Doran's going to have priority to sit here and roam.
Rise, Realm War, Miko engages. We were talking about it. He select as
the
Miko
Miko
is actually getting chased off here.
Yeah. Is going to convince Owner to leave him alone, and that is going to come on through as Seismic Shove collects Rookie here as Faker will find a whole bunch of rocks. Not too worried about that Rune Prison, but Threaded Volley not going to connect.
Rise has his TP
once
too.
again, Faker looking for the solo kill, but Rookie is able to walk his way out with that phase rush, but man, Faker is putting down the hurt.
They've been teasing us, Atlas. You know, Rookie was able to blow Faker's flash early on, now he's getting low. But it looks like it is just going to end with the pressure, and neither of them fall.
Yeah, and so no flashes blown either.
Oh, here's the first tower.
I did get very excited. That is something that we're just going to do because it's an exciting matchup.
He's going to commit.
He's going to come on through here as Ona takes another bite out of the turret.
Yeah, what do you commit that
running pretty quickly. I just don't know whether it's quite going to be enough here as he's thrown into the little Otacon wall that was built
crazy.
Before
that was
able to grab
crazy.
His first of the game.
Oh,
that was wild. That was really wild.
Didn't finish the tower either, Atlas, and that's going to mean IG both defend their tower and they should be able to get this Herald then with no owner around. That will be their third objective for those.
And that's huge because now they have all the priority to sit here and lock out the drive from T1. So D1's gonna be very hard for T1 to get a drive.
There by Wave. The fact that this Kiana also gets the kill is such a big deal, right? You need to have money on this champion. And so far, able to put
here we go.
In the wall and splash forward there from Rookie. Faker just explodes. Way helps out, so he's going to get himself the assist.
And they're going to get the first tower.
And that's going to guarantee the tower because they have the Rift Herald to use.
Exactly.
The flash from Rookie, the flash from Wei. They get the kill onto Faker in the side
All right,
lane,
well, we'll see.
And they get the tower down.
Oh, man, what an incredible switch
I don't know what that was, Owner.
Game, right?
That was crazy.
that
he just dissed the tower, they get feats. Easy.
This shakeup could be massive here for IG, who get themselves a 1.5
It's like-
big gold lead in the process.
I don't know
Side
what.
lanes, Atlas
Did someone tell him to
really big
turn
here,
back?
and
Like, that was
past the
crazy.
15-minute mark here, you know, they're
Maybe he
out
didn't
the
think he
goal
had
lead.
enough
In
time.
addition to taking those beats,
I'm not too sure.
Gumiushi almost just dead from that rocket, as Carrier now in trouble as well, down
A little bit of a greedy
50%.
back.
T1 looking like they're struggling a little bit to get back control of this game. They won't be able to clear it this way.
I mean, for
honestly,
T1, they have enough
Virginia
damage on the
might
towers to
be
even
a
it back
problem
out.
for them
But
here.
losing
We
feats, I
mentioned the
mean, we'll
rivals
see how it
already
plays
starting
out.
well, and, getting the extra kill here, you know, really ballooning the individual.
Usually, I mean, like,
goals
yeah,
themselves.
like, so only
Collect the dragon as well, but
Oh, flash
Only Rise is
Echo
locked
Bolt
in-
to come on through
locked
here as
in
immediately the
Zeus
exhaust
so
is down
far.
onto Mako, but he has the Pop Blossom. He finds two with it, as there is the Void Rush from the Shy on that back
Huge.
line, but it's Mako that falls down. Just one pick and trade for the Drake. Maybe that's just fine here for IG.
yeah, they get their objective. Okay,
Okay,
Doran.
Doran,
Yeah,
man.
the Shy going to find him once again. Doesn't
Yeet.
really want too much of it, as this Ambassador is absolutely terrifying. And Doran, I think, going to have to be a little bit more involved in some of these fights, because he has been the benefactor of a lot of these skirmishes early, where he's been sitting inside lanes.
Yeah,
lapping
they're
up
looking
the
for a
goal.
dive.
Might make a play right now.
Yep, as I was saying, the public execution
Trundle
is going
ult
to
to
come through as the
remove
Shy goes
resistance,
down
and then they
once
have to get out
again.
here.
Carrier collects that kill
Okay,
somehow
okay,
as
okay.
Gumiushi under fire here in the mid lane as well.
Oh,
We've
that's
got
gonna be
backs
mid
coming on
tower?
through, but the Realm Warp is going to come down. Gumiushi in so much trouble as Gala going to be able to help take down this kill, keeps himself alive, and it's
Evens it
another
out.
one for Wei.
Yeah, Guma down, no barrier, no flash for him or for Gala. After that play, the action Atlas just continues and continues. Gold lead being chopped down, but of course, Carrier actually getting the last hit. You were just asking.
Yeah.
You were just asking to get Doran here some more money, some more involvement, and they did make the plan of offside, but
Oh dear, Mako in a little bit of trouble here as the pillar does go down. He's going to have to flash, gets lit on fire as well. That is going to make it relatively safely to his outer turret. I'm just worried.
Again,
about
it's
this
it's
Young.
like
I know what they can
T1's
do in
controlling the
LPL. I wouldn't be
lanes,
as worried, if
which
I
are
was
it's
surprised
easier to
if
get back than the
very different with these
objectives.
2 items already completed, as the
And so, like,
Glaive is now done as well.
yeah.
I just don't see. I mean, it's going to be so. It's going to be a big, big fight for the next track. This is the last. It's and that's objective.
Control there too, and gives you a nice lethality spike. So we have seen that burst damage really coming.
Oh, I was
in
getting hacked.
a
What?
way for IG.
Yo.
And getting some of those burst kills, especially on the side there.
Yep. And 2 items now done here for Rookie at the same time, hitting that spike pretty early on in this game. This Rise is going to become a big problem later on in this game. So far, the gold doesn't really mean too much, right? Between these 2 squads, 700 is not really anything to write home about, Kobe. That is a phrase that I've used in the past.
Got a long history here.
Yeah, just teaching you about that one.
So T1 definitely. I mean, they decided that they weren't going to. I mean, well, some of the Rift they lost. All right, they got 2 solo pits, 2 solo pits top lane, so they couldn't fight for the
They haven't
Rift,
been in it at all.
which then in turn lost them the drag and.
Almost going the way of IG, but the control wards that T1 were trying to camp on are slowly getting pushed out here. IG with the extra members around.
Oh, Ether's wall to come on through here just for the crab. They are going to get it, so the prize does come on through here for T1. That is Weaver's Wall now on cooldown. Possibly some angles with the Realm Warp this time around, as the Otacon will spawn towards the top side.
There's no real
Worth mentioning as well
Real
that Doran
fights
is
yet.
going to soon have teleport advantage over the
playing
side.
hard for vision here,
And they're
making
both
sure they
currently
secure it.
split pushing. So you do have to be a little bit
And
careful with all this
just
fighting.
leaving
for
top
vision
on the island,
side
man.
With your other group here by Otacon. If, you know, Doran is able to come over and make that big difference, but with the Titanic Hydra rush, you know, the Shy does have
This is good vision.
wave push, and there comes the teleport.
Carrier finding 3 if we include the clone with that pulverize, but where is everybody else? The teleport comes in from Doran, who's at 50% health.
Okay, maybe they rush after
pushing
Khan?
IG away.
I don't know.
Just
I don't think
try and
so.
look for an angle on this Otacon. It has vision on it though. The ward is down here by IG, and T1 are just going to back away.
So they go for the exact, you know, teleport play that we're looking for, Atlas, but IG just escape, just walk away here.
good
Yeah,
old
Buster had
walk-away
the TP
strategy.
before.
I've seen that one before.
It's an old one, but it's a good one.
Yeah, it just works.
Just get out of there. So now it's going to be swinging around the other way where the Shy teleport will come up earlier. and IG get to be the ones in the opposite position. And they're also the ones that have this Rise that has a pretty healthy gold lead for himself here for Rookie, and
Yeah,
fully
just hit
stacked
level
up for
4.
Out of Ages.
Yeah, just hit that level 14 because of that. Glad that we managed to get the animation as well, thanks observers. As Wade's going to start this one up, Carrier is going to be able to spot it here.
Okay, Talia's ult. Talia's TP.
Position as Mako trying to get some vision down. Now transform.
This is early. This is a little early. For IG, it's like we secure drives. Okay, they're rushing this.
Really wants to get in there with that public execution as Carrier with the flash. Public execution.
Oh, and they're going to get Kiana.
And Wade finds the ult. He's the bravest one in town,
no,
but
they're
it's
not.
going to Owner. This guy's smite button is something else. And Rookie finds 1 kill. Now looking for even more. This machine gun Rise picks up a double goal. It collects Doran. And now Faker is running for the hills. He's surrounded by IG members, and he's running the wrong direction. Gumayushi trying to get down there to try and help him out, but I don't think it's going to work as he's being
So like they just like,
and,
you know, they kind of just saw blood and they weren't able to secure the kill on Kiana. They did get Atakan, which is pretty big. But for IG, I guess that's why they started it, because they know, okay, we're winning in objectives. And so if we force this right now, worst case scenario, we win. Or we lose the objective, we might win the fight.
Let's take a look at
Best case scenario, we win the fight and we win the objective.
That was a replay. We checked something out.
So they're expecting to trade while also being able to get kills.
I think we failed the test.
I think we 100% failed. If you guys saw what it was,
trade kills and then also
than us.
force T1 to have to challenge them.
That bit, and that bit was really cool.
And so they have really good clear here.
As well. And now we're checking out this Dragon going on down, and that is sole point here for IG.
And it's Infernal.
Uncontested from T1 as well, as Gumayushi looking to try and trade it for this outer turret, but he's not even going to be able to collect that one. As
Infernal's
comes
not
in immediately,
super
Rookie
crazy.
goes gold, and a bit of a
Actually, for
Messiah
Corki,
there. You
it's
love
going to be
to see
nasty.
it as he's
Corki,
flung back on the
Rise,
rocks.
Nico,
And IG not going to be able to
Kiana.
quite find their prey, but still, I mean, they just get the Drake for free, defend their turret, and put the pressure on T1.
Yeah, this does put a lot of early pressure here with Dragon Soul very early on in this game coming up. T1, of course, as you said, you know, they did a good job here to get the actual Otacon, like the beginning of that fight where they focus Wei, because you know you cannot smite fight really effectively versus Kiana with Kiana's buffs, monster damage, and the rock Qs. That thing is insanely hard to outsmite. So they opt. They're like, you know what? We are not going to try and outsmite a Kiana because rock Q's OP, and they go specifically to try and push Wei out. They actually do not kill him, and he is able to flash away and get his combo off. But Owner is able to then be the only one close enough. He's able to get the Otacon, but Rookie, look at Rookie on the top side, the Rise, is able to pick up the extra kill here, more money into him, and is also going to be able to take down Owner. So IG, they get a bunch of money. Gala here even collecting as well on the Corki. And
so I think Talia, he ulted to get into the fight. Or actually no, he used it before. That's the start.
With this nice
they didn't really
that they have for themselves. And I mean, Rookie here,
he should have stopped
he is a monster. He did have to break his arm.
But again, IG
earlier,
just started that fight. They forced it
to turn it into a cool hourglass.
Yeah, just fix that thing back up before there's another fight, and nobody will notice.
Mako in potentially a little bit of trouble here, but so is Owner, as Gala is really starting to hit. He's hit that 2-item spike on this Corki, and these rockets are tearing through T1. They're going to think twice before doing that one again, as Mako's going to transform.
T1's playing a very uncomfortable game.
Going to have to land this time around, as the last one was so close. Man, that could have actually changed that whole fight completely if that had connected onto Wei. Just a little bit too short.
I'm not taking any drives right now. It's just very, very uncomfortable. They put themselves in a position where it's like they're going to lose a fight at Drag, and it's going to be the Soul and Baron.
About it a fair bit, the swinging of the tempo vibes, and that is
now they do have a lot of
in this game. Going to come on through
health on their mid tower, which is big.
T1 holding on quite nicely.
If they're able to break that mid tower before the drive, it should help them.
2 minutes and 20 seconds until that next Infernal comes on up, and Infernal Soul is a big deal.
Certainly is. Huge burst damage possibilities on the side of this IG team, and here we go as the all-time.
Maybe T1 just realizes like
for Rookie and Faker that we
Carrier versus Nico, like Alistar versus
you know,
Nico.
being there and casting some of these matches, but
If
this
this
is a
game
whole
if this
different
game
beast.
gets stalled
It
out,
certainly is.
Here at
they just
Worlds
have
best of
they have
5.
more HP.
And Rookie, even when his career had just started, right? He started the second team.
I'm just
for
not.
KT,
I
I
actually
believe it
don't
was
like.
KT
I don't like their
Arrows at the
their
time,
matchups. I mean,
and
their
was
comp.
very dominant. One in
There's
summer,
no
and
explosions
then was
like the
somehow
Kiana
unable to
has
make it. Well, it's
explosions.
crazy
The
how these
Nico
things kind
can
of happen, and
set
he
up
was able to get the
kills.
better of Faker there. Then was
You
unable
really just
to
have
actually
Trundle who
make
just
it
runs at
anywhere near
you.
him when it came to the World
Alistar that
Championship.
runs at you, and then you have
until-
Rek'Sai who can come in on the
until
back
Faker
side,
just, you know, had
pick
his
out the
worst year,
ADC,
which was
force the
2018,
ADC
and that was when Rookie's
out
like,
the fight.
it's my time to strike.
Nico
And we just don't get this matchup very often at all.
can knock
But,
up
when we do,
Trundle, the
he
Alistar
just
when they
seems to
when they
figure it
commit.
out. Right now, he's doing the same thing. As a clone will be attacked momentarily, but not too much more is going to happen. And this Kiana is really doing some damage. 2-0-2. And Wei, he certainly has a lot of control when it comes to trying to escape the jungle of T1 and put some pressure on back the other direction.
Okay, 1 minute until drag, and basically IG is saying we're gonna force you to stick on this Baron.
And especially the side lanes, they're gonna.
And
have
this
to
is
worry.
just how they
Rookie
control
has
the
been
drag
able to
pick,
fix
because
up the
it's
broken
impossible to
arm
secure
guard
the
into
drag
the
if they're
hourglass,
just sitting on Baron,
and
because
can apply that
they'll
side
just
lane
take
pressure.
Baron.
Same thing with Rek'Sai here for the Shy. Push the wave very quickly.
So I think
Just create your network of
T1's just
tunnels.
like
You are insanely hard to go try and trap. You have all these escape routes.
they're gonna probably come into
big
the drag
possibilities
late
here
and
of
have,
IG's
maybe
macro
contest.
just being too much for T1. T1 gonna have to focus on some fights here and winning out through their fights if they're not able to
That's
handle
huge.
these lanes.
Nice little snare once again onto Carrier. He takes a fair bit of damage, but he is an Alistar, so he should be okay. Still T1 testing, trying to find some angles, but when the pillar goes down, Gala just stands and fights, as now Carrier's in so much trouble. The exhaust is going to be employed to make sure that Wei can't kill him, but that's going to mean a reset time for the cow. And IG just holding back T1, and they can... Is this just free? Is this just free Infernal Soul? Okay, that's the MasterCard priceless moment right there as the Infernal Soul is going to go down. And now T1 have to deal with even more firepower. I'm kind of gobsmacked, Cody.
This burst damage is going to be insane from IG. They go for the rumble on the Faker.
All right, they're going to look for the angle, but he throws down the wall. That's going to be enough to get him out of there. If Scuttler does go on down here,
so
Scuttler
they send two top.
Pillar.
They're gonna
He's
try
placed
and
on top of
start
him
another
multiple
fight
times. Hasn't
somewhere
really
else.
phased him too much at all. So we're seeing a bit of a fight towards the bottom.
And it's not like, again, it's
Shy
like they can't just
feeling
disappear off the
pretty
map,
happy
go
about, especially
down to
with
bot
Ball now
lane, because,
completed.
well, one, they'll take
Yeah, it's two
Baron,
items,
but
one
two,
is a Black Cleaver, but
it'll be
still
obvious
looking
is
like the Shy is
all
pretty
good on.
happy.
Yeah, with so much armor and the upgraded boots here as well for the Shy. You know, the early
T1's gotta lock in
mail
here.
to deal
On the
with
bright
damage
side,
back.
there's only one
Plenty
objective
of
to
wave
defend.
clear, and again, IG,
But
they
without
can set
being,
up
I mean,
side
there's
lanes
also
where
like
they're
you don't
first.
really
So
have,
on
you haven't really
T1
fought for the drag
to
yet,
kind of
and so you
sit
don't
here
really
and
know
try
how
and
that
camp
fight's
for
gonna
something.
go.
Maybe you can camp for a pick.
And
maybe
so
you
for
can
Elder,
a
to make the
Taliyah
first
play or
fight for
something,
Elder,
because for their
not
side, at least
terrible.
Guma now does have the 3 items.
But
You
that's
have
only
the
if you can
edge,
really defend this
completed
Baron.
here on top of Navori and the
that's-
Essence Reaver for
That's
the
gonna
Sivir.
be
So
it for the next 5
possibilities
minutes.
coming out there,
Is IG just
for
keeps
these
playing around in
sports
this
future.
pit,
Yep, he's held on to that 900 gold lead the
trying to
entire
hold this
game.
side of the map.
So kudos to him for that one. But
And this Nitro's like,
haven't seen too much more.
just
The
using
problem
that
is
clone
that
just
Rookie
super-
is 3,000 gold ahead.
This guy's just a
We're
living
gonna zoom on
lord.
him right here towards the top side of the map, and yeah, this guy is the one that they're going to have to really worry about.
And it's so big because Rookie had a rough playoffs, and so this is huge to come out in game 1 of the series. We'll see how IG are look to finish it.
Yeah,
though,
Fader's just
because
not.
So far,
He
the
hasn't really
advantage
gotten
here,
any plays yet. He hasn't really gotten in the game.
Now it's
It's
Baron
down 3,000
territory.
gold.
All right, this is T1 have been a bit of a fan going for Barons, for better or worse throughout their time. We'll see whether they do decide to pull the trigger as the teleport is coming in from the Shy. Carrier wanting to get into position, but the Shy is going to be spotted immediately. Good spell shield as the Supreme Display of Talent doesn't find
Nice.
the angle, and then Protect the President
the ult.
comes on through from T1. Void Rush,
Okay,
not
good
going to be
pick.
enough, and
Okay,
it's Gumayushi
this is where
that
T1
gets
just
the
needs
better
to
of the
like.
Rek'Sai.
They need to figure out if they're gonna
And
if they're
the
gonna
Shy
fight
may
or
have
they're
thrown a
gonna
bit of this lead
disengage.
away, but IG still
So no
standing. We'll see
Gumayushi.
what
They
can
should
get
not
from this. This is a decent stun
fight.
onto Ona. He's
And then
able
the
to
best in the
Seismic
ult.
Shot comes through, Pop loves him. Only onto one as Gala's forced to run away. Such a low health bar.
Okay.
As a
And they really like they win this
Rookie
fight.
goes
They get a
down.
couple more kills.
Gumayushi's
It's gonna be
free, and
Baron.
it's another one for Ona as
Maybe even
T1
just push up mid.
Just making team
Yeah,
fight
they're
win
just
out of
gonna try,
nothing.
yeah.
Oh, that is just one Rek'Sai tunnel too far from the Shy under the
Beautiful.
tower, Atlas. That dive and the Shy going down opens up the possibilities for T1 to go for their 5-on-4 team fight, and that's going to be a Baron.
And immediately they get to just put themselves into a winning position because the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, I just figured with all the cooldowns down,
It was into Infernal
starting another
Soul
fight's kind of
Cody.
risky, but that's exactly what you have to do in order to try and change the
They got a
game.
little too antsy. They wanted Guma too much. They full sent under the tower there. The Shy goes over, and Doran is able to peel for him. Doran's Mbessa ultimate is enough to keep Guma alive under the tower.
Man, as T1 now back out on.
That's a really good TP, by the way. That TP was godlike. And that's like, again, like that ward is specifically put there for that. Like,
We're gonna have a look at this one more time as the Shy just so deep to try and kill Gumushi.
Yeah, after
Yeah.
Wave forced the summoner spells, you know,
I mean, I wasn't sure
don't know
about
what
this
it's like on
fight.
IG, but yeah, he decides to full send under the tower, and then T1 are like, okay, Guma's. he's
This
still
is where I'm
in
talking about where they have just
in
more
that
health.
damage. So we go for the re-engage here, and Keria just pops Alistar ultimate. He's okay, kind of playing front line and soaking that re-engage from IG, and so there was nowhere for Rookie to get out.
And the aggro management was absolutely absurd. Everyone on T1 was about the same level.
yeah,
of
this is
health.
perfect. See, so they're doing 4-1 nothing, and so they're pressuring bot lane super hard, but they really like they're gonna
Yep,
take
and
mid
it's
for
gonna be
free,
even more of
and
a
they're gonna
swing,
trade
as you can
top
see
here,
Inner turret goes
which is
down,
not
that's even
that
more
big of a
money.
deal.
And now 3,000 gold lead back in the favor of T1 as now they're looking for even
Unless,
more.
okay, see,
Pulverizer
so they
against
see that,
T1
okay, you're
Spring
fully
Slam.
committed,
Goes
and
absolutely
yeah, there's a Kiana
everywhere,
ult on
but it doesn't do
the Tally
anything.
ult.
They're able to take down the turret, and T1
And so they
is gonna
see,
move their way
okay,
back
Rise
up.
is committing top. We're gonna try and engage
They're just
again.
stealing all
Look
their
for a
stealth
fight.
copy, and
Okay,
they're
here we
watching,
go.
and there it is, the public execution.
Wow.
Just pops like a
Mbessa
balloon.
is
The inhibitor goes down.
big,
It's a
but there goes
Rookie
Infernal.
is still tearing them up alongside
Oh my
Gala.
god.
And the
So they
Shy
should be able to
gets
clean
into
this
the back line
up.
with that Void Rush, but now he's
You gotta be
in
careful.
an uncomfortable position. Decent knockup comes through as Faker's trying to hold them at bay to give
Oh,
enough
man.
time to Guma to take down the
And then
Shy.
Trono has such good
NIG
tower
tower
damage. Oh my god, that's GG. That might be GG.
And this should be the end of the game.
Wow.
After losing for the majority of it,
Wow, that's what I'm saying. Like, they just played a very uncomfortable game, because how do you even counterplay that? You think you're winning the game objectively, you're winning all the drives, and then T1 completely just wins 3 fights in a row.
What a way to open
Wow.
up Worlds 2025, Atlas. T1 here looking to finish the job in game 1.
Well, Mako
Can they
looking to try
in?
and fight back here, but once again,
Yeah, they're
just
definitely
into
in,
the
yeah.
tennis racket of Faker as Way not going to get thrown back this time, but the rocks will be enough. A double kill for Faker. The GOAT sitting at 4-1-5.
And like for IG, it's like your game plan worked up until the Acticon. Well, really, that actually worked too, because that got you Rift. Wait, no, that got you the drag. Wait.
Man, IG were winning though, man. They were winning until the game was over. Like,
Well, they traded with the Acticon.
what happened?
Wow. 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 So for T1, they can go back now and they can say, okay, like, well, obviously we're not going to do 4 drags up again. And for IG, it's like, how do you even game plan? Because you're just, T1 just like kind of just walked over you. I think it just really came down to heavy engage, stronger engage, because it really wasn't even like based on like the 4v5 on the after the red side died before the Baron was huge. Let's see what the commentators are saying.
Soul, how do you lose that game?
Well, we saw how they lost it.
Yeah, and we're gonna check that a bit later. But before we get there, I want to talk about IG and the steps that they took to get that lead. And I want to talk about the Arakan especially, because for me it was the
Like for T1, I don't even know. Like, yeah, I think this is really where IG forcing this fight
For me, it was that Nico ulti. It was beautiful. Even just like starting the Otacon, knowing that Sivir had a long trek to come back. So so T1 really needed to basically put the metal to the pedal and start the fight
Exactly.
immediately.
They
Rookie
forced
came
the
in,
fight
it was a
there.
really hectic fight, but really tough.
And T1, I think
it
T1
started.
kind of
I
lost
think
that
as
fight.
well, the fact that the Doran ult didn't connect onto way at the start hurt a little
I
bit,
think they
so
just
he
took
was able to get
advantage of
away,
just
but
being
also the
faster
fact
than the
that,
Rise
you know,
can
it
set
looked
up
like
his
initially if they got the Icon, if they got
combos
the
as
healing
well.
onto the Trundle, that'd be enough, but the Nico got so much
Especially
value
in like
there.
those big fights.
I love seeing players
team
reaction
fight.
But then
here,
you
but like,
just
yeah,
have
I mean,
Alistar
like,
tank.
the-
I
the
immediately I was
problem
like,
is what happens next.
yeah,
Actually,
Nico's got
thanks for
damage,
HyperX
but
reflex
Alistar's just
replay
gonna
because
out
the
tank
Shy
this.
goes in
Really, the
a
Mbessa with the
bit
pits
too
though.
much.
The Mbessa with
Doran
the
sees his
ult on the
opportunity
Nico
to
there,
turn
being
that
able to
fight.
finish
This
off the
was
kill
great
as
from
well.
Doran, Faker, and Guma. Doran and Faker.
I thought this fight
coming
was
in
pretty
to
troll.
Save Guma here. And then you see IG are trying to stay in position to have control over the Baron area.
No Trundle
T1
ult,
want to contest it. Guma
no
even wants
ults
to
besides
reset,
Alistar.
but he knows a
And
fight
they
still
just
happening,
fight.
so he moves in. And then this great flick from Faker catches two. The follow-up is there. They move forwards. Rookies.
I guess they don't really have any.
position,
They don't really
and
have
they
any
end up
ult,
finding this
powerful
fight that
ults
gets
besides the
Baron
Nico ult
and
and
gets
the
them the
Kiana
game win.
ult.
And what was surprising was how quickly
And
they
yeah,
ended it from
Red Side's
there.
dead.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's no comeback because I'm like they had a reasonable lead. They had Soul. They had a scaling rise. They had a good position Corki, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
How did they not manage to come back even after that team fight?
Because they looked clean. I was starting to believe the scrim rumors. I was like, okay, because the full control
They moved.
had
Just
around,
T1 just moved
Drake
way
and
too
Becker against
fast.
Soul, everything
Like
was looking beautiful.
Corki
One
can't sit
mistake-
there and
one
just
mistake
poke him
happens,
down
fine,
with
let it go. We don't
rockets.
have to run in like lemmings, right? But it felt like everything. Because
Just
your points
blitzed
that you
him.
made about
Just like they did on the
Atacon,
Atacon, they just
Yeah.
because
blitzed.
Baron was going to be taken from T1 no matter what, and it was regardless about like
Blitzed
T1,
one single target
if
blitz.
IG was gonna let
Wow.
it happen and still be competent.
They
with
just
their
cut like,
soul,
dude. That's
and
a
they could beat the
hard.
next
That's a
fight,
hard game
but
because
Yeah.
stuff
I
happened.
think
they just
wanted to maintain
they
control
basically
while
just
they
ignored the
took
game. They
targets,
didn't even
and
play
They
it.
just played their cards too aggressively. I think as well, the fact that they had the lead, the Atacon fight came in when they had great spikes.
Yeah.
Rookie had just got the level up from the Rod of Ages. You had the 2-item spike coming in from Gala. But when that fight that they actually went aggressive onto Guma and backfired, when the Baron went over, that was when Guma had 3 items.
Yeah.
And as soon as I got the Baron, they just took a ton of structures. They felt super powerful. And it really is that thing where you only get to make one big mistake against T1, and that's the game.
And remember, it's like one series, you're out. So IG needs to take a step back, relax, untilt from a situation like that, because there were so many things that were going well for this team that we did not expect if you were watching playoffs and
Yeah, but
regionals.
that's the
You're like,
problem
okay,
though, is
they're
that they
good
just go
building
back
blocks.
in and they don't
That
really. You
happened,
can't
that was
really
a
change your
moment.
game
We need
plan.
to be able to get
You
to the
just
next
won
game
4
because they could be
drives.
all
Like
in
you got all the
and
drives, you
they
got the
can
rift,
lose
you
out
got
on that.
you
And
got
we
literally
see
all
that
the
gold draft,
objectives.
actually. Things were
That's crazy.
even on both sides. We've seen everything during this game, but what have we learned so far about both
Guma
teams?
and then
IG
Guma
both
also
sides,
had all
not
the
only
gold
Lockdown.
too. So
Yeah, at least from IG, this looked great from Way's perspective because I was looking at the BLG series and
Diving him.
Baytron is outplaying Way. Way I felt like was not having
giving
a
the
good
Baron and
playoffs
then
run
basically
at all.
ending the
This
game.
was a
It's so hard to
really good
defend that
game for
Baron.
him. So I think be confident. They looked very confident, like willing to take fights. That's what we need to see from IG to take T1 out.
Yeah, I think for T1, even though obviously they won the game, I think there was some punishment in the side lanes, some overstaying for
Yes.
Ona, and also Faker got punished immediately after, which led to that bit of the gold swing in IG's favor. We see, though, Guma and Siva has just been phenomenal this year in particular, and it felt like the early game was a lot about getting that gold on him, so even though the game bounced back in IG's favor, when it came to that key point and he was able to survive that fight, they had that value already invested.
Anything we want to see from T1 next game? We've talked about patience for IG, but quick thoughts on T1.
Not overstaying, because if you give IG something, they will continue to run with the game. So just like Owner made that one mistake, he's not going to make that mistake again.
I think a better pick for Ona, because I feel like the Trundle into the Kiana, you just can't really do much with that matchup. We saw them ban away the Jarvan, but I think there's better picks for him. We've seen him have a lot more success on things like the Xin Zhao.
We see them backstage getting ready for Game 2. Worlds 2025 is on here in Beijing, and it is T1 taking the first game in this best-of-5 series. Let's see what happens next.
Good spell shield as the supreme display of talent doesn't find the angle, and then Protect the President comes on through from T1. Void Rush not going to be enough, and it's Gumayushi that gets the better of the Rek'Sai. And the Shy may have thrown a bit of this lead away, but IG still standing. We'll see what they can get from this.
And so it's very hard because for IG they know they have no cooldowns. But then Mbessa is able to get onto the Corki, push him out the fight. He is short range too, that's another thing. Wow. There is some very, very small things, man. As you think about it, all Corki's abilities require you to sit there and like got no time when Alistar is jumping in, when Mbessa is jumping in at you. And Nico's she can't enter the back line. She can basically only stop they're all inning, they're engaged. Then Bessa, the Alistar, mad decent actually. That was crazy. No, that was wild. That's a classic T1 game right there. And that's another thing, is like they have so much experience, especially, you know, Carrier, Guma, and Owner and Faker.
An update is required. Financial system.
Yeah, you're not catching me with this one.
System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money.
Okay,
is here.
FTC, right?
It's good.
Gotta be careful. Wow. There are a lot of plays to break down there. I'm definitely not. There is so much. That was, again, they just moved so fast, so quickly. You didn't even get to it. You didn't even get to an Elder. And like that's why I was like kind of like, yeah, Infernal gives them burst. But if you really think about it, Infernal's kind of gets in the way sometimes. Like if you waste it on the wave, like you can't control the Infernal buff. And then also T1 had enough health to counter the Infernal, right? And so Trundle's going to out-tank the Kiana at some point. The Alistar is going to out-tank the Kiana. So I'm expecting the Shy probably to go with something more aggressive. He got a solo kill too. But then, you know, T1 with the rotate, perfect timing. I really think though, I mean, Owner also throwing that game early, but then he comes back with the smite on after Con. So that's definitely like that's a game where like T1 just stole a game, like hardcore. That's amazing. That's literally like that's all you could ask for, really. Yeah, it's just ads. I'm not playing this. Like this is a real commercial. Like I don't even watch commercials on TV, bro. Like what am I doing? Okay. Well, if you're T1, it's also a little bit scary though, because now you have to go and like play better. Like like you can't just rely on just like winning in 3 fights. So but for IG, it's easier for T1 right now to come back with a counter strategy, be able to strategize and fix their mistakes. It's harder for IG, who basically just lost a game on just dives. I mean, that's really it. It's like, okay, like don't dive. I thought that Atacon, I mean, it was a fair trade, I think. Well, except for losing it. T1 did a really good job of pushing out their jungler. But it's almost like, I mean, I think both teams were kind of positioning where they were trying to rush that. I think just IG just took the initiative, knowing that, okay, like, we're just winning all around the map. I mean, we're winning objectives. But things like T1 being able to hold mid there, making those dives just a little bit harder. Interesting. And then Doran also being able to bounce back. I think the lane swap helped them. Kind of prevented Corki from being able to get in the game a little bit. But it was that lane swapping that initially lost them the first drag. I was actually kind of surprised there. And then they didn't play for grubs at all. So I think both drafts could have been better. Like on paper, like IG had the damage on the board, but it was actually not as much damage as it was more setups than damage, and then T1 just had the heavier, this better engage. Trundle being able to tank, being able to frontline, Alistar being able to frontline, and then with the Ret side just basically being an assassin. That was IG's frontline. They really had no way of being able to stop just T1 from collapsing on them.
As we are ready for game number 2.
Boys.
Man, it doesn't work that way.
Guess.
Did not necessarily go entirely as expected, but there were some things that were pretty on brand.
Yeah.
Kobe, you know?
There were. You know, people discuss the Shy and they're like, well, surely he's not doing it intentionally. Sometimes he makes it look really funny.
He certainly does.
Honestly, I am more worried for IG after that game, because if they cannot win that game, I feel like it's going to just get harder for them in game 2 and 3 here as we move deeper into the series.
Yep. Speaking of moving into things, we have moved into the Champions Select powered by Omen and HyperX, Kobe, and we are already banning the same champions. The Kai'Sa needs to come in next. I've seen it in the crystal ball.
I think I agree with you. Like, I feel like that is the way that you do see IG actually taking a game off of T1.
Yeah.
Is Gala Kai'Sa or something like that. You know, some kind of Gala big carry game. And so, yeah, don't give him that champ. That seems like a good start.
Yep, the Galio nod to go over to Faker there as well. One of my favorite champions when talking about both of these players from back in the day, as when they met, I believe it was Rift Rivals in 2018. Galio was sort of at the height of his glory post.
So they're not going to do Faker that zero pick.
Pretty good at the champion.
And then equally,
another case of that as well
as we heard, they're not going to do Gala his Kai'Sa.
Round,
they probably will if it gets to a later round.
Is going to be the prize this time.
So interesting. Whenever you ban Galio as well, they kind of ups even more like Rumble priority, because like Galio and like Ornn are kind of.
It's another like. I'm not gonna let you have Ori either, Faker.
And I think that on this.
Because right there, Faker kind of had like a quiet game there.
Is a crazy good combo.
And the Jarvan is left up. That's what the Galio's in position of. And so the Orianna does come on through for Rookie, one of his most played champions this year, and also just of all time, right? If you're curious, if you're, say, someone who watches more LCK, Rookie and Faker have very similar champion pools this year. As the Jarvan, bit of a no-brainer. And Ona, if you were waiting for him to pop off, you know, the Trundle, not necessarily.
Okay, Rakan's like a favorite.
That's probably where it's going to happen.
Pentakill, maybe?
Atlas? Locked in already. Yeah, I think possibly, yeah.
Pentakill on the table, Jarvan. Come back again. Yeah,
dashes, multiple dashes. I was honestly, I mean,
yeah, I was kind of.
I'm not going to speak too much. I just don't. I don't really know where the meta is at.
That's super high priority too here for carry.
It's pretty much the same.
For the engage, so.
So Wukong, top lane, John.
The Jarvan. Now, since Jarvan is taken away, which again is
can go very deep
with Ori, as you're kind of talking about, the Wukong
and the Poppy ban.
Still strong despite the like slight nerfs on the patch here leading into Worlds. So it's a very good team fight. Lots of good AOE here set up for IG. They're going pretty.
So they're going to get front line.
That Sion quickly here for the Shy.
So what do you see, Jace?
Tanks and he's taking up the tank duty.
I don't know.
And the Trundle is now out of the pool, right? So tanks feel a lot easier.
Oh right, they changed the rules. You can't pick the same champions.
That raptor wall too easily,
okay.
Unless you like flash. So.
Yeah, true. He can turret
pretty
yeah, you can ult in there.
Himself
yeah.
Okay, Cassante.
But he can get back up as a zombie.
True. He can still be useful and make use of the passive as well.
Basically in Bessa, I
really
mean,
wish more
a little bit harder to get that.
K'Sante
It's not
going
as
to the answer, though, into the Shy, so a bit
it's
of
not
a
as
tank
easy
battle
to
when
get the
moves
ultimate
towards
off,
the
but it
top
works
side
kind of
the
the same.
map. Doran hasn't played all that much K'Sante so far this year, but has been something that he's played.
But it works
many
really
times
well
in the
against
past,
Sion.
So shouldn't be feeling too worried. And this is kind of an LCK flavor of
Kind of
games
just
for
like
the big beefy boys in the top lane.
Nice, comfortable answer here into the Scion.
Sitting.
And
Sitting
it
duck
gives
for
you a lot of
K'Sante.
possibilities for later as we get the Lulu ban following up here. So they're seeing this very standard team fight from IG and this well-rounded front line that they're facing and taking away the possibilities of
Kalista?
Enchanter supports here for Mako. Anything that's going to help Gala carry, T1 don't want that.
Well, we'll see what the final ban is going to be. Protecting carrier on this Rakan pick seems to be the way, as of course Xayah still up and available. The Braum going to be taken off the board, and I think that should trigger a Xayah ban, right? Unless Gala has a plan. And we've mentioned it already, Jinx and Caitlyn feeling a little bit better on this patch than they were in the past. And so they might just have an answer to the Lovers duo instead of having to ban that one away. But still taking their time to think about it. I don't know whether giving Xayah to Gumushi is all that much of a good idea. This guy is a mastery player, and that's one of the champions he's really good at.
Yeah.
There it is. We'll be back.
It took a while, but you know they could be
Got there in the
discussing
end.
other things as well. But yeah, the classic there, banned out, and that safety would have been nice playing against the engage that IG are showing already. So, what's it going to be instead here? Akali into the Orianna. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah.
Faker!
They're so boring. Get back in there. With
No,
your
I don't think so,
You can actually
Faker.
put so much more pressure.
Too risky.
And
He's
Orianna
picking
would
it. He's
be,
for sure
like,
picking it.
nerfed
It's
for the
hovering.
patch. Gonna have to like max Q instead of W probably now early on. And the side lanes are going to be way more difficult for Orianna to play. And they can put a lot of pressure there with a Rakan and Akali and Jarvan. Like, this Orianna's
But yeah, that's what they're looking for. See, so Faker, so now T1 has more engage.
My goodness.
Wow.
They were saving Guma's pick just to see whether something like this was going to happen, but with
Karma
Rakan
K,
already
super
locked
poke.
in, it is still going to be difficult times here towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah. The extra 2 base AD for Caitlyn, I think, will be huge. Like, these pushing lanes, pushing from really early on. So this is going to be a lot of damage.
Helios?
High damage potential pushing early on for IG. So
much team fighting already represented by IG with this composition, right? Like
I don't like it. I don't like it. I think they need a tank support.
Is probably
Maybe
it's going
not.
to happen. You can also drive the Shy into the enemy team, and the Shy does like to fight, as we know. Of course, the fact that you can drive a train really far away from your team and engage could be a little bit of a problem, but we'll see
No
if
way.
they can keep him under
Wow,
control. As the
MF
misfortune is going to
Rakan.
come in here for Gumayushi. Does have a decent time in the early game, but up against Caitlyn, you're still going to get outranged.
yeah, all right. So misfortune. The other thing
Hey,
that
but
Misfortune
Kate's
does
gonna have
bring
like
to really
problems
nice mid
hitting her
lane,
ult.
transfer her into mid
Her ult's
lane
not as
to get
effective as
priority
MF,
quite
which does
well.
massive damage to everybody.
Bloodthirster
Kate's
gets that
just
pushing. So
yeah.
when you have an Akali and you want to have Akali side lane versus Orianna or something like that, and have your side lane pressure, really does help to have a misfortune pick like that later too. So
Akali
I
can
think
get picked
will
so
be
easily.
interesting to see the
And then also
mid-game
Sion.
here from
But
this T1
Akali can also get to the back line.
capitalize
And again, I think this is
on that.
Faker saying like, I want to make some plays
I'm
here.
intrigued because I think if I
Like,
had
I think that's what
T1
Faker's about.
in the past, especially this year, I'd be like, well, this is a
Whoa.
little bit dicey, right? Like, Akali damage, not necessarily consistent. Faker doesn't have a lot of utility to add, but this is World's Faker Akali, right? And the Shy can tell the rest of his buddies that that's something that you really do need to watch out for when you're on this stage. And we'll see whether once again he can make that magic happen as IG on the ropes, but they did demonstrate that they could get themselves into winning positions. They had tempo vibes the majority of the game. That's the last I'll mention it. I apologize. I'm a little bit obsessed. But this is something that IG now know that they can do. And they're going to have to knuckle down and make it happen. They have an easy-to-execute composition. I think that's a fantastic move. But now we are onto the Rift for game number 2
here we
of this
go.
best-of-5 series. And we say all the marbles quite a lot.
that's exactly what this game is for. Either you're into the Swiss stage or you are out for good. Your year ends.
And the world's labeled marbles that we have.
Yeah. Yeah. And then they'll pull the labeled marbles out, and there'll be teams in bits of paper, but your name won't be on them.
Exactly. Oh, okay. So we actually do get a little early invade here for a deep ward. So T1 going to have vision on Grand Blue to start out.
Oh,
I mean, it is.
Are we going for the WE start here as well, as we are going to go into sepia mode momentarily. That's exactly what is happening here, and we'll get it sorted out as soon
30
as
minutes later.
It's so interesting because I think they are going to swap out of Caitlyn Karma, but how are they going to pull it off with this 4-minute timer, Alex?
Yeah.
This is the thing we talked
Is
about.
this going to be the scuttle thing? Like, are we
Yeah.
going to be sticking around and hanging out with our jungler until grubs and stuff like that? Like, is Carrier going to be level 1 all game?
I will say, even if he has to play the pushback wave, like Sion's not that scary. So I think it actually works here, even with the 4-minute timer on the.
I think they're also,
lane
I
swap
mean, Sion
detection.
is really not.
But if
That
you're not
serious.
having
He's a
lane
big,
swaps, you're praying
big
that
meat
it
shield, though.
actually, because this is the first time out, and if it does work and T1 gets off to a great start, it may shape things to come.
See, Alex, that's why we brought up the topic really early on in game number 1. You got to ease people into it.
Yep.
You got to let them know, hey,
this could
there's
happen.
a possibility.
T1 definitely
so
took some
they
riskier
have
picks, though.
taken some steps to try and avoid lane swap.
But I can see it. J4 ult into MF ult is nasty. With Karma AoE shield, again, they have like very solid
No.
5v5
I would just
for IG.
But we'll see as well,
And then Sion's just like very hard to kill, very hard, super hard engage too. Can lead in.
Early plays, he can be very creative with it. So
And also, like, that does make it a
The
little bit
A4
more
kinda counters
dangerous
them,
to put the
though.
pressure on immediately, try and grab plates towards that bottom
And
side.
then also Akali can
So
always
far
ult
up,
over the Sion
maybe
and
the
get to their
setup is
back
gonna be
line,
enough
you
there for
know.
Doran once he gets a couple of levels in him to allow Ona to help out. But I believe the pause has finished, and we are back into the game.
Wukong's
The problem that
nasty.
we had that I know all about has been solved, Kobe. So you don't need to worry.
Okay.
I don't know anything about it.
Restart. Remakey.
Well, there is a problem I see on our screen, and
What's that?
the lane swap is happening.
Okay.
Yep. So we do get confirmation after the pause is released. Guma is going for the swap here. So we got the 4-minute timer. This will be interesting. We'll track it. Of course, the Jarvan as well can be way more impactful pre-6 than a Wukong. And Wukong and Sion.
Okay,
not
so
the
how are they going to do bot lane?
combination. So
This is kind of crazy.
The owner actually is doing blue buff here on Jarvan and going for the invade immediately.
Yep, and it's on
There is a
ward.
defensive ward here, though, for IG, so they will spot this.
Okay,
But it
back.
could actually just confirm their worst fears, right? Because this means you have to be a little bit more careful.
I think they're trying to alleviate pressure off of the MF.
Is sort of lurking around. Faker already looking a little worse for wear, but that's kind of how this match.
This also
is
gives them
going
a
to
chance
go.
to
Wave
maybe get
moving
down to
off
bot
vision.
side.
The T1 had placed down earlier. I mean, it's an information smorgasbord here about these junglers thus far.
So owner gets to work with that info. He's like, okay, Wukong's on wolves. I am fine, because even if Wukong is skipping wolves and running here, I have my ward on my raptor brush. So
Here
he
we
can be
go.
like, you know what? For sure, Wei just did wolves, and he's just going to
Desante level 2.
the map splits
EQ.
that we have pressed upon IG.
What you gonna do?
And honestly, vertical jungling, I feel, does kind of work out for T1 to try and protect.
What about
this
the bottom lane, though? Are they gonna react to the? Because they know it's split. Okay, yeah,
Okay.
they're fine.
Yeah, owner is just going to walk over a ward. Does mean that IG do have to back away. Will allow Doran to get a little bit of money here, but not the end of the world, as owner will now move back towards his blue side. But what they have done is made sure that there's no monkey business towards that bottom side of the map, so no dive to be set up.
Guma's going to
Like that.
chase around, check the jungle.
Yeah, getting some vision. Does know that the vertical jungle
because he
has
cannot.
come on through. And we'll see where the
He can't
wave
push
does
his lane,
decide
and
to
that's
try
the
and put
whole
the
point.
pressure
I don't know if
onto
that
him,
invade
as
works.
In goes Carrier, finds the knockup
But
onto
here comes
Rookie.
Carrier's
5 point
first
strike
round.
there from Faker.
That's huge.
But,
That's so
he's
big.
able to just walk it off, and he did
So
not
like right now, like Ori has to take the advantage, and so we saw Faker take
We're
her
still
very early
looking
back
at
early.
Another 30 seconds of lane swap.
They did kind of put him out the game, but
Looks
look
like
at
Guma will be
Duma
able to
playing this
avoid it.
well.
Okay, wave is pushing towards him.
Wow,
He's
yeah.
only got 30 more seconds here to wait. And Carrier is hovering without, I believe, trigger
Wow.
hits.
Yep, there is the knockup though onto Gumayushi.
Shield?
as finally a grass stack will come
Ooh,
on through. As
Baker,
Owner
what
is
you
back
doing?
once again, but
What you
we see
doing?
the
No!
Carrier comes down at the same time.
Okay, do
Knock-up
flash,
goal
get
going to
out.
connect
He's
there
gonna
as Faker
flash
has to
back.
flash to
Cool.
get out of the way. Carrier able to get the knock-up in defense, but once again testing the waters.
Look at the
And
timing.
no one's really budging as Faker down to 200 health once again.
Interesting here. We were talking in Champ Select about how much pressure can be put early on in Orianna, this champion that does not have a dash for herself, and Flash is being traded.
So I don't know. I mean,
Into Nikali. When you're playing into Jarvan,
I guess the
Orianna
counterplay
really
is to just
dicey.
win bot lane.
Be a big deal as Faker almost just
Nice.
killed by a QW out of Rookie here. Tries to pick up that last minion with a shuriken backflip. But now he's gonna go for
Yeah, and
his
Rookie
own
doesn't have enough
reset.
mana to shove this
Same thing
wave.
going to happen here as the lanes are going
And, like,
to,
this is, like-
equalize in mid.
So we still have the lane swap happening at the moment, but I really want to see the fight and how they keep up.
'Cause it's
lane
car-
now with having no flashes there. If we're gonna get constant repeats, you know, from Carrier, from Owner, because both of them do have flashes.
Neither of them bad.
Really want to convert
That's crazy.
while Rookie is on that timer, but
Okay.
currently
Well, yeah.
still operating under the lane swaps and pushing in.
So I mean, Karma Tate here, free farming. I guess they're just kind of saying
I don't think got full information
it really
as
doesn't
to what
matter.
Monkey is, but also the Jarvan was unseen as well. Moving
because
towards the
MF
top
gets a
lane,
lead,
Shy
right? Playing into Karma Tate, MF can't really do as much damage, as farm as easily.
now.
Well, on the opposite side,
Doran's
they're
gonna
just,
get pushed
I
away
don't
from this
know.
turret. This is the worst news for T1 because if the Caitlyn just has free reign to knock down these structures over and over again, the snowball can really become problematic.
These
But as
skills.
you can see, the lane swaps worked, right? The like, it's just one wave, right, between the Shy and Doran, and CS is even between the 80 carries, and that's exactly what T1 wanted out of it.
And you're paying a tax here with the turret plates as well.
Yeah.
So on top of these waves, on top of the CS, we do have this gold lead for IG, a lot funded by the onslaught of the bottom lane and the 3 turret plates that they have been able to take there.
Already.
So
Now, oh, actually, still moving Doran back down there, so it's not going to be any sort of swap back or anything like that. As at 6 minutes into the game, Mako is making his way in just to make sure that they have as much free reign to push as they can.
He's even with
exactly.
Sion.
That's the vision I was, hoping for them to try and keep Rookie safe here while he doesn't have flash.
I don't know if I like this. I think Dorian had played a really big role in the last
game.
game.
Visits for people ganking for Faker, then it can be really dicey for the Ori. So IG are bringing over Mako wisely. I think
meta.
get the vision, help him push the wave in. He gets to put more harass in. They can start the dragon. So nice little move here from IG. They get their mid lane priority and fully set up vision, which sees Owner walking over and Carrier traversing through mid lane as well.
Yep. Owner is not going to even bother getting rid of the ward. Knows that he needs to come down here to
Yeah,
stop
so they have a
this.
much
There
slower
is the
drive
same
now.
Great knockup comes up
Okay.
to the grand entrance. The wombo combo here between
Owner
Owner
doesn't
and
have
Carrier
sit
is
yet.
fantastic, but that's going to be a 2-man shockwave out of Rookie playing the great defense as Faker finds himself isolated off to the side, and First Blood goes to Wei as he will find Carrier. Now Gumayushi has to deal with the Shy, who's just
You're sitting your
wandering
bot top,
underneath
and then you
the
want to
turret.
contest for the
Will
drag, but
not
you're
dive
not.
him this
They
time
didn't
around,
rotate
but IG
to that
once
early
again off
enough.
to a great start.
Yeah, I mean, Carrier uses the flash here. They go for it. T1 don't have the damage, even though they're focusing the
But
Ori,
clearly
trying to
T1
punish
said
the
we're gonna
blast.
try and
They
challenge
can't
the Giants.
pull it off to get the kill onto Rookie, and so the punishment comes back from
And
IG.
so-
In addition to the dragon they were already taking, they also claim the first kill.
And Wukong getting accelerated is a pretty scary thing as well. That Trinity Force going to be coming in a little bit faster. Of course, you want to grab the Sundered Sky, the forbidden item, which is just too incredibly powerful. Somehow that knockup actually managed to land, and this looked like a decent start. But as you say, the damage just wasn't enough.
Yeah, Mako's got heal. The Karma's right next to Rookie, so they've got Orianna shields, they've got Karma shields, and then they can get the chase down onto Carrier on the way out as well.
Really nicely played here by IG, and they just had more people towards that bottom side as well. Able to make that one happen is now Faker able to get some harass off here, going into the Twilight Shroud, but I don't think Rookie's going to be too worried about it. He's got a couple of Ruby Crystals keeping himself healthy, and Mako just patrolling the river. Grubs up and available, no one really going for them just yet. We'll see whether T1 do get more than 0 objectives before 35 minutes.
He just ult like that.
Did feel like a long time before they got anything.
Yeah, IG starting out pretty nicely for themselves. Dragon, 1,000 gold leads.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Wave onto Faker, but
UW?
Rookie not going to be able to kill him, but will convince Faker to leave the lane. And the Orianna doing some pretty great things so far in this game. Mid-control.
Yeah, T1 has a pretty decent start here.
Pushed away from these grubs. Mako and Gala just taking pot shots here at T1. Gumayushi having to flash himself out of the way. And T1 just getting strong-armed here in the river by IG.
Yeah, nice one by them. Huge value for IG, getting the flash off of Guma. The vision's still here around the grubs, though, and Owner slips into the back of the pit.
Okay, let's see whether he can find the angle, as all of the grubs are going to reset.
As for IG, I mean, yeah, I mean, that was the problem, though, is that
So the top laners nowhere
you
near
can't really
one
fix
another,
the
ready to
mistakes that they
teleport
did
in at a
make,
moment's
okay?
notice as there's Make It Rain to
Yeah, he
come
didn't
down.
get the ult.
Cyclone is there as well from Wei,
There
who's
it
just
is.
keeping them
That was a little
at
late.
bay. Down goes Owner, and that is going to be the Warrior Trickster, but now
Oh,
Doran
but
has found
nice.
his mark. Down goes Wei, his junglers
And they're
will
looking
be
for Kate.
traded. The
Okay.
Shy gets into the back line,
might
though, as
get- they might
Gumayushi
get
is his
worried.
target, and down he will go.
Perfect.
Faker still trying to find it, though, as Rookie will be taken out. Faker gets into the back line and assassinates
Oh,
all
he's
of
holding
them.
the ult,
Double
too.
kill already, and Doran finishes
Beautiful.
off. The last one is now the Shy. Cannot do anything. No mana, no hope. And T1 find a much earlier team fight this time.
Whoa, it was looking risky for T1,
Yeah, but they
Doran,
don't have the
he
objective.
teleported in to
Oh, here
save
comes
the
J4.
day here.
Ooh, Shy,
Because
Shy.
Sante doing work. Is it enough?
We'll see. We'll see whether the Shy can keep himself alive as well, but it looks like he's not going to have to contend with too much unless Faker decides
Yeah,
to
he's
come
going
back
for the
down
death
again.
reset.
Flash out
Oh, nice.
from this Scion as Doran picked up turret aggro, so he is going to
And then
have to
the
get himself
healing.
out of there. Stands beside Faker. And now Owner
And that's why
convinced
Faker was
to
trying to
leave
get
the
out.
grubs as well. So does manage to get one of them, as you say, but it should be the feats going over, or at least the portion of them going over to Wei here. As Mako comes up, Doran may have overstayed his welcome. Let's see whether he can take the Cassante for a walk. And with the heal, he certainly will be able to.
Nope. Oh.
Gala finds it, and there is the shot onto Doran. So evening things up for IG. As the scoreline's now 4-4,
You know they're-
and they get the grubs.
And double buffs transferred over the Caitlyn now. So, all right, after all of this, Faker got a couple of kills out of that for the Akali, so going to be a lot of extra stacks on his Dark Seal too. 6 stacks Dark Seal for Faker.
I'm telling you, Faker said I'm
I'm
in this game.
So the Akali burst damage, the assassination potential here from this T1 comp.
Hey, look how
Trying to
aggressive
mess
he
around with
played,
Doran
bro. He's
joining
just
and-
not,
and
he's
T1
not
being
playing.
able to put
Like,
pressure onto the back line. Faker had connected his E onto Rookie and been able to go back in and finish him off in that last skirmish, which was quite big.
yeah, for Sion, he just chills. like, he's just chilling.
Here for Faker as well.
I was really good by Doran. Did engage by Doran though, but they were just weren't able to
do have a slight
do anything with
advantage,
it.
As look at these waves, they are just one by one marching themselves to their doom without any response from T1 in this top lane. More plates going over to Gala, who's starting to look like a homewares shop with the amount that he's taken from this top side. As there's the all-out onto Mako, who's just dead. Okay, Doran says, whatever you can do, I can do better.
Doran's revenge. All right, lane swaps are back, and top laners were feeling pain in the beginning, but like
Yeah, Doran's very frustrated.
Cassante still has an effect.
That's huge, actually.
Well, Mako not exactly having
'Cause he's
the greatest
supposed to be out of
numbers,
this
but
game.
Shy also not really taking damage anymore as well. So we're going to check out this replay one more time.
Okay. So we know at the very beginning here, Owner went down, does trap Wei here. In the
Trapping
end,
himself.
the teleport coming in for Cassante, Doran's in a really good spot, so he opens up, him and Keria are able to open up a pathway there
And I think-
for Faker to go over the top.
Yeah.
And then just look at him move on forward, gets the burst damage there. The E from Faker had connected onto Rookie so he could follow it in for the extra chase. And Keria and Doran able to just keep it going here.
And it was so much
Yeah,
early
bro,
game
Faker.
Cassante value.
Yeah.
Often we don't really see the Cassantes come online this heavily. And when they do, they can really
Bro,
get
here's
things
weed
going.
side,
3-1
bro.
and 2 now for Doran, and we
Okay,
were
here they
mentioning
are.
it before,
They're
but
trying to
this
set
guy
something up.
hasn't
I don't
had
think
a
they're
year
gonna
like
get it.
this
Ooh,
ever,
ooh.
as there is the quickness, the
Okay,
red
they're good
entrance as
block.
well as now Faker
They're
with
just
the
gonna kill
damage.
Mako again.
Going to get popped like a balloon, but Gala is
Not
gonna
really
keep
worth a lot of
himself
gold.
alive still.
But Faker has Dark Seal, so
IG fans beware.
worth.
He's got the damage now with his Dark Seal stacking up with the extra money. And carry is Rakan once again. You know, in the last fight, we just saw him right there with Doran, getting the engages.
So they just got comfortable top.
Faker, able to get Faker more money as
And
well.
T1 kind of let them get too many plates, so
And
I don't think they're going to be able to fight for
the
feats
dangerous
again.
part for IG. They really want to fight as a grouped up team.
I think T1's like literally they're trading feats right now for just
So when
just
they
winning
do
the
have
game.
carries and
Like
stuff,
they're baiting
especially that
the
don't have
feats.
flashes, you have to be a little bit
He's, yeah, that's
careful.
You certainly do. Shuriken backflip going to come on through as the ace in the hole is going to be there. That's going to guarantee the outer turret here for IG. They will be able to secure that one. Feats of strength going their way as well. But at least the Drake is going to go into T1's hands.
Yeah, again, Faker might just be, he's just baiting, like, just staying, holding the vision.
Looking for a little bit of a mark here as in comes Gumayushi looking for the angle. The flash out is going to come on through, and now they're turning it on to Carrier. Cyclone is fantastic, but he just dashes away.
Wow. Oh my god, they need to get
going
out. What are they
survive.
doing?
The Shy really wanting to take him out.
Oh.
He's not out of the woods just yet.
Oh
but
my
IG
god, they just left
not
him.
interested in following up, and now the Shy might be the one turned on as Owner is going to turn
Oh, he's
up.
out.
Gets himself the flag, and
Yeah,
Carrier
Carrier
will
can't
be
engage.
successfully escorted to safety. And I say safety, he's
Okay,
out.
now they're gonna
rest
defend
of
the
team are looking
jung.
for potentially something.
And IG are blocking them from mid lane right now, so they're taking mid lane tower.
Okay, Doran looking for an angle. I don't really know what it was, but my God, the Shy is able to eliminate him for it. A little bit of gusto, and I don't think that plan necessarily worked from the T1 top laner. As finally, Bullet Time going to just eradicate this minion wave. And Gala, he's just doing exactly what Caitlyn's want to do, and that is only hit turrets for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, pushing down there. They got a lot of damage on it. Side lane now, though, Faker.
Well,
Okay, he's got no
back
tower to
not gonna
fall
connect
on,
there onto
and
Rookie's
Wukon's
Malcolm
coming.
Gaming to come on through, and Faker
Okay.
is just going to back his way out. Picture in picture. You've got the Shy being very aggressive on this Scion. That is on brand, but this champion will certainly take a whole lot more to kill than the Rek'Sai of game one.
Yeah, and that whole big last run of play here from IG, able to just take the inside route, take control of the jungle, and make it harder for T1 to rotate between objectives. Faker did
So
just
this is how
stay
he's
shot
going to
top side,
counter his
able to
ult.
push that wave
He's just
in,
going to
but
keep using it, get the
T1
damage
on
off.
the resets will come over towards the Rift Herald. Looks like they should be able to get this one.
Yeah, should go over to them. We'll see whether they can use it to get themselves an outer turret in mid lane. It's certainly open up the map here for T1, and an open map means a whole lot when you've got an assassin like Akali, and you've got Faker piloting it, who's 3-0-2. You'd be feeling pretty good about that one. And we'll see whether they can actually create that.
T1's playing
space.
better. I
That's
mean,
what happened.
they're
It is a finesse
playing at
competition
least for
out of
objectives
T1.
now. They're
It
not
looks
just
like
giving
it's
them up for
lacking
free.
damage if Faker is not
But
able
I
to
think
hit
IG is
all
now
of the
playing
priority targets with his
a little bit
abilities.
stronger in the
And
lanes.
Gumayushi's ult isn't able to find the mark, right? There are some things that we've had issues with when it comes to what they can do. But of course, this is T1. They've made the magic happen before with other comps. It's now Mako off to the side. Way looking for an angle as Rookie clears
We'll
out
see
that
if they're
turret. Cyclone comes in,
if giving
Way
Kate
looking for the knockups.
freedom
And there it is,
will
the
play off.
shockwave
So
on
here we
the
go.
three from Rookie is Doran just trying to get himself all the way out of there. And it might actually happen as never mind. The orb is going to catch him. And down he will go once again. Faker looking for the angle. But the Peacemaker comes on through and Faker says maybe Peace is okay for now.
The Shy is also rotating over here, passing through mid-wave. IG can be able to push both waves, bottom side as well. I mean, Owner and Faker are trying to get jungle scraps for themselves together, but...
And now, Faker will level down here against the Shy, but the Shy doesn't quite have the damage to stop him from being able to do what he wants. And Cannon Minion will go over to Faker there as Owner? Question mark? He is looking to try and walk his way out of here, but he is going to get slowed down flag and drag as he looks to go for the back because he knows he is well and truly dead. And he will be taken out. Some aggressive positioning, you could say, as Faker dashing towards the Shy, but it looks like this Scion is really
Also, I mean,
that mortality stage.
I mean, the IG comp is so much easier to play, so much better in standard.
Now they're just
you
they're
know, front to
reserving
back
pits a
and
little
pushing
bit.
them out, and IG able to get the advantage here, chasing them back through the jungle. They just force the play again. Wukong and Orianna.
Yeah, Faker's
so
kind of
good
getting pushed out of
together.
the game again.
He's able to start it out. They get their shockwave. They get their chase down kill. IG will be strong as a group. The Shy as well on Scion here is just going to be a massive block.
Yeah.
So that
He
is
might
gonna-
even
And
be
the
able to last
Guma
long
and
enough
the
for his team to
MF
catch up
hasn't
as
really
well.
been
That's
able
the thing
to
that's very scary here for T1.
do anything
He's gonna stay as
significant yet.
aggressive he can work as that engage, because this is a Karma composition, right? You have just
Also, I mean, they might be
less
controlling. They might
abilities
want
to start fights
Attica
without
on
having
top.
that engage support towards that bottom side of the map. So the Shy
Oh,
are
why?
going to be encouraged to try and make these plays happen and be that front in the front to back like you were talking about. As IG settling back into a little bit of a farming position until we get to the 20-second mark, as this Drake is going to be spawning. Mountain Soul this game as well is certainly terrifying. I don't think T1 ever want IG to get any of those, because the Shy will be unkillable.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to like increase the threshold to kill, because T1, they have to, like, their comp's harder to play. They got to get you know, some more bursty looking kills, some good flank angles possibly from them to get some
Here they
assassinations
go.
off. But here we
No
go,
control
good
here.
wards starting out for IG. They ward all of the river here. Control wards are down. They start up the
And now they're just
dragon.
gonna turn really hard.
Was tethered
Nice.
momentarily, as now T1 get themselves into the river. They do not want to let this one go. As we can see, Make It Rain slows down Rookie. Faker on a flank angle, but he's spotted. Doran finds two with the Q, though, as now Ona looks for the knockup but misses, and Rookie is able to take him down. He gets into the Rift Herald. Oh, Ona, we've seen this play before, and he's going to run his way out, but Carrier is going to get taken down. Faker gets into the mix, though, and already out of the fight is Mako. The ulti comes on forward, but Faker doesn't find the backflip, and Bullet Time gets no joy as well. Doran now out of the fight via the Death Chamber as Gala
Wasted
gets
the
the
rift.
ace in the hole. And yes, you know, that was some cute play there from Ona, but him doing the Krugs is not going to help them.
No, it's not. IG are too tanky. They are too strong. They're going to get even tankier now, Atlas. Mountain Dragon will be their reward.
And Mountain Soul going to be prepped for them as well. Soul Point will be the next one on the docket. Let's check out this fight one more time.
So they pop the Herald early for later combat use. And then Doran just tries to start it out. Backside, Owner's not able to get his EQ on the Rookie either. And Owner just gets put in so much pressure here
Yeah, he missed that.
he does live, and he gets inside the Herald and gets some knockups here. But T1, look at this. Guma's all the way over by the other side, so didn't have any damage to support Faker and Faker's attempt to go kill pressure onto Gala. And then T1 just unable to get any sort of follow-up there.
Yeah, this song's gonna be hard to
really
stop
nice
now.
stuff from them. They stand solid, protect themselves as that group.
And you saw Danny there, the left of your screen in the coach's booth, of course, was
And
working with
T1
T1 when they were trying
definitely
to figure out
gonna
their
find it hard
roster
to
back in
break open mid right
2021,
now.
And then was against them 2023 World Finals as well.
And their tower is just barely
chance
hanging.
for some revenge. See whether he's going to be able to find it right now in this game. Looking pretty good as they're up 3.5k gold to try and even out this series. Otacon up once again though, and T1 were down in the last one. See whether they can turn this one around. I do think it's a different story though, Kobe. I feel like this is going to be a more difficult composition to pilot back into a winning spot. When something goes very wrong.
I definitely agree. Oh.
Okay, Ona going aggressive onto the enemy jungler as in the meantime, Rookie trying to deal with Faker, now looking to turn it as Wei comes back and that's just a solo. The GOAT is going to be able to find it as Doran goes all out against Wei. He's now in trouble and oh my goodness, was that a cast of curse or a cast of blessing? I'm not entirely sure, but the Otacon is going to spell the demise of IG potentially yet again. As Rookie down for another 27 seconds. They're not out of it yet. Gala is still
Wow.
stop Faker from going back home.
No. Oh no. Oh no. T1's group fighting
is being frustrating, but IG just
and Akali with the TP back.
They certainly
Oh
are.
man.
They're also going to run out of Otacon here. T1's going to be able to get it. I mean, the Shy is dancing around, but not a lot that he can do about it. I guess they have to wait a little while.
Yeah, I don't know whether there is anything that IG
They're trying to
really
just
do about it, though, as we do get a knock-up on IG. They take down the Otacon. The comfortable smite here by Owner, and once again, that is going to be T1 turning around the game at the Otacon.
Hey, Atlas, this T1 comp gets way easier to play when the enemy carries don't
they
have their
can't
flashes.
they can't defend mid.
So, you know, no flash on Orianna.
This is going to be big right here because IG once again prioritizing the Dryades, Mountain Soul, Scion,
before they are grouped up in their
even
solid,
the Kate,
karma,
the Karma,
and everything. So this is the exact opportunity that you need to take as T1.
And they won't even be able to get
into their
John.
He goes for the engagement with the Proto Belt. He hits his E. That's all he needs. Clean finish on the burst damage and taking him out before the rest of IG can kind of
And then
assemble
Doran with
their
another, like,
composition
where did he
properly.
even come
Taking
from?
him out, he hits his. He sees the angle onto Rookie.
Like, he just
He
straight
goes for
walks to the
engage with
tower.
proto
Wow.
belt. He hits his E. That's all he
man.
needs. Clean finish on the burst damage and taking him out before the rest of IG can kind of
Double
assemble
unstoppable.
their composition properly. And then T1 great Guma. So they get that shutdown. They get that Otacon.
And do you give him credit for it? Was that a bait?
Hell yeah, you always give credit.
Yeah. All right, Faker did it.
There you go, credit.
Just baited them in.
The
Gala
Wukong
walked up, took the bait, and they took him down.
Goes after
Hard
owner.
to know for sure, but we might be able to get a
Faker takes the opportunity
You
to
can also
solo
tell that Kerio was thinking about really
Ori
on. You know, he puts the
instead of
control
getting
ward there, and the
1v2,
control ward, he's like,
right,
you know what?
and getting
Okay,
knocked
I
up
see
and
their
letting the
control
Ori go
ward,
away.
So now I'll just slip around here.
But in the process,
Kerio
they
is
lose
able
mid.
to find the angle. Is
Which
it gonna be
isn't
enough
impossible to
balance?
get
You know,
back
IG
again.
comp
It's
is
just
still
a team
really
fight,
good.
but
If they can
it's just
play
going to make getting
like
these drives a lot
safe,
harder. And so you
standard,
can already see,
standard,
like,
regular
they're
team
taking,
fight on their terms. But T1,
they're trying to
they
secure,
have
get
so much
deeper
burst damage
vision,
here, and Faker just
secure the
continues to
river.
get more and more money. The Akali getting the side lane tower. The Darksteel is
No.
fully stacked.
Yeah, but now the Darkseel's kind
So
of...
plenty of burst damage. in
The
the
Shadow
hands
Flame
of
now done
Faker.
as well, so he's going to be able to.
It's all dependent on if
make
Faker
sure
can
where
get to that
Gala,
back
if he ever
line.
does manage to connect some of these shuriken backflips. Saw what happened to Rookie as well, and so the carries need to beware. And IG, I honestly
And
still think that
again,
they're in a great
Doran's
position
going to have
in
another
this
TP
game.
here.
Drake advantage
No, I mean,
is
of
going
course,
to be
but...
theirs. Soul, as we said, coming up in 25
Okay.
seconds, that'd be Soul Point for them also, but it's gaining more stats for this Scion to become even more unkillable. And T1
So, yeah, I
just need to
mean,
navigate
now we can see
around the
MF
Shy and
getting,
kill
you know,
everyone else
affecting
before
the
they go
game.
for it, as Way
Oof.
halves the health bar of Carrier with one combo.
I've seen
That's
this
gonna
before.
sting. Okay, Way here with the 2 items. Definitely painful.
Doran. He's going to look for the flank angle. There's a flash cataclysm to come on through. Finally,
but
the knockup
MF
does come
can't
in
get in.
now for Owner, who goes down to half health. Carrier trying to get himself out of there, and he will.
And
Gumayushi gets a
Guma's
decent
dead.
amount of damage, relieves himself.
Woo!
Exposed, it just blows
Never
up
mind.
Way.
Oh,
who gets
man.
on top of him, but that's not where he
Oh,
wants
my
to be.
God.
Great knockup there onto the Shy.
Oh, my
As
God.
Doran gets on in there. He's
Oh
looking
my
for Gala.
God,
Shockwave does not do enough, but
T1,
he
what
does
is
take down
going
Carrier.
on?
He's doing work though, and
right.
Mako is running for the hills. Doran cuts apart this Scion, and
Oh, what a
T1,
heal.
it's a difficult comp to make work, but the world champ's looking pretty good with it.
The 3-tiered engage from T1. They will take them down. They
And
will
IG
cut
through.
IG to pieces.
And it's only Rookie left standing here, and now he's looking to use that
He can
distance
get away.
movement speed to run the heck out of there. T1 want to get themselves this outer turret, but their minion wave
They
is going to
can't.
wear off, so they're going to have to take a Consolation Dragon. And Rookie is still scary, but after a fight like that, T1 going to be feeling a whole lot better.
Yeah, the multiple layers of engage here. So they want to blow the summoner spells off Gala early. So teleport in from Doran. He arrives, and Owner says, okay, I'll go in first. He goes after Gala, then Carrier.
But they're giving Owner the
Carrier,
R
as he said,
so he
he
can, and
barely
his
escaped
E.
with his
They
life
need
there.
to
But they
play
got their
with
summoner
more
spells out of
distance. They
Gala.
just kind of
Gala's
walk
kind of
into
pretty
Owner.
far on the back, and so Doran can walk away, but
And then
Wei
Wukong not being
cannot
able to
on the
finish off
Wukong.
them,
So Guma's able to take him down the front line, and then the next tier of engage from Doran and Owner right back in onto Gala. And they
Doran
complete
is saving that
the
ult.
assassination.
Ooh.
Yeah, a very optimistic Shockwave that
Ooh,
catches
and that's
Carrier
the
mid-battle
side.
dance,
That's the
but
Scion versus
he was
Cassante
already out
right
of the
there.
fight, right? He had done his contribution, and so the fact that that one comes in
And then
doesn't
Faker
really
comes
mean
in
too
last.
much for how this one goes.
I'm trying to see that.
Mid-battle.
I need to see
Exactly.
Faker's
Doran
angle
and
here.
Wukong. So Guma's far on the barely escaped with his life there. After Gala, then in from Doran. He arrives, and Owner says, okay, I'll
Yeah,
go in
Faker's
first.
going
He
to
goes after
ult
Gala,
over
then
the
Carrier.
Scion.
And Carrier, as you said,
And then get
he
right to the back
barely
line, miss a
escaped with his
Q,
life there.
get stunned
But
by
they
the
got their summoner spells out of
okay.
Gala. Gala's kind of pretty
Actually,
far on
Faker
the
wasn't
back,
even
and
in the
so
fight.
Doran can walk away, but Wei cannot on the Wukong. So Guma's able to take him down the front line, and then
It's only a 500 gold lead. The problem is, as this game is feeling like it's slipping out of the hands of IG every time these fights are gone for. We've mentioned it already. That's exactly how this composition wants to work. It's just not quite happening.
Faker's getting
And
picked out
It's
hard.
3 items now on Gala. You know, that trough is not quite there anymore and feeling a little bit better. But T1 certainly did capitalize on that time where he wasn't necessarily as strong.
yeah, Guma meanwhile feeling pretty good about his.
That's
board
not
dog.
safe. That
Doran
tower's not
going
safe.
deep.
Yeah, he's got 3 items now completed. The rest of T1 comes
Go
on over.
down.
That is
Oh,
going to
man.
be a solo shockwave on
Okay.
to the Kazante as the
Disengage?
Shy crashes into them. That is phenomenal damage as they take down
Oh,
Gumayushi.
man.
The Shy deals with Doran as well, and T1, now it's their turn to run the heck out of there. It's Faker. He
Oh
goes
my
in, he
God, what
finds
is he
Scholar
doing?
in the back line, and
Oh
then just
my
gets
God,
shot in the
ace.
head. T1 are going to fall. That's an ace for IG.
That's why I
Turn
just
it all
said
on its
T1,
head.
man.
That's gonna be Baron for IG.
What did I
as
say,
well.
bro? They don't know when to
T1,
distance.
and
They
just
take
lose
so
it
many
all
risks.
Up by the top tower, IG. They're gonna push top as well as great gain Baron here. Rookie's gonna
They
be
try
able
and
to
break
get that
just
tower.
kind of like
My God.
the classic,
Okay,
like,
let's
okay,
have a
like,
look at what just happened here.
we're
So
looking
it
at
looks like
one
this
thing,
one's the
like
So
really
Rookie
taking that
dodges
tower
the
in the
Q3
TP
from
here. You
Doran,
just have to
and then
know
he's
like
also
they're going to
gonna
all
dodge the engage
rotate,
from
but
Keria.
you don't know
T1
when they're going
are
to
able to
rotate.
get the tower
And then
down.
Keria
When
gets
goes in, he
knocked
also
up.
uses this Karma speed up. He's able to dodge. Meanwhile, IG with the engage onto Guma just blow Guma up, and T1 are without anything left.
I think Faker
Just
kind of went in.
realizes
I don't
they're probably
know.
not
Faker
getting
should
out
have
of
probably
there.
told us to
Wants to go
back
for some
off.
heroics, and it just does not do anything. And we mentioned it already. Like, this is a finesse composition out of T1. You have to get your ducks in a row. The setup has
They
to be
rushed that.
perfect. You cannot be going haphazard like that. The rush
That's
of blood
Baron.
to the head will cost them a massive amount of gold already on that Red Bull Brown
There's
power
just
play, sitting at
33,000.
2,000. And that's for another 2.5 minutes that they can utilize that buff. And it's a Caitlyn. Sieging is what she loves. That's what she wants to do all game.
Oh, yes, it is. Now IG, they can group up. They can get their 4-1 split push going. They have Orianna shields. They have Karma shields. So they can kind of comfortably move up, take the vision through the jungle first, try and ward out.
Maybe they just go
these
back in
flank
and get the
angles
death tap.
to
Maybe they
make
don't feel
sure
like they
that
can
you
get
don't
away.
let
I mean,
T1
J4 for
get
sure
an
could.
ideal assassination angle off.
Oh, teleport flank.
But I mean, that stops them from just being able to go straight to the Baron and then straight into the lanes.
Oh
my God.
Taking so much damage, puts Rookie into the Cataclysm. Is now Faker dashing forward, but they've lost Keria already. The bullet time not quite doing that much, but the all-out comes on through. Rookie in trouble. Faker gets Gala. The
Ooh,
shotgun
he was
backflip
late.
doesn't
He was
land, but
waiting
it
for it.
doesn't
Oh!
seem. The banner is down.
No, he's
Oh,
gone.
no, never mind. Faker's gonna be
Oh, he
taken
got him.
out. Way still looking for it. Doran hunting for the Shy. And Way will survive. But Doran is looking
Okay, good.
absolutely terrifying. Gumayushi's putting the bullets into the Shy, but they are bouncing off the armor. This Scion is
tanky man.
he's really hitting towards that immortal stage, as the teleport is going to be employed here
That's a
by
cute-
Doran. Unfortunately for Gumayushi, all he can do is really hit minions and run. And Rookie is going to stop that from being a
Maybe
possibility.
he could actually get away.
As he is
MF
strutting.
passive.
So, yeah, Misfortune does run pretty fast. Let's see whether Gumayushi can make the great escape here. As
Oh, there he
Rookie's
goes.
going
He's
to be
done.
able to walk between these turrets.
Okay,
Make it
okay.
rain slows down Rookie, and I think he's out. I think he's
Yeah.
fine. I think Gumayushi's just
Wow.
gonna
So
walk
he
it
timed
out.
it. So oh
Never
no,
mind,
he's
there's a train
gonna.
coming. There's a train
Oh,
coming.
oh,
And never. He just
oh,
shoves them
oh!
through
He
from
might be
the
gone.
Shy. Can he actually connect to Q though? That's the
No,
question. The answer
or-
is yes. Dissonance comes down, and finally the axe hammers in to Gumayushi, and he will die. But that took what felt like a year.
That's crazy.
And so maybe T1 are going to be able to reset.
IG just circumnavigated all of Summoner's Rift,
He
chasing.
really did.
Chasing
I
them
would
all.
say that that is not appropriate utilization
Ooh.
of a Baron.
Okay.
All right, well, let's take a look at the skirmish through the river now, because Way's got his Guardian Angel, feels very confident here. Faker,
Yeah, Ace in the hole comes down. There's the Cyclone to chain the CC. Grand Entrance comes through just to buy some space.
Ooh.
Keria able to save Faker for now. Does throw down the Cyclone. Redemption is really good, though. That will keep Faker alive. And Ona now moving in. Rookie clearing out vision, but T1 now with information. But this is going to be Soul Point. The last one, T1 were able to actually take.
Yeah. So he timed.
And so it's not gonna be the mountain
Gilman
Soul
timed
every time.
his
These mountain
passive
Soul
going down
stacked
with his
up.
W.
IG
Then he
gets more
saved
and
his
more
E,
difficult to take down.
and then he knew his
roller
passive.
coaster.
Then his
So,
passive
this all
came
started
back
because
up.
there was
into
one
the river.
ward that IG missed. So Faker was able to teleport back for the flank that we were talking about. And so they can get into the back line here with a decent amount of damage. But a critical point comes after Faker's able to get the kill onto Gala, as
He misses
well
it on
as
Rookie.
onto the Karma.
And then
Wade
MF just kinda-
finishes him off barely here.
Look
with
at
the
look at where
Wukong.
Ori
And it was
like.
the backflip. If that shuriken backflip lands,
Ah, look at where Ori bats. No, Duma. No, he left the Ori and went to Scion. It's like let the
Roma
tanks
off
fight.
with a big smile on his face. This time around looking very
And then
serious.
Ori gets the TP back in.
question was asked.
At least
on
gotta
desk,
chase, so
right?
you
Like,
at
is
least
T1
can't let her
nervous?
get
How they
a cheat
feeling coming
recall
into
like
this
that.
game? I don't think it's nerves necessarily, but I can see that they are certainly in this game with a lot of respect for IG and what they're capable of. And so far, it has worked and it hasn't.
Honestly, I think that IG from here, they for sure should win though, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
they have 2 Guardian Angels, and they have the Zhonyas on Rookie as well. So like, they are so safe.
They have
Orianna
to die
shields,
7
Karma
times,
shields.
I think. Like, or, wait, 8 because the Shy goes into zombie mode.
Yeah, the Shy
I
is
don't know,
crazy
MF ult.
tanky. He can
MF
go into
ult
zombie
could be
mode.
big.
Like, IG are so loaded right now with all of
But
this
yeah,
advantage.
no, Kate's damage is there.
So T1 would have to
Okay.
pull out some
Hold down the
miracles here.
lane. Yeah.
Well, Miracle is potentially going to be a flank as Carrier just taking so much damage
What a
here from
counter.
Gala. Faker walks over a ward though as IG looking to catch these flanks. It's
Also,
exactly
that
what they
shows
have to do.
vision,
T1's
where
win
he's
condition
going.
is flank angles. That's what they have to find. But the Shy
Okay, but
is
why not
going to
go
look
over
for
the wall?
the Akali. And Faker going to have to use his dash cannon defensively to get himself out. It will work. But you can see it's a 7,000 gold lead here for Invictus Gaming. And the Baron is going to be up again in 35 seconds. And already it feels like anywhere they walk, they have control of it.
Yeah.
Power in numbers here for IG as well, as they can, as long as they walk in groups, feels very confident. And they can buy a lot of time too, even if someone gets caught, you know, those things we mentioned, the Guardian Angels, the Zhonyas as well. So they can
They had it.
also,
They
a lot
had
of
it
members
until they
can-
threw top.
can buy a lot of time if T1 have been able to get into a sneaky brush or
Here we go.
use some sort of fog of war play to their advantage. But we're looking at that clock tick down, Atlas. Only 2.5 minutes. Still
Yeah, this
Mountain
Wukong
Soul
is nasty.
arrives to Summoner's Rift. Baron is here.
Completely
and
shutting
does
out the
throw a little bit of
Akali.
extra risk into things, but I think
Owner
that
just
IG
not
should
really in
remain
this game.
controlled
All like
in order to
throwing the
progress this
rift
game and
too.
try and finish
That's
it out.
literally mid tower.
Teleport ward could be a big one for Doran, but right now Carrier in trouble. Way going to get him out of there. Battle Dance will save Carrier's life for now. Information gathered here by IG. Rookie moving towards his top side. If this can actually be a pick, you can see Faker is lurking. Well, we can't see it, but we know that he is there.
We can feel it though.
Yeah. Rookie can feel it too, though. He's going to just move himself out of the
He
way.
rotates too
Teleport comes in
fast.
from Carrier to get back towards this Baron pit, and already he has to use all of his buttons to get himself out. Shockwave, he's going to catch Owner. He flashes, the Cyclone collects him, and it's Rookie that grabs the kill. That's Jungler down. That should be Baron number 2 for IG.
All right,
Wait.
let's see. They
San
should
just
be
goes
able to
over.
get it. There's no smite to steal, so it would actually have to be a miracle from T1.
Well, we'll see whether they
Yeah,
can
I don't
actually make
think
a
so.
team fight
And
of
Guma's
this.
not on
Oh, it's
Varus.
on.
Yeah, and the Shy has about 25 health bars. He can sacrifice some of them, and that is going to be the Baron smoked down.
It's 10,
And T1
12,
having to get out of there
10,
more times than these
100,
attempts.
500.
But it is not Guma's Varus, like you say.
As soon as it hits
unable to do
900,
enough
you
to
can't-
lock
you
down
can't
that
outsmart
Baron.
slide.
And now it's only a minute away from that Mountain Soul. And we were talking about Souls as being a really good thing. Last game didn't necessarily work out for IG. This game, I think it's going to be a different story because I think like the Shy can go underneath the turret and like spam emotes for a minute and a half and still not die.
Yeah. 100% agree here. IG with so many
me too.
advantages. Medjai is even upgraded here for a rookie.
Now it's
He's
going to be
got the book.
tougher for T1.
Feeling very confident in the side lane. They've got teleport on the Shy.
But definitely that
4-1
rift
split
was
push.
terrible.
Multiple people shadowing here.
At least
to
get a
make sure they
charge.
can just use the Baron, create all of this lead up space into the soul fight. Litter this jungle full of wards. Make sure that T1 have such a difficult time to approach that it becomes almost impossible.
Yeah, Gala does a fair bit of damage, as we can see there. 4 items now completed, getting very, very close to just filling out that build. As T1, their base under fire, only a few shots going to be necessary here by this Caitlyn. As 2 exposed inhibitors, there's a shockwave to come on through. It's a decent answer here, as we can see.
Armor shield.
As down will go into that GA. Trying to answer this one, but you can see Gala is distracted by these structures that he can destroy. Finally, he's going to look for Doran, who just dives away and goes all out. He survives for a long time as Faker looks for the flank, but the Shy is there and says, nope, you are not coming in. And IG this time ain't throwing it away. They are going to even out the series in this best of 5 with a triple kill from Rookie.
So salty.
T1 gonna have to go back to the
Oh,
drawing
man.
board.
Look at him.
Play-in's looking pretty spicy this year.
IG's playing
Atlas.
this
I'm looking forward to
way
the
more
next
solid,
best of five
consistent
between these two
game.
teams
This is
we're gonna have
scary.
afterwards, right, Kobe? We can have one of those, right? Can we convince everyone?
Even real, I think they kind of
Elimination on
trolled the
the
draft a little bit. I think they're trying to save their
IG
picks.
versus T1
It's
here
not the
against
end. Actually, I mean, to be
Oh, man,
honest,
what an incredible series this is
they
turning out to
wanted
be.
they
And
wanted
now
they wanted
to
IG to
break
pick
down
some
the
picks out here,
beginnings of what has become
and
a
you
best
know,
of
maybe
three.
get away with it.
Gorgeous
So they, you know, they threw some picks that might work.
It's
Is
amazing
it the whole series or is it
Absolutely.
just back-to-back
Series like
games?
this,
It's the whole series,
I
I
was
think.
not promised this, but I'm here for it.
I mean, it's been a nail-biter. It feels like both games have been constant moments back and forth. So hard to predict at each point of the game who's going to come out ahead. And it's been down to every single little moment, little outplays, little just displays of talent from each side.
You know
So
what?
Faker
I wanna see
takes
who
a-
get that
takes
gold
a,
one, because we've been talking about
risk,
this. I wanna
hits
see
a
if the
Kali,
gold
super
shows it, because
aggressive.
it's
If
been
he can
team
make
fight
it
after
work,
team fight after team
it's
fight.
good.
IG do it.
But, you
this
know, the
time.
Shy saves
They
a pick
take it
on the
until end,
Scion,
they
really.
take
I
it until
mean,
the Nexus, and I'm just. It's been a lot of fights. They had to work for this one.
Yeah, because even for us, when we were trying to build a segment like this, it's like, okay, IG has control of this game now. No,
But
no,
it's not
T1
over,
has
'cause
control of
it's
this
whoever
game
wins
now,
this
because
next
a lot of
game.
it was, like,
This next
T1
game is
trying
getting
to
into the game,
dive on
too.
towards Gala, and what we
But
saw
it
from
just would have been a
Gala in
lot
the last few
better
months,
for
we're
T1
seeing
if they
that
just
and then
played this
more
one like it
now.
was.
He has been
Like, this was the
protected very
series
well
right
in a
here for
composition
T1.
like this, and he is playing he's playing this Caitlyn on the edge.
It was very clear. T1 came in with a game plan. It was to kill Gala.
And they
Yes.
also,
Witness
yeah, I
Akali,
didn't
make
like the way that
work,
they
and
gave
I do
Kate
think as the
Karma
game went
through
on,
lane.
it started to get more and more difficult. And even if they got Gala, it wouldn't necessarily work. But this was a great example where they're
Yeah.
trying to get on top of him. You know, you see Faker making sure Mako can't be there to assist, but he can't get on top of Gala initially. Carrier goes down. He finds access later, but Gala's getting the peel, getting the shields, getting the support from his team.
Yeah, Summoner heal, the Redemption heal, the shielding from both champions. This composition I thought was really smart from IG
Yeah.
side. I think the drafts have been great from this team. And then on top of that, their Dragon controls, exceptional. The ward to be able to catch out Akali that's coming on flanks multiple times throughout this game, really well done. So like IG is a new beast coming into this tournament.
Absolutely. And we saw T1 trying to maneuver around this right off the bat with the early swap, dodging the matchup, not giving Caitlyn and Gala that lead, but he still manages to do it because despite Faker's flank, despite Carrier's flank, it was just impossible to touch him.
Yeah, and eventually even it got to the point where if they did kill Gala, there was so much power in the rest of the composition, and this Scion became unkillable. The Wukong was hard to deal with, and they just kind of started to lack the damage when it got into those later fights.
I just love the adaptation there from the Shy. After the big int moment in game one, he's like, you know what, I'm putting on the bossy costume anyways. He puts on the Scion game. Like, you're right, could not touch him. I love the Scion in a game like this where he's able to just stack up and like that bot lane fight that was going on for so long where he was like, hey, I'm here for as long as possible. Orianna gets the base, Rookie TP's back, and then this is actually a game that is like a nightmare for all AD carries.
Yeah.
The MF running cross map, the Scion still catching him, Gala fighting for his life. I love it.
And you can't int if you're the beefiest boy on the Rift here. And I feel like this Scion especially
being
was buying a
throttled here.
lot of
No
time
cap.
for IG to find the perfect positioning to keep the hand on fights.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I feel like it just gave them so much space, and it was so hard to deal with. And you saw some of the times later where the MF autoing this Scion, I can't even imagine how long it would take just consistently hitting this brick wall to really do anything.
I gotta say, I got scared though.
Yeah.
I got scared. There was a lot of opportunities for T1 to find some good fights, and it took this one moment from IG on the top lane and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Wei and the Shy introduced T1 to the bounce house to claim an ace for IG.
My God, we already talked about how tough a composition like this is to run, and the Akali is going straight towards.
Okay, they can only be picked
Gala,
or
and just
banned
not
by
doing
one
anything.
team once per
that
series.
knockup from Sign was massive.
Yeah, and here, I think really the critical moment for me was when Faker ends up going in. This route for Mako locks him up. He wants the R2 onto Gala, but the team response is immediate, doesn't let him get that follow-up. But look how low Gala ends up being, but the peel is there, and they keep him alive.
And that's why, you know, I
Hey,
keep gassing
yo,
up the
I just
composition,
realized
but
my toggle
because
is
it works. It was
crazy.
so well done,
Play
and on
in-
top of that,
play in
I think
Zoot?
it's crazy to take a step back and look that this could have been a 2-0 start to the series for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah.
Based off of what I thought were two great compositions, really strong dragon control from them. I think they're playing out really patiently.
But I think
Like
this kind of
Orianna,
secured that
got
their
to push out
gameplay,
top
their
side,
strategy
Akali
is
was in the
the
top
right
bush, Gavin
strategy.
was in tri-bush waiting
That's the
to
only problem.
get on them, but I feel like they've been playing an incredibly patient game in Invictus Gaming.
And that's what I like, because we've talked about this patience. We've talked about the fact that they should have waited during the last game. And for me, this patience was showcased especially throughout the vision setups that they had.
Yeah, I feel like they took a lot more time with this one. I think they knew that with their composition in this one, really the timing was working against T1.
Yeah.
And I think T1 for me, there's been some question marks. You know, the MF that came in here didn't give me too much confidence. The Trundle in game 1 into the Kiana. I feel like one of the concerns I had for T1 is you're coming in on a fresh patch. You're coming in not super warmed up. You're coming into Worlds. As you said, they normally are a ramp-up team. This is not them at their best.
Yeah.
And you only have today. If you don't win this series, you're out. And it is 1-1 in the series. They're still with very good chances of making it, but it's not the best form we've seen from them this year.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, for Invictus Gaming, I think they're honing on to what their identity really is. The Shy being on tanks for both games, both the Rek'Sai and the Scion, putting all your eggs in towards Gala, getting a control mage, and just playing a straight, simple front-to-back composition. When I was seeing them playing Jason and swapping it between top and mid, I didn't think it was working out well for them at all. So then being able to see what is a clear vision from this team right into this tournament, it's working out well for them.
We are seeing T1 on blue side
Yeah.
for next game. So 2 questions. First one, what do you want to see them prioritize, and who's taking us to match point here?
Ooh.
They can't do
It's
bot
tough.
lane
I mean,
prior.
we need to see a playmaker for Owner. I think we were right at the beginning of the day in trying to like get him empowered. He is an incredibly strong jungler, but right now it feels like a lot is going well for Wei. So that would be one thing that I would want to see from them.
Yeah, I
That's
think just
true.
you need more
Owner
DPS in
hasn't
the
really
composition. That
had-
was what was
been
lacking in
able
game
to
2. The Java
get a
pick
big
was
impact.
good,
Yeah.
but it just felt like, you know, you need more for late game insurance
Yeah.
if you're going up against a composition like IG had in that situation. So I think just there was some glaring weaknesses game 1 and game 2 of the comps. Game 1, they could still make it work. Game 2, they really couldn't.
And I didn't know if I can put the stock into like all the scrim rumors about Invictus Gaming. Now it feels like I can. Now I feel like
Here it comes.
the jacket, I'm wearing
Oh,
it,
it's
brother.
back.
It's
He
back.
finally
I missed
I
the
believes.
didn't
inside
believe
part.
after game 1. I'm fully believing in them now. So I think it's going to be Invictus Gaming taking this one.
Oh,
yeah,
all
already
right,
calling
all
it.
right, all
Can't
right.
call
We'll
it.
see this
What?
right after the
1-1?
break. It's 1-1 in this first series at Worlds so far, and it is delivering. Let's see who takes us to match point right after this.
Hope it didn't curse them.
Yeah, he's got 3 items now completed. The rest of T1 comes on over. That is going to be a solo shockwave on to the Kazante as the Shy crashes into them. That is phenomenal damage as they take down Gumayushi. The Shy deals with Doran as well, and T1, now it's their turn to run the heck out of their speaker. He goes in, he finds Gala in the back line, and then just gets shot in the head. T1 are going
Yeah, so you kill Gala?
That's an ace for IG, who
Slower
turned it all
Baron?
on its head.
He doesn't get Baron. Tough. Yeah, well. Yeah, it's... If they realize, like, I don't think we can do anything that's just can't be toxic, dude. It's fucking crazy. Why are they making a fighting game, bro? Where's my RPG at, bro? I'm telling you, it's literally, they cannot make a game without, like, without toxicity. Alright. No! Alright. You guys just have to believe me. It's a chair. It doesn't even look comfortable. I'm not gonna even lie. That was a straight back, no pillow, no cushion. It looked like it was literally made of like felt. What? How dare they? Alright, well, they got Crunchyroll on here. Who are you weeaboos? They naturally Red Bull
gives you wings.
gamer energy. Okay, I will not lie though. A Red Bull does give you wings. I'm not gonna try. I don't even drink energy drinks like that. But a Red Bull, that's give me a little rush. I need a Red Bull right now. Like your good neighbor, State Farm is. Yeah, I definitely could have watched this when I woke up. But it's not the same, you know? I gotta watch it live, you know? See if anyone's alright. God, bro, and I'm banned on Twitch. I can't even open the app. Let's see. Casual. Vulcan. Matt. I will dominate. Interesting. I think, man, I think that should have been the game.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2025. It's the play-ins, it's a best of 5, but now it's been transformed into a best of 3 as IG has equalized the series. And Kobe, we were walking back after game 1 and we were like, the only thing we really need for this to be perfect is for IG to win the next game. And guess what? They won the next game. And now it doesn't matter what happens. It's a banger series.
And it's interesting that you say equalize as well, because Rumble priority, he's still available here. We're getting deeper into Fearless. And I feel like this might be the Rumble game.
He shows us.
YouTube, please. I gotta remember. I gotta like stop doing this.
Blue side, we have the Kaiser remaining. That will stay as first ban here, understandably so. They're still gonna get rid of Braum here in the first round. I wonder what they're fishing for. It looks like they're fishing for a first pick. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, they did change this ban order to make the draft
up a
faster.
lot more
I forgot.
melee engaged supports for yourself. Also kind of dissuades the Lucian Braum combination and stuff like that. But all right, let's see. Is the Poppy still gonna get banned? Because that thing value also is like still so high with later and later into Fearless.
I would have expected if they were going to go for a Rumble V1 that Braum would have been an orb.
Wait a minute.
Right? But instead, the Braum is going to be banned away. Yunara is what was left up, and Gumi Yushi's going to play it. This is a champion he hasn't necessarily found a whole lot of success on, and we'll see whether he is going to be able to take it to Gala and
Hang on a sec.
in this game.
Okay, investing in it really early on. That's a champ that definitely
So apparently you can ban the
benefits
same
if
champion.
Against are kind of short range and they group up a lot, so you can get a lot of splash damage benefits. It's a champion that does not benefit when the enemies have point and click CC that can lock you down. So
yeah,
this is, you know, Vi is in the past when Zeri was a mega big problem of super hyper carry, that point and click, that is the solution. So see if that works on Yunara as well. The guaranteed engage, and Vi has been a good champion, a lot played 4-way, so see what they want to pair it with here. I will say, the equalizer we were talking about, okay.
All right, so that's going to be locked in. The Shy going to be taking the flamethrower towards that top side, and this core already from IG is pretty hard for T1 to deal with. Xin Zhao from Ona, this is his all-time favorite.
And he will just snap lock that one in as his answer to the buy. And the Galio paired alongside it. I think this one was a relatively obvious one, and Protect the President could be something that they could do alongside Gumayushi here. Hopefully, T1 can turn him into a point of success here for the team, play around him effectively.
Yeah, the Galio, good lane here into Rumble, and then as you're saying, you can use your ultimate on the Yunara to protect her.
That's a Smolder.
Okay, we get the stacker.
Did you guys have this in the LTA now back to
Because
the
they're giving
when
bot
you were there,
lane for free.
Smolder answer into the Yunara? Because we had it
Ooh,
experimented with.
that's
First
tough.
time around didn't quite work, but then it
Oh
did.
wait.
So
Yo, no, that's
sometimes
tough.
does make things happen.
we also played a decent amount on the patch where Yunara got Giga nerfed. So we actually didn't get as much Yunara even to start out those trades. But yeah, here we go. We are going to get it on stage here. Gala going to opt into it. And is going to be still going to go for Ornn ban out on the other side.
Yeah.
So
Get rid of that one.
yeah, I mean it is Faker as well. So you're like, you know what? We're not guaranteed that it's going to be like a Galio counter directly into the Rumble.
Yeah, I
accounting for
saw the Galio locked in, and I'm like, that's going to Faker.
Yeah.
But you're exactly right. It is a very popular
Answer into
anti-Rumble.
the lane, yeah.
But we'll just have to see how it is going to go as the Rel taken away here from Mako. See whether another engaged support is going to bite the dust as well. Leona and Nautilus probably the ones that stand out in our minds as far as those engage options are concerned. One last ban then to come on through from T1's former coach in Daney. It was in fact after Daney left T1 the year
Oh,
after Top Eight.
Vi. Oh man,
So,
IG's picking a
handing
very
on
strong
over
comp.
of the torch. And so let's see what he has planned. Is the Lulu taken away here? Aurora going to be the ban.
I swear they just changed this
T1.
too.
Now Gala, what is he locking away? Maybe Rookie's champion and then allow Mako to counterpick. That would make the most sense to me.
Sounds pretty good. I like the Lulu ban, taking that away from the Yunara pairing. That can get very dangerous.
Wait, what is Rookie cooking? It could be something.
So Ari got buffed on this patch. Well, I mean, they want to see where this Galio goes. So they want the Galio flex to be fully revealed first.
And Renata is just locked. This was actually punished pretty hard by teams that have played into T1 in the past. The win rate on the Renata isn't fantastic this year for Carrier, but has already seen the Leona, so doesn't need to worry about it too much. And it's most likely that Smolder heading down towards the bottom side unless Rookie does want to pilot that one himself. One last pick to be locked in for Doran. What is the answer to the Rumble? Or what is Faker's pick going to be? And it's looking like Annie, as that Galio flex to the top lane will be coming on through.
I can't find anything
Yeah,
on it.
okay, so that's more what I was originally thinking, and we do get the lane answer, and we're going to have the big Annie burst engage here locked up for Faker, which means that Rookie final reveal here. Interesting Quay, does have long range, does have big AoE burst damage, scales, can also have some nice AoE
Fearless
CC here on
draft.
the grouping.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it myself, just as far as what this composition looks like. It's already a lot of magic damage coming on through. The Smolder will be relied upon a lot in the later stages of the game. But it does feel a little bit like they could potentially get run over when it comes to
Okay,
the
no, yeah,
mid-game.
fearless, yeah.
But if the way
So
scales,
once the
like you
champion is
say,
selected, it's unavailable for
position,
both
I mean,
teams for the
approaching
rest of the
this game
series.
is going to be very, very hard, especially
no
if there are
dupes.
any choke points involved. And
Interesting.
that red carpet is laid down by the Shy. T1, I think this is probably the cleanest draft we've seen from them so far in this best of 5.
All right, let's see it. Game number 3 here, T1 versus IG. And we get the Smolder lock-in for Gala. Especially when the Smolder gets to the rapid fire, you're going to have Quay range as well as like Rumble ultimate range and rapid fire range from IG.
And the follow-up is actually pretty ridiculous, right? If they manage to get enough damage down, Cease and Desist comes in, Mom is layered on top, right? And she does a whole lot of work. And so IG, a lot of these eggs are in the Gala basket. And you know what? There's no basket that's looking better on IG at this point in time. And so game number 3, I do feel like T1 in a good spot, right? With the composition that they have, but we'll just have to see whether it's going to work against NIG that have looked tenacious in their last couple of matches. The fact that JDG made that series look like it was over in game 1, and then it was a 3-1.
Yeah.
So
what
IG
did I
certainly
do?
not a team to be counted out at any stage. Let's hope that T1 have done the right adjustment moving into this game number 3. Looks like we might have a little bit of a delay moving into this next game. But honestly, it wouldn't be a T1 series without a bit of a pause.
You said you had inside information before.
About the
source.
pause?
Is your source still good?
My source is still good, but I still don't want to give them up. So I have all the information in my vault-like brain. However, I cannot divulge any of it.
Can you tease us? Maybe some hints? Maybe like
you
a
are
riddle?
silly.
What about?
Oh, not that kind of thing.
No.
What could I say?
It's really, I'm sorry, coming up with a riddle is really hard on the spot.
Must be in
I
Germany.
was going for it. I was working on it.
Okay, okay.
My brain was trying to figure something out. Just didn't quite get there. It's my welcome to the Castle Desk. I know we don't spend a lot of time together here, but thankfully, when we get pauses, we do get to hang out.
Yeah.
And, that is fantastic.
Chat
Okay. Well,
I wasn't gonna do the riddle.
No?
I was just gonna like.
it's looking tough. T1 hasn't really been able to dominate here. They've been playing on their back foot.
Those are the best.
And so for IG, they just kind
Slurkle
of
is one of your greatest pieces of work.
Oh, thanks,
Keep
Kobe.
I love
what?
playing
A lot
the
of my
same
colleagues
game.
thought that Slurkle made them feel a little bit uncomfortable.
What?
And so I really
What's that,
appreciate
Mao?
liking it. And do you know what
Stage
the
is
best part
sleek.
is? We get to talk about Slurkle.
I don't even see a
a
print on that
because Yunara was picked in
on
this
that
game.
floor.
For those that weren't watching the LCK, which might be a whole lot of you.
Must be coming in quick with
Slurkle
the-
is just a circle that slows.
Okay, so.
And we've got a few of those. I'm pretty sure there is one of those that is on the way as well. So, in fact, he has so many buttons. He's got about all of the circle abilities that can happen in the game.
Okay, so yeah, what is so Slurkle, you say, is slow and circle put together for Yunara's W because it doesn't do very much damage.
And also its name is it's like Arc of Judgment,
Yeah.
which doesn't really tell the story of what it is, in my opinion.
So what would you call Quay's circle? That's the eyeball he puts on the ground that if you go into it, it's going to root you. So it's a root circle.
Yeah, Ruckle.
A Ruckle.
A Ruckle.
Okay.
Yeah, it's easy. You just put
That's a good
circle
one.
and the CC together. The thing, when it gets a little bit complicated, right, is when you've got Leona's solar flare, which not only but
it's a
also
Slurkle and
stuns.
Okay.
Sometimes you can only catch the Slurkle part of it, but
true.
then you
The
can
outside.
get hit by the stun Slurkle.
Yeah, the center.
Yeah, which really
Get that
does
cut.
add a whole lot. That's not even.
So is
word
it a
usually. I just
Sturkle
put
then?
Stun at
Is
the
this
beginning.
a Sturkle? The
A
center is a
Slurkle.
Sturkle?
You need to put the L in. So
The stun.
Yes,
no
Sturkle.
net.
You get stunned by the middle. So then the whole
You
circle
know, a good
is still
bitter,
involved,
like a
right?
lemonade
I like it.
would
So
hit
it has to have the stun
on
in
stage.
there as well. We
Do I
really
like it
chose the most
actually? I don't
difficult one.
know.
Yeah. We got a Torkel as well. The taunt circle.
Okay.
We've got a whole bunch of different circles in this one. But the Slurkle is the one that we're only going to be talking about. I've said the word so many times, it's lost all meaning. So a little bit of a tech pause. Do you want to have a guess? Have any guess?
I'd need like an IV. I
I
guess you can't drink too much.
We've got usually you get problems with like new champions. Maybe Hui has a lot of extra abilities, you know, so he
There
can
we
cause
go.
some
Just
problems.
trying to figure out
Maybe
what
it's
all the
Wei's
That
abilities
cup look
do.
Yeah,
empty
maybe it's Yunara's fault.
as get out, as all get out though.
I do think that
As
it
a
is on the
champion.
T1 side, based on what I'm checking out.
You
on
could just tell by the way he
stage
lifted
right
it.
now.
It just had like
And
the way it
hopefully it
sipped
means
it.
that
There's
it's probably
not.
just
There
a
was
periphery
nothing in
type
there.
Thing. Obviously, I know, but I'm doing my very best to hide the fact that I know and just guessing. So yeah, I'm thinking that might be but we'll just have to see. Doing our very best to get our techs on it and sorting it all out, as you can see right there.
12 hours
Shy,
later.
meditation mode, by the looks of things. And do you know what I love about IG? One of my favorite things about this team is that they are all such veteran players. It feels often like it's only the fan base that's prone to tilt. The team,
We
will
don't
not
see
care.
a
Like,
single
the Shy can have
mark on
game
that stage.
and then just come into game 2 and do either exactly the same thing again or have it work. And he's still going to go for those plays, still going to make it happen.
320 is
And
crazy.
I just find that so endearing. I love it.
I mean, we have so many veterans up there and so many decorated veterans. If you think about it, in this series, every one of the players up there is either a world champion, an MSI champion, or Doran.
No, Doran won MSI, didn't he? He has one of those.
Bro, that's crazy.
Did pretty well.
That was wild.
But also, I will not allow any Doran slander this year. In 2025, the man, and honestly, I was a bit of a doubter. I was a doubter of the trade. I felt like perhaps T1 weren't going to look like the same team, and man, those words were delicious when I was forced to eat them over and over again throughout the year, because Doran has definitely not been the weak link for this team this year, as we are checking just to double to make sure that we haven't been caught with foots in mouths.
No, he got second place. Yeah.
Oh, was he only second?
Yeah.
All right. Didn't actually manage to be on
That
the
was,
team.
yeah, because he was, yeah.
Yeah, Keen had joined
Just this year.
the extra year earlier, so wasn't actually able to do it. He was on HLE at the time, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So Doran, still looking for that one. We'll see whether they can put an MSI trophy together, because honestly, that has been the biggest difficulty for T1 is mid-year.
No, I need their cleaning
They
stuff.
did manage
Like
to
for
win
real, like
EWC last
that
year,
thing
but
is
weren't able to back
spotless.
that one up this year around, and MSI one
Like,
game
even look,
away.
look.
It was not enough to take it
Wait,
away
if-
from Genji that have been pretty good
Can't see it all the
at
way.
that time of the year. Getting a little ahead of ourselves though.
It's on
T1 still need to win
camera's not
this best of
focused.
5 in order to make it to the Swiss stage and defend their world championship. Or it could be IG making their
This
way
is probably
back.
this
And
probably
you know
sucks
what?
as a player.
If T1 are not at Worlds, IG has won before.
I think if IG eliminate T1 here in play-ins, they already are so popular in China. They're gonna get
I'd have
like,
to get up.
statues.
Like, I'm not
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
lie.
Yeah. There's
I'd
going to
be
be
walking
monuments.
Because T1 has eliminated the LPL so many times at Worlds.
Oh, wait. That's a really
Get
good
light
stat
workout
if you
in.
think about it. The if T1 aren't at Worlds, what's the percentage of the time
just some
that
push-ups.
IG wins? It's like
Get a sweat
50-50. You know?
It's way better.
There's not that many years
A
that T1
little
has not
aura
been there.
farm.
And one of those years, IG managed to win.
I think.
Wait, some video games? All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We want to apologize for prattling on for so incredibly long. I want to say thank you to the players for pausing the game for us so that we could talk about nothing for a long time. But now we are back and ready to get onto the Rift here for game number 3. And the fans here as well, certainly sounding pretty ready to get back onto the Rift for this one. And what are the comps again, Kobe?
Well,
The
we
sacrifice.
did get the Hui coming in late. I just want to give credit to Wei himself, because I came into this series, I legit thought that Owner was going to be, Owner versus Wei was going to be the biggest gap, and Owner was going to gap him. But Wei has been so good. That Wukong game
Got the
definitely
Lakers, man. What
outclassed
the
him.
heck?
And so let's see if Wei, as the Gyos go out.
Wow. IG fans getting loud. Their first taste of victory was pretty sweet here in game number 2. And that does mean they've won one of the games, and the other game they were winning for 80% of it. So it's looking pretty good for IG at this stage. I don't know whether I'm ready to go full Raz on it, but certainly moves in the
Phase
positive
rush.
direction.
I don't like this.
As Kerry going to spot the Shy moving down towards his bottom side. And it is going to be a lane swap, this time built by IG. And Carrier does have full information of what's going on. So Guma standing in this brush. I don't know whether T1 are too worried about going into a lane swap type scenario, because Yunara also wants to be scaling in this game. Maybe not as much as Smolder does. Not quite as infinitely, but still going to be feeling better on a few items rather than less.
I don't know. It didn't work for T1
stack
either
the
game,
Smolder
really.
Easily. If the Smolder
I guess it
had
kind of
played
worked the
double
first game
range
with the
lane there
severe
and had to deal with
Supreme Wave
the level
there.
1 of Yunara
The Smolder
is
can
quite
actually
strong
top
because
lane
your Q
too,
is so
so
strong. Then I
interesting.
think this
And
is-
also,
should help
Gallia
out
is
the
just free
Smolder
marks
scaling
for him.
and stacking quite
Damn.
significantly.
Don't worry.
Plus you get out of the Gallia
Even
Rumble
Gallia.
answer there.
This Baker wanted an
Doesn't
Eddie.
manage
That's
to find
crazy.
the Shy.
So I guess we'll see, how much will the payment actually be this time around? The Caitlyn Karma was able to get 3 plates worth of payment of extra gold for the lane swap.
And I do
Yeah,
feel
that was
like
probably too much.
Caitlyn is the quintessential I'm going to destroy your turret at 4 minutes, right? Like that's the champion that she is. Yunara, not necessarily quite as much that, And once the Shy hits level 6, it's going to be even more difficult to get lane states in positions that you want just because of the flexibility the Equalizer gives you.
Oh
We do have a
no!
roam over from Mako though, for a little bit of an angle, hanging out in the fog of war for now to see where the Faker is going to move forward. Rookie down
Wait,
relatively
he's got
low.
flash.
And now Mako going to show himself. Molten Shield comes out. There's the flash, but it's not quite early enough as the chomp comes through. But Faker is going to live. But still, flash employed. That is a big deal. The Shy now in trouble as well. As Gumushi presses Q and does a bunch of damage. Not quite enough. The Shy will survive.
That is a nice value window for Mako, because not only do you get the flash, but also the Zenith Blade still following and connecting means a lot of follow-up
But
damage
this is
there.
bad because
They still
Renara
get
has
stunned,
such a
they get
weak early
big
start.
chunk onto Annie, and Annie with no flash and receiving a large chunk makes it even more difficult here to deal with poke around mid lane. And we see Vi is going mid lane, but Owner's bottom, and they're going for it.
Yeah, Mako's going to turn up here as they're
But
at
with
least
Leo
looking to
here,
make a plate
I don't think it
towards
works.
the
I don't think it
bottom side as there is the
works.
knock-up, and down goes the Shy. There's first blood for Owner on this Xin Zhao. This is what we wanted to see
Beautiful.
out of this, guys. Now Mako could be in trouble as well, but
No
instead,
flashes.
T1 going to take that prize
Only on
and back
Carrier.
away.
That's
We're
good.
moving towards this bottom
Perfect.
side as we say it.
And Carrier also had
IG,
the revive
they
there.
get a
That's
teleport
actually,
in, but
yeah.
remember, that's a turtle port. That's going to take a while to get them there. And there's a handshake.
And the Shy also
Mako.
gets
Very
the
polite,
TP
but
back in.
unfortunately, not going to be able to stop the back here of Owner, who is now back
Yeah,
towards his
stay for
jungle.
this wave.
How
Yeah,
clean
stay for
is
2
Carrier?
waves.
I mean, they go for the,
And this is the problem with
plate,
them.
like you say, like, oh, we're
Anyway.
just mining some gold off your turret.
Ooh,
Don't
who
mind
hit
us. And then Carrier
this?
moves up. He
Who
slides
took
the
Dalio
handshake
out
through,
mid?
right onto the Shy, gets the rumble. They lock him up and immediately delete
I don't
him.
like that.
And the bailout gives you so much freedom to do that if you can guarantee the kills. As Carrier, speaking of kills, this could be another one that Mako just going to try and zone him away from the turret, get the Shy some much needed money. And now looking to try and put some pressure on. Gumushi makes his way back. A 2v2 has reformed.
Maybe Carrier should have played a little bit harder. Well, they don't know. They think maybe Vi might be down.
Carrier down below 50% though. This is a difficulty as the minion wave also being frustrating. And IG will need to back away. Gumushi gets towards the wave, which is exactly what he wanted.
Right, clean up those CS. Carrier is fine. Of course, Carrier has no summer spells after the dive, and so had to be a little bit careful
That was
there.
ridiculous.
Zapping down the wave is Guma though. And if we have a look at the CS margins between the two bottom laners,
Carrier
although
just
one
got
of
back
them is
into
missing,
the lane. I
it
mean,
is pretty
Guma,
close.
he
Another
just got
Zenith Blade
back
going to
into the
connect, but already a lot of damage onto Mako. But Faker is already dead. Owner gets the knock up and takes down the Leona in trade. Now Carrier and Gumushi moving in as well. Wind becomes lightning, doing so much work. And the handshake holds onto the Shy. As now IG looking to turn it around. He's going to silence himself.
Oh, this is
Carrier
huge.
gets
This is
taken
huge.
out. They traded for
This
the
is
Rumble and
huge
the
for
bailout.
Renara. Oh my
It
god.
secures Owner his life, and he gets himself out of there. Gumushi now trying to deal with Rookie, whose way is getting a
TP
bunch
from
of work
Annie.
done. The flash forward from Guma, he's crazy! And Rookie's going to be able to get himself out of there, but man, Guma is angry about what happened in Game 2.
Honestly, I love the action in this series. It is getting bloody in Game 3, and it's very heavily in favor of T1, this blood, Atlas.
Yeah, the Shy is unhinged, man. He just goes for anything that's a potential play. As now Faker eats another Zenith Blade, but now Carrier going to be moving over alongside him. But there is the ulti out of Rookie doing so much work with the bailout. Can they actually keep him alive? The answer's no. Rookie gets the kill. And this way could become a problem as this game goes on.
The level 6 advantage for Rookie here. They're able to take down Faker in the aftermath, just as we're saying, oh wow, all this blood, T1 benefiting. They just
Okay,
had
the thing about
previously
Wei though
over
is
1,000
he gets
gold,
caught
but it
pretty
gets chopped
easily.
down immediately as
yeah.
Mako
Oh, no.
and Rookie were able to answer. So Alice taking
Almost
stock
just such a lame
after
bully.
all the skirmishes here, through the
Xander,
river.
come on.
Owner benefiting a lot, but Owner now under attack. He gets teleport.
He got the crab. The teleport is coming in here from Carrier to try and back him up. And now the grand entrance, the hero's entrance, going to come on through. Justice Bunch to catch up to Mako. The bear is
Nice,
thrown down.
oh.
And Faker's like, you can have my bear. I'm just going to go back to the wave.
So,
Yeah,
you know, you want the kills to be, I mean, kills are for gold.
That Mako's been throwing towards Faker's way.
But the fact that they're
Gets the bear over
killing the
wall,
Mako, I mean,
secures
support.
the,
It's
kill
not
here
like
onto
they're taking
Mako,
out
and
Carry.
probably secures this dragon. Meanwhile, I do want to say that
Yeah,
point
they
out,
probably
looking
need
at
to take
top
drive
lane, is
before
the
Rumble
minimap
hit
there,
sits
Smolder
down here.
just
Oh,
been having a
JK.
Very easy time up alone. We
Oh,
haven't had
no.
it here
What are you
by Gala. That's what
doing?
Smolder
What are you
wants,
doing?
It's in a matchup versus melee champ, stacking away.
Oh no.
good
Oh, actually, owner hit
experience
sits
for it.
too. Oh, this is big.
Comes on back through here onto the shy. Equalizer goes down.
Oh.
There's the Crescent Guard as owner trying to keep
Oh.
himself alive. He gets the smite down onto the dragon.
Oh,
as now they go in.
no.
Way looking for the engage angle, but the bailout is going to be there. Gumichi keeps himself alive. And Mako will be able to take him down with the help of Rookie off to the side. The shy
Wow.
on no health as Faker will once again claim some revenge. One little Q is going to be enough to do
Oh,
it.
and they
Takes
caught
down the shy
Shy.
underneath his turret, and so they get the Drake and they win out in the fight.
Owner goes for the
Big
chase. He
fights,
flashes
big
for
fights,
it.
big
5
fights.
kills for Owner.
I like
That's
this.
a big Zins out.
And honestly, like,
I reverse cursed. I opened up the game saying, oh wow, way.
oof.
All right, well, here we go. Owner, he had a good ultimate there, so he popped away.
Renata already with big saves, big bailouts. We'll see how it plays into the late game. That was just really good focus.
Revive Guma, even though Rookie still can snipe him and take him down. Huge for T1. They collect the other kills, and now we're going to get to see the Owner part
played,
of it.
well
Probably
played.
just W flashes.
Oh
Yep.
my
W
goodness.
flashes, hits it, goes under tower.
And the Q is enough there from Faker as well. And Rookie, without
Oh
a front
man,
line,
here goes owner.
doesn't do too much. So the way hasn't died yet this game. 2-0-2 is Rookie.
Yeah,
Still
T1
in
decides
great
we're gonna
position.
go
Not
ahead
doing a massive
and
amount of damage at this stage.
lane
but
swap
that's
back.
What he had to go for to respect the Annie stun.
And
So it does mean
where's
that he's going
Smolder?
to take a little bit more
Stats
time to
at?
get fully online.
Yes, I want to
At
see
the
it.
very least, he did invest in a Dark Seal, so that's always nice.
That's true.
When the game is this bloody, and you can get that extra value. But definitely, like you're saying, yeah, it does need to scale up.
Yeah,
a bit
Tibbers
with this
here.
Champion, get some more AP behind it, and they've got that Gala stacking away on Smolder. 85 stacks for himself.
There we go.
9.5 minutes in. Quite nice there. The Cole been ticking down, you know, very calm up there with their lane swap that they opted into.
And
All right.
they've been opting into a lot of things.
been a long
like
day.
even skirmishes, when they're
That
always
was
gonna be
like, I've been
played
up all
down
morning.
At this stage of
Yeah,
the game.
I'm
And
about to
so,
reach
honestly, it
24
feels
hours.
like it could be a lot worse for IG. But T1 still with about a 2,000 gold lead here as we crest the 10-minute mark. Feels good for the blue side team. But it does feel like there is still that clock ticking down. As Bum, speaking about come down, is going to be joining them towards the top side. But it's just Gala dealing with the minion wave. And Wei picking some petals, moving towards Faker, who is on the right side of this lane right now. Well, the left side of this lane if you're watching the screen. But the correct side of the lane. And now some plates going to be eradicated from this top lane outer turret.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, this is when I was talking about this was what I was expecting from Owner. This was more along those lines of what we're kind of expecting coming in, and he's got.
All right, this
big
is a
goal.
way stronger game
Early
by
Sundered
T1.
Sky completed is always makes you like the king of Summoner's Rift for junglers.
Yeah.
So they won. They
all
won
that
first 3
extra money,
kills.
so
They
he
got
just
first 3
continues to
kills,
apply
feats of
pressure,
strength,
circles
and
back
now they're
around
going
here,
for
just to make sure.
and they have
that
first
they are
first 2
going to have
objectives.
the extra push right back in, and then can finish up the camps.
Yep, Mako.
Beat
now
some
gonna be
monsters
holding this
lane.
wave so the Gala can collect as many of these minions as possible.
Oh my God, Faker!
And
You just gonna keep getting hit
that's
by
a
that?
big chunk onto Faker. If he lands the combos, the Hui really does a whole lot of work. And it's kind of cheating, right? You get double equalizer.
Yeah, he's just super
in
just
fights
like,
as
what do you
well
do?
If he presses the right combo.
Yeah, look at this! Look at this! Look at this! Look at
It's
this!
not fun for Annie.
Look at this! Ah, you're dead!
And Faker going to take a lot of damage from that spiraling despair. But as you can see, normally, Faker doesn't have too much trouble against the LPL. And you can see also that it's not always 3-0s. It's not clean, but he gets it done in the end. And as we can see right now, T1 in a pretty good position to get themselves towards match point. But on the other side,
there are some players in IG that have had a lot of success versus T1, specifically at MSI, and have beaten T1, the organization, in the past to win MSIs.
and look, as you can see here, the glimmer of hope, Mako, Gala, and Hui, who were able to take down Faker in 2022, of course. A lot of the victories that we saw in the head-to-head between Rookie and Faker was group stages, things like this. But Mako, Gala, and Hui have done a whole bunch of work. And Mako, of course, back over 10
The
years
like
ago.
Kraken Slayer right now
Very first one.
is big on
Also
your
want to point
Nara.
out that it was important that Faker had Carrier on speed dial on that last, Hui ultimate that he soaked under tower, and he was like, immediate redemption.
Especially because,
now.
you know,
Please immediately redeem me. I need the healing.
Smolder's going to take a while to
So he
get in
was
this
able to
game.
survive that, but yeah, it is
Okay.
the onslaught from the Hui trying to poke him
Walking
down.
all over
under
vision.
tower, creating the pressure. Still though, Owner is massive with those 5 kills, so he's going to work in tandem with the duo lane there to go steal away the blue.
And
Use
yeah,
that
they're
pressure
rotating
to
around the
defend
objectives
all
now.
those early skirmishes that they have been able to get for themselves and use that power.
Yeah. Speaking of power, this is exactly what T1 wanted as far as this matchup
Yeah,
is
this is why you
concerned.
put Galio
has
against
been
Rumble.
historically put into the Rumble.
Okay.
Finally, we are actually
See, this is what made the pro teams pro.
going
I mean,
head-to-head. Has a bunch of the items.
I haven't even been checking. Have they even gotten to 2-3 boots? Because I've always thought, I mean, like, yeah, you could buy them, but the other team is on the same level.
But as you mentioned before, Owner, he is going to be
But then
able
that
to
just
take
makes
down
it
this dragon.
better.
Let's see whether this
Okay.
is going to be the cease and
that's
desist that will actually work, and it does in
Yeah.
the blink of an eye. Tibbers gets
And he
angry,
no stun.
but he is just 50 gold going over to IG at this stage. As now Gala sneezes on the minion wave. Owner comes on over, but they have full information as to what's happening. And with Rookie and Wei unlocked from the mid lane, there is no way that this dive is happening.
Ooh, yeah, they defend the bottom side and they delete the mid lane there. That was very nicely done. Super easy for IG. Rookie here on the way. Looks like he's going to scale pretty quickly, Atlas. He's going to be accelerated in that scaling endeavors. Almost a 2,000 individual gold lead. And we
Yeah, that was pretty big right there.
With all these extra stacks, so much extra power.
But with Galio taunt, with the anti-ult, could be big. And then also,
behind this champion. And if you're looking at how the comps are going
Renata
to
counters the
later,
Leo.
even though T1
Leo
had this
engage.
big early gold lead, not only did that get chopped down there with the extra kill, but
But it's gonna be hard to
even
get to
so,
Smolder.
IG
He's already up
are not
to
too
125.
scared later on because they do have range advantages later on. They've got really,
And then
really
Smolder is
quick
also just gonna have
stacks.
execute
Smolder here, 145 already
always.
for Gala.
And then team fights, that's just gonna be super deadly, and it's also
Yeah, he is
AOE,
stacking
and it's
super
just gonna be
quick.
so
Their
hard to
Wei,
group up
like we said,
in
is
fights.
rich
It's gonna be
and is doing very well in the opener. So, you know, you're gonna get to that rapid fire cannon point for Smolder really quickly. So then you can use your like rapid fire poke, your Hui poke, and as long as Vi chooses correct timings, Vi and Leona, then it's gonna be like hard for T1. They're gonna have to choose their moment really quickly since they are at the range disadvantage, and you just kind of like gotta go for it and make the play fairly quick.
Yeah.
Owner might be able to do that. I mean, he is very strong on Xin, and maybe can find a way to just kind of bully himself in there and get a Galio ult on top or something.
See whether he can find an angle. Of course, Xin Galio has been a combo that T1 have used many, many times in the past. It's not often the Doran on the Galio combo, but Wei's going to make his way down towards the bottom side, and Doran on the Galio is on our screen, but not for long, as the Shy is going to be able to burn him down. Just checkmate as the jungler walks in.
Yep. Nicely done. Pretty easy there. They knew that T1
I want to force a
top side
TP
of the map,
from them.
collecting those grubs. 3 grubs for
I guess they
one
just
Doran.
it came too
You like
late.
that trade?
No, they had to. No,
I
they
would,
took. They were on Herald. That's why
Say it's
they.
probably not necessarily the
bought.
best, especially with this ticking time bomb that is the small dragon that is here
We
on the
could
top side. I
definitely
feel
fight
like
for a
IG
tower. I
have
guess it's
found
bot tower.
stability.
I guess it's
And they've also
still
found themselves a
first
slight
tower.
gold lead. The one thing that's in T1's favor is the fact that they've stacked up 2 Drakes. And Hextech Soul,
And I guess it's more important to wait
we
back,
have not necessarily
make
seen
it to the
be,
next wave.
You know, immune to losing. But it does certainly help out. And Gumayushi on this Yunara has not necessarily had, you know, those big team fights to really prove himself just yet. We'll see whether he will be able to get that space in order to do so. Because he not only has bailout available, but he also has the Galio there with a heroic entrance. He's got this Xin Zhao who's mega fed to help stand in front. See whether it is going to work. As once again, the Shy versus Doran on the top side right now. And with the fact that this game is slowed down, I can't help but feel like T1 need to be starting to get nervous.
Yeah, the big thing for T1 is like, how are they going to force the issue here?
Whoa, there's a flash taunt. His owner's going to move on up to try and take down the Shy. They're walking down the red carpet. He flashes away. The Winds of War comes in, and there's the knock-up. 3 Talon strike, and down goes the Shy. A 4th death for this Rumble, but killing the Shy, is that a win condition? I don't think so, unless, although I don't think it's a win condition for T1 anyway. As Zenith Blade goes in, the handshake is going to be immune to flash out from Faker. Doesn't want anything to do with that solar flare as Wei Able to get over the top as well.
It'll be a
with that
tough
ball
game for
break.
Faker.
T1 death.
That is really huge, actually, for IG to be able to get the flash down on Annie.
Oh, they're gonna lose
we're
first
looking
time.
at ways for T1 to actually force on IG and close distance to that range advantage as the tower does go down in favor.
Yep.
Oh, wait a second.
Ooh, who won? Was that T1 that were able to grab it?
That was very close. Let's get the update.
The shoes
but
did go over to T1, so they, I believe, were able to lock that one up.
Regardless, though, without the flash, like they're really going to be counting on flash engages on the side of T1 to close distance on the Smolder on the way that are going to be so powerful. So
there is Rookie finding some pot shots here, and it's very difficult for T1 to deal with long-range poke.
Poke.
Gala already starting to do damage.
See,
There
this is the
redemption
problem.
come
Is it's
through.
going to turn into like
Get
one
enough
shot down
back up and ready here for Ona, and they have to be
on the owner.
decisive.
Owner's worth.
And
Like,
they are going
Owner's
to be
only
so
209.
as the ulti comes on down
Okay,
there
here it
for
goes.
Ona, making
They know, like, they
a lot of
realize, like,
damage.
okay, like,
Bomb will
the longer
be
this
the
game
bomb
goes, the stronger
just
that
to zone
IG is
them
going
away
to
from
get.
the area. This is sole point for T1, but they've already invested quite a lot into this play as Faker, without that flash, like you said earlier, is going to turn up. And it's going to be an honest 5v5.
Hey, step
Equalizer
up.
is there for the Shy. We'll see whether he can
Hey,
layer
step
it
up.
in well. As Gumayushi standing in front, wanting to try and find an angle as they are able to take down the Dragon. There's Soul Point, but there is the equalizer
Oh,
down
yeah,
as well
go.
from IG. Not necessarily getting the work done that they wanted to, though, as the Bear is going to crash on top of the Rumble. He's the first to go down. It's Gumayushi, grabs the kill in the fight, and it's Doran staying alive
man,
for
no focus.
so long. IG, that was not
All right, they
the
gotta
play you were
pick
looking
up the
for.
pace of this
that
game
was
right now.
definitely
They
not
need
it.
to
The Shy walks
get
in, he
something
gets
big.
blown up right into Tibbers, right into T1. They actually get all of their kills. 3 people down on the side of IG. T1
They need to get a big enough lead
explode
where
with
it's
the
like
gold
it's
here.
not even a team fight.
Yeah, this tower is going to explode as well, Kobe. Down this one will go. And Gumayushi is the hugest benefactor out of that fight. He already had 2 items completed. We have Doran crashing Shelly into a wall, because why not? And now the Yunara Smolder conversation gets a little bit different, as she is now sitting on 3-1 and 3.
That was such an overchase. This is where you also want the comms listening. Okay, so Wei initially
Why
tries
not get
to
the
go
second
for
charge?
steal there, and it costs him his flash on the way out. But then they walk forward. The Shy is so far away from the whole rest of the team, and they're going into Owner and Doran in the pit, who are both tanky, and they're fine in the back of the pit. So the Shy just gets blown up by the other members of T1 on the top side. Then the rest of IG like funneled themselves into the bad spot.
I'm not too
Galio
sure
ultimate that's in a great circle
about that
itself
one.
inside of the Dragon
Seemed
pit.
unnecessary.
So
Again, it's like kind of like
Speaking of circles, the spiraling despair was
probably
only
just
on to
I don't know.
And he went down to like 2 health, and then didn't even die. And from that point on, Rookie had no
At least
mana,
let it
was
go
not
up the
actually
lane.
able to participate at all. And now we've moved to a 3,000 gold lead, and Soul Point and Otacon is on the map. T1 are looking for an angle in, but IG do manage to get a few extra members. down there
So
early.
top lane on blue side, look, top lane on blue side doesn't have the entry into the river. That's crazy.
Fully stacked
They are controlling where Otacon spawns. So wherever lanes are trading harder, wherever more damage is going on, more damage is traded, or is dealt in the early game, that's where Otacon
Galio ult has a
spawns.
little bit longer on a cooldown, so may not immediately. They could wait for Doran's cooldown here for Galio ult to come up.
And also,
then
this
force
is just horrible.
See what
Both teams have actually an
You have
entry
heroic
point
entry
into this
able to move in
Otacon.
from the mid lane, so extra pressure available.
But it's
for
way.
T1
I actually
as
just
two goes
realized
wide.
that. That's crazy.
And Snare is going to connect onto Ona, but damage onto the Xin Zhao isn't exactly the most permanent.
But blue team has a better Baron.
Okay, the flash in from Ona. He finds the knockup. They chase after Gala. Redemption. Can it get the kill? As hostile takeover comes
Wave.
along as well. Gala surviving
Oh my
for
God.
a very long time.
Oh
The
my
flash
God.
Gumayushi,
GG.
though, puts him down. And Rookie
Yeah,
will
that might have been like a
both
little
carries in a blink of an eye,
pop
and
off
this
from the
one
riff. I'm not gonna
is
lie.
firmly in T1's hands now.
T1 won another fight around Otacon, and they get their fight. Nice initiation there. They're going to get the prize afterwards as well.
And man, if you like, when I was looking at this composition, I wasn't thinking Flash Auto was going to be the engage option, but that's exactly
Yeah,
what
Owner's
Ona was
just
going
too
for.
fed right now.
As Gala does get knocked away.
He traded. He put the mark
safety,
on.
but he had no health. He just couldn't fight anymore.
Yeah, Garya's ultimate does follow, and then Guma's like, I got this. Goes in with the flash, with the dash, closes the distance to chase down the rest of them. And Owner, so much better of a game this time around. You know, charges up his 3-talent strike, preps for the engage, goes for the flash, gets the initial flash out of Gala there, making the Smolder vulnerable to the follow-up engage from T1, and they just blow it wide open. IG had been stacking so well. I mean, now Smolder...
only thing I can think about is that you just have a longer lane to farm. Like,
all this big,
I don't know.
of gold lead that they had and all of everything that was going for IG. Now it's T1 with very large...
Maybe they just no vision and it could be
Soul
just bait.
coming imminently.
And Hextech Soul will mean that this poke composition is going to struggle a little
Or
bit
wall break.
to maintain their position, right? Because it's all about holding on to the phalanx, you know, hold the line, as it were.
Oh
As
my
the Hexade's going to be leaving Owner out to dry. Now Gala flaps over the wall. It's so much damage, though. Still, Circle not going to be saving the Xin Zhao, and that is shut down money over to Rookie.
How much was that?
That Hex technology is dangerous, Atlas.
It certainly
they warned
is.
us against this in Arcane.
We learnt about it from Arcane. It's now Rookie. Oh no, you should have learnt about it as well. Doran going to be able to finish him off. He's now in an awkward position, but they don't have to deal with the way who's such a problem. Faker finds the angle onto the rumble.
Look at
and
oh man, their position
their
is
most
awful.
fed member dying turned into an inhibitor turret?
Yeah, T1 are just going to flash on you. Everyone flashing over walls here. Doran flashes in, Faker flashes in, T1, they actually even take, wait, Dragon's going down?
Yep, they were looking for the Dragon.
Why not go for the steal?
Will be avoided for now, but it's a double taunt beautifully placed here by Doran. It is Wait
T1
denying
knows.
the
They just want
soul.
kills.
But they also managed to get themselves out. The Hex Gates are going to come on through as well as
Annie.
Gala is going to survive on about 10 health and get out with the highway robbery. I don't think it's going to save the game, but it was pretty funny.
Annie.
As another one comes in and Faker says, yeah, fool me once. Yeah, fool me twice. No, that's not going to happen. As Voltbreaker gets way over the wall, and Owner has respawned and will be able to take down the Vi. Wants to be able to hand the kill over, but isn't going to do so.
No,
and
you
will
keep
be able
the
to
kills.
secure it here.
Did him a
18
bigger
to 8
lead.
is the kill score. There's been a lot of deaths in this game, and it's starting to get silly.
Casting with you is always fun, Atlas, but man, I am having fun this series.
Yeah.
Is this what they call the T1 circus?
No, this
That's
is
the gold.
called
That's
prize
the
pool,
gold.
baby.
All the gold.
That's what we like to call it. T1 has
all the
decided
honey
to
in
give
one
us a
pot.
little bit of
It's
a
the only
taste
time it works.
from the LCK, and we appreciate
Okay.
it there, of course.
T1
in the
playing a
Legend
lot
Group,
stronger
but
here.
This has Rise all over
See,
it.
now this is where IG now,
Fun.
okay?
These Hex Gates just providing the extra layer of comedy.
What do you do?
Over the game.
This is why
And
this is
after
what makes the
these
pros pros.
shenanigans, we are still heading
It's what made the
towards
pros
a Hex
pros.
Soul.
How they bounce back.
We are still heading towards another opportunity for T1 to try and collect it.
And I think honestly, I mean, a strategy is just kind of like overall, like how we're gonna approach the game. But whatever happens in the game is up to them. You know, like they know.
A problem.
They probably go over like bigger stuff, but a lot of this is just like individual play, just off of just like being screaming all the time, practicing all the time together, and like just having an overall like
Still probably wanting to get one more to feel fantastic.
knowing what to have, knowing what you're trying to what your goals are, what your objectives are. And plus, they're all in comms as well. And so that's where the live decision making, and that's where they probably reveal like, okay, like when you followed up on this play, like after you caught out Owner, why didn't you cut him off on mid? Why'd you go deeper into the
they do want to claim
T1
control
done.
of the area, try and force this objective as best they can. Look for some turns. Hexgate's going to come on through here as Owner makes his way over. Gala up pretty far.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem. Is like, okay, like Smolder's guys execute, but they don't have enough follow up.
Heroic entrance comes on in. Faker
he's
survives
dead.
for such a long
That's
time as it's
trade.
jungler for mid laner, and I think
That's
T1
big,
feeling
actually.
pretty good about that. No,
No,
sweat left on the rift,
no,
and
no,
T1
no.
are back on the objective
Here we go.
again.
Yeah, they're going to force IG to come to them.
All right, hostile takeover comes through. The immediate cleanse out from
yeah.
Gala, though, who's
Yeah.
doing a lot of work. Gumiushi just
Too
dives
deep.
into the front line. I don't know whether that's a good call, as the taunt is going to go wide. Now Gumiushi has to avoid everything as the ulti from Owner. He goes down into
I'm telling
his
you, like
GA,
T1,
and
they
take
live
out
or
Mako.
die on the
I don't know how
3,
this is
man.
working,
They do
but it's
not
looking
care.
pretty good at the moment
Ooh,
for
ooh,
T1,
yeah, no.
with the shutdown
See, that's what I'm talking about. They don't stop. They play like silvers, man. I swear, bro.
Ooh, Gala able to kind of clutch here. I mean, honestly, I thought Owner was going to stay in
so
when he revived from
crazy.
his GA. Maybe it's a miscommunication because
They
Owner
do not
flushed out
stop,
when
bro.
Doran went in to go for
Oh
the
man,
further
that's a
engage
huge cooldown
onto
too
Rumble.
for
So a
GA.
little bit of miscommunication there for T1 in a clutch moment, and it opens up the door here for IG Atlas.
And it closes the door on the
They smell
T1 Baron,
blood.
right? Like that was what they were looking for, and it almost looked like they were able to claim it.
Now
Not
IG
in the end. Oh man,
Ooh.
I am so scared
Ooh.
of Gala. This little dragon just does so much damage. They've started off the Baron themselves now, but they're looking for a turn angle. Gala taking a lot of Baron damage, as we can see. Doran getting in amongst it and immediately regrets that decision, is able to flash his way out. But that is a big cooldown. You mentioned flash engages are what T1 are all about. That is not going to be available here for the Galio.
Yeah, you can't really
Carrier
ult.
moving on over, they want to take control of this as Carrier is
Owner.
well and truly far up
He'll
in
just-
this
he'll just
lane as
block
they
all the
look for the
damage.
shy. He flashes out of the way of the taunt. That looks pretty good for
Okay,
Gumayushi.
Guma
He's able
going
to
too
finish
deep.
him off. Still, Rookie does so much damage and he's held in place as Wei says no to Gumayushi, and he's so much more important to this team than the Shy is to IG. As long as Gala is alive, IG can win fights.
Oh man, they have to commit so far to get the kill that then they're giving back the trade kill each time. And IG do get to push the minion waves after, and they still, like, they have objective bounties up for IG because of the 3 dragons, because of the gold lead for T1. Wait a second.
Oh
They're going to be
no.
face checking here as the Vault Breaker brings Wei in, but he likes that opportunity. As you can see, Rookie over to the side, and he's starting to do more and more damage with
Good
double
follow-up.
burn items now completed. Gala takes some Winds of War damage.
Damn, that's a
T1
tank.
are able to
Nah.
back themselves out, but this is another opportunity for Soul that it looks like T1 are going to get denied. Oh, are they just going to move towards the Baron? Is that going to be the opportunity here as the Drake will be secured here by Wei, but he's going to be out of position on a potential Baron take. Gumayushi now going to be moving back forward. And T1, this is looking so dicey. That gold lead is evaporating as we speak.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty fake gold lead because of how well IG, scale with their range later. Gala and Rookie here on the Hui and the Smolder are so dangerous. So you're looking at the flashes on T1, and all of the initiators do not have their flashes anymore.
Yep.
So Gala can play so aggressively. His cleanse is coming back up.
And Cease and Desist just came off cooldown, so Wei, he can do it again. He can find another angle onto Gumayushi, who does have his flash up, but flashing isn't going to help you when the Vi is definitely just going to throw you into the sky and slam you down. T1 are going to be pushed away from this river.
Okay.
The Dragon taken for free here by IG, and T1 unable to find any
I think
sort of
Guma
avenue
kind of realizes,
to get
like, I need
themselves
all the gold.
priority
I need
around
more
the Baron,
gold.
and now that gold advantage, half of what it was when we were talking about it
At this
before.
point, Owner's gold is
T1
kind of
gonna
like
have to find
just enough.
something
He
and
doesn't
find
really
it
like.
soon.
He's not as strong as he was.
Well,
He's 5-0.
Guma might find an Infinity Edge soon.
Oh, that's pretty good.
So that would be something. That would be some big damage here. He has been jumping in and collecting a lot of these extra kills here when T1 need to get scrappy. But the key flashes, okay, Owners is the closest to coming back up.
Yeah, his GA
And
also
the GA is
away
about
as
to come
well.
back out too.
More than 3/4 done.
Atlas, Carrier has swapped over to a Smite here for Spellbook Smite. Are they going to do some objective stuff here?
Some shenanigans,
Some
perhaps?
shenanigans, perhaps. Maybe make IG come into a position where they get a really good Renata ultimate or something for themselves.
See whether that is going to be the angle. We know that it's going to be the Baron because it's T1. They do like Barons. It's something we've said before. There's a reason. As IG, they know this. Going to look to try and replace that ward. Rookie with a lot of extra range is able to deter Carrier from staying around the area. And Wei should be able to clear out this wave towards the top side as well. T1, I think, getting ready for a play. Slurkle slows
And he
down
playing out of vision.
the Vi here as the sneeze is going to come on through, but Gala is just getting so much more scary. 370 stacks! The execute threshold is going to be 50% soon!
At least that did get changed and nerfed, so.
Yeah, you do need a lot more stacks than that. However, as the game goes on, those stacks get easier and easier to get, as long as you stay fighting over and over again. Total gold, it's going to be Gumayushi in the lead, but Rookie hot on his heels. as we can see here. And Gala getting pretty close as well. The flash over the wall there from Wei as they're looking to try and take down the enemy jungler. And Wei, there's just no option. He's staying alive for a long time, but there's no follow-up. There's no option. And
Yeah,
IG,
again, Wei
now
can't
just
sit
a
there and
man
ult
down and a
Bergen,
smite
'cause he'll
down
just-
for this next fight. Ona looking a little bit lower, but he has that
Okay,
G
I
back
don't
on
like
cooldown once
when
again.
they do this a
Baron once
lot.
more. Doran,
This is just
he's gonna
normal.
get turned on as Gala does a lot of damage, as you can see
So
there.
why
The
not just
circle
try and
slows
like
him down.
push up
And now
mid?
Faker looking to chase
Because
them out of this.
the fight's just already
this
they're already
river.
rotating to the
Hostile
pit.
takeover just to
but
buy the
they can't
space,
get
and the
close.
purple worm will be the reward. T1 managed to capitalize on Wei's mistake.
Huge for T1. Kill off the
Wei
jungler,
just
grab
held
the
ult there.
Baron.
Who
Now
pushed
they
him
can take
out?
so much more. All right. They were gonna have a problem, sieging and actually
so
taking towers.
Wei's targets
But with
here, I
the
mean,
Baron,
Galio's not a
just
bad
what they need.
target,
Doran's
but
got a mid-dice, by the way. 12 stacks on
Annie,
that mid-dice for that
you
Galio.
don't want to hit the support.
Definitely
and then
some
also,
power there. All right, T1, is
Gumayusi,
this Baron going to be
Yunara.
exactly what they need to actually tip it over? Because the next Dragon Soul that comes up is just over a minute away, so they can use this Baron to take so much extra space on the map.
Yeah, that's the thing, is if they guarantee this next Drake with the Baron, oftentimes, right, you don't have just this monopoly of Drakes that T1 have put
But
together
I think you
early.
still, I mean,
Soul
even
point
if you can
is
still
so
ult Shen
incredibly
and
important,
get the slow.
and it's likely that T1 will be able to make it impossible for IG to contest around that Dragon Pit, especially when their composition is kind of finicky, right? You do need to get into position to really work so that Rookie can take these pot shots and utilize the vision advantage that he does have.
the Baron
As you
here.
can see there, if
Yeah,
he can
Smolder
do it,
has such
Carrier almost dies. But
super
things are
clear.
getting dark on this map, and look at this. It's lit up completely by T1 and their vision.
Guardian Angel on Owner. Zhonya's on Doran. A lot of survivability for those people that want to get right in the front, too. Faker here, trying to play around some pockets of vision, play around some walls. He's got his flash ready and willing to use it.
As Doran just going to be rocketing towards this bottom side of the map. The Shy going to be spotted
Blood
out here as
Thirster.
the fear is good onto Doran. Takes half of his health bar and he's still burning.
This is where it gets sketchy because Doran would, if T1 engages, Doran would definitely ult back in.
Buying so much time
Your
is
Baron
IG.
recall.
As T1, they still
But,
have
oh,
the
man,
Baron,
they're
but
gonna
you
start
wouldn't
stacking
know
head
it
stack
from
now.
what we're seeing in this game.
Okay, but-
as the teleport to bring the
Alright,
Galio
this is
back,
definitely-
that
they're
might be
gonna
the
dodge this.
opportunity. This
They
could be
want
a
soul now.
50-50 as Ona in position, but he wants to start the fight instead. They take down the Drake. That's going to be the soul for T1 and Maker limping out as cease and desist is going to do nothing at all. Faker just throws the fire
Alright,
away,
GG.
and Rookie goes down on the back end, and T1 just
Woo, got him.
steamrolled them.
Guma got the soul, and T1 are going to get the game. The Shy's running, but there's nowhere for him to flee. T1 will walk inside the base.
Yep, they're just going to push this minion wave forward, and it looks like match point.
Yeah, that was a
for
classic.
T1.
That
Our
was a
seed from the
classic.
LCK
Classic.
will crash down these
First game
Nexus
was like
turrets
how
and see
how
whether they
T1
can,
won Worlds
in
the
fact, make
last
it
year.
to the Swiss stage and hold on
This
to hope
was
for 3 in a row. We'll take another Nexus going down though, and IG, they do tend to like it on the ropes.
Woo.
I love this series.
What a series we
Hey,
have.
Faker, thirsty ass,
And
boy.
this is loving it as well. The action just continues in this one.
It's an absolute
Why
banger,
is it a
game
dog?
after game after game, and we were wondering it is T1 in the end taking us to
Oh,
match
man.
point here.
I wonder what's in
Calm
this
and
cup,
collected,
bruh,
and I love
honestly.
the fact
That's
that
not
when
water.
push comes to shove, you can always count on Owner.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, Ona was absolutely
You be popping
massive
Red
in
Bulls
that
like-
early game. It got a little bit chaotic, I've got to
Uh-huh.
say. You know, Gala came up huge on the Smolder. I felt like maybe IG didn't have the patience for that comp, but they definitely started to make it work in the mid game.
That's the thing. I was like, the composition looked great. I know both of us were looking at this game and saying, okay, we like it from Invictus Gaming, but can they operate it? Because I've seen what the Shy has done in game 1. I've seen his career overall. If he sees somebody at low HP bar, he will just full send it. And Renata hard counters his entire personality. So that one was tough, especially since a lot of
Yeah, he
owners
didn't
really
get any
killed
good ults off on the
outside
Rumble.
of the dive, of course.
And then the
was
Vi was just so behind that
basically
game.
The Shy going in, looking for an early fight, and Gala being, please stop.
And we were talking about T1's composition so far and their approach
Yeah,
they
this
had
was a
in this
good
series.
dive.
Ox, do you feel like
Perfect.
it's getting better now?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is exactly what you sort of want. You fake for a utility pick, You have Ona on the Xin Zhao with the Renata to back it up
Yeah,
as
Xin
well.
is just...
And here's an example where you see IG setting up for a pick, an overstep here from the Shy, trying to go in. And you see the bailout.
Each team has to pick
doesn't put it on himself, puts it on his
damn it.
jungler instead. And it means Ona's able to turn the play around.
It's
Another
me.
example here where the bailout comes out clutch, and it's an overcommit from IG. I feel like they were forced
This game,
to
I
clutch
believe it was
in the
actually
game
much
when it
closer,
wasn't
just because of the
necessary.
skirmishing.
Exactly. Like, this fight is not necessary. Like, mid lane is getting completely punished. This is a great game from Rookie. Of course, gets the actual snipe in that fight. But, like, he is owning mid lane. You even see Vi coming in to, like, help with a dive bot throughout mid. But then the game is just accelerating through all of this, and now you have an extra strong Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and we
Yeah,
saw
and then
IG,
just
they
way
kept
getting
on
caught
going,
here.
they kept on trying,
It's,
but there's a point,
he's kind of
even
slow.
with a smolder,
He's
it's
very
been
slow.
harder
He's
to
got
make
no
a
auto
play.
attack,
We
so
saw
once
how
his abilities are
strong Gala
down,
eventually
he's on
became,
cooldown.
And I feel like if they weren't at such a deficit when they got to that point, the game would have been a lot easier.
Yeah, and he was stacking incredibly well. I mean, we've been seeing these lane swaps, and the fact that he was put up in the top side of the map against the Galio, I thought was great for him. And so
Yeah.
it's just another game.
One
where I feel
champion
like
per
Gala
game.
is doing a lot, and if his team wasn't like putting themselves in a hole, this would be a completely different series.
Is it going to be enough for them to come back here, though? Because T1 taking us to match point here. It was in IG's favor, I want to say. Couple misplays aside on the side of the Shy in the first part of the series. It feels like T1 with the draft they have right now and the way they're playing together, it's not looking great for IG.
It's not. But I
That
gotta
was
hold
T1's
firm.
strongest
Every time
game,
I
and
flip-flop,
that was
I
a
am wrong.
big one.
Where's the
That's
jacket?
Well,
right
I was
where he
about to say,
wanted
where's
it.
the jacket, Raz? What are you
Okay,
doing?
fine, man. I'll put it back on. I have to. Someone has to. Like, the thing about
Why'd you take it
War
off?
jacket, bro?
No flip-flops around.
Actually,
no,
never.
no, no.
Hey,
I'm
look,
still
my
holding
bad,
firm
bro.
with it, but
My
it feels
bad,
like
my
yes, the
bad.
confidence is
It got
with,
cleaner on
if
the
it's
floor.
different, but yeah, I'm still gonna. It's a little
I
hot in the
forgot.
venue too. A lot of people
Forgot
here,
they
of
got the
course.
super cleaners.
Yeah.
All right.
The sun is beaming down on
I'm
us.
just hearing excuses.
It looks a little wider. I'm not gonna even lie. A little crisper.
But I think what we're seeing from this team is like really good foundations. Then T1 just has the aura.
You guys want to tell me what's going to happen next? What do we want to see from either team? What have we learned so far from both of these teams? Again, one spot in the main event in the sweet stage tomorrow at the end of this series. I see President Gala. I see what I think is an Ornn.
The Shy must be on Ornn duty, all right?
Okay.
If we can put in an extra kitten in the composition as well, like an Enchanter support, that would be nice. But for me, just put on the Ornn duty. I think this team has been doing well when they get into the late stage games. That's also tracks, I think, in their regular season and also in playoffs. If they're even, they do quite well in late games.
Here's the thing, though, is now with Fearless, right? Whatever you're about to pick right now, if it's your best pick, you won't have it in the final match.
For me, you know, it was pretty straightforward. Shut down Gala. You know, I think
If they wanted to really make it interesting, though, they shouldn't. They should make the players keep up with the band. What's already been picked.
I think the Inara definitely did that there, but these games.
I don't know what type of violation that would be. I don't know what you would take.
When they had the Akali,
Actually, yeah, I don't even know.
Give them the outs when they got to the later stages, so making sure they have that scaling option when they get to the later stages.
And we're going deeper and deeper into both teams' champion pool here. Again, playing in Fearless Draft. Any specific champion that we want to see so far? We see the goal graph. I think it's... Every game has been back and forth.
I think that's T1
Maybe
at their
the most
best.
controlled game from T1 here. So
And I still think they have room for improvement too. So I think they can go back there and they can like.
Let the Kaisa go. Don't ban the Kaisa.
Like, that was good. We did this, but look at over here.
Please.
Yeah.
I'm begging.
T1 must have understood.
I didn't like Faker's pick. I mean,
so
it
far.
worked.
They're the first team
but
taking us to match point here. Can IG bring it back? Can they bring us
He's
to
getting
game
shreked
5? Can
in
they
the
save
lane.
their chances of making it to the main stage and advancing to sweet stage tomorrow? We're gonna take a short break and we'll be back.
So Ori? Oh no, Ori's out. It's Faker's pick. Zed?
As they are able to take down the Dragon, there's Soul Point, but there is the equalizer down as well from IG. Not necessarily getting the work done that they wanted to, though, as the Bear is going to crash on top of the Rumble. He's the first to go down as Gumushi grabs a kill in the fight, and it's Doran staying alive for so long. IG, that was not the play you were looking for.
T1,
Well, they're not gonna let Azir through.
of their kills.
Galio just got picked. No Gragas. No Jax. No Jace. No Jinx. No Lulu. No Nocturne. They're banning Poppy. No Renekton. Interesting. We're running out of champions. Honestly. I don't know. These ones are kind of stupid. Think about it. Think about how many champions in like support. Even ADCs, it starts to get kind of thin. Man, Phaedra's about to hit something crazy. He had a Victor hover. Vendra, Silas. He might go for the Silas. Has Shizwani gotten picked? No.
The greatest players in the world.
That's another thing, is like you can start picking junglers top. Olaf.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Nami.
The Arcade Storm doing so much work, and Genji, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만.
Lucian. Lucian.
Genji, the EWC.
Will he go with the LeBlanc? I think he'd have to know. I think it'd have to be a good pick.
Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position. Double
Top lane too. Top lane gets kind of thin too. I like the rules. That's fire. That's what I like about like. What are y'all sitting here like one-tricking for? Like. More power to you. More power to you.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Oh, my fault. And I just played a sponsor.
Play the local way. Pay your way.
Alright guys. This guy,
Play the local way.
he got paid to take a vacation to China. MasterCard. That's a clean fit. That's a clean Wukong. Okay. Now you missed me. Missed me. Is that what I look like when I pick a female character on League? Is that like is that what happens? Is that real? That was crazy. What? Hey yo, bro. Like, whoa. Hold on, bro. What? Hell no, bro. What? Yo. Hell no, bro. You couldn't pay me enough money to appear like this, bro. You could not pay me enough, bro. I don't care what Red Bull is giving me, bro. There's no way. There's no way, bro. Give me Mbessa at least. Give me Mbessa at the bare minimum, bro. That is crazy, bro. That is wow. How you stepping out like that, dog, bro? Like, how they do, bro? Why they do a brother like that? Like, that's crazy, bro. Man, that's crazy, bro. I think my ISP found me. I think they found me. They found me in contempt. Alright, give me 1 second. I think I know how to fix this. And I'm back like I never left. I'm definitely getting throttled. They're about to start knocking at my door, dude. I'm about to start streaming in 360p and 144. It's wild out here. Damn crazy.
Okay, I can see it.
Yeah, I can get behind it.
There, somebody can throw, somebody can get caught, somebody can make a huge play.
I mean, it is actually a game of catch, isn't it? It's just throws and catches,
Big
over
plays,
and over again.
big
and it's
moments,
beautiful.
Alice, big moments.
I mean, that's what it all comes down to.
So, when we were talking about this, and we're getting deep into Jungle Pool now, is it time for a Nocturne game?
Oh.
Lee Sin ban already coming out versus Owner.
I mean, these jungle pools are really getting thinned out.
And Pantheon. So Pantheon got his jungle clear gutted and then repatched in. So they
everybody
still feeling strong though. I feel like Pantheon is something that T1 may have missed out on here in this ban phase. I think Wei is also like, if you have a look on the Chinese broadcast, they had Wei as the MVP of Game 2. The guy was absolutely fantastic. I think that the Vibe performance outside of getting caught around the Baron was great. I mean, ultimately, not as good towards the end, but...
except for that one where we lost the game.
And you were talking about it. There it is. There's the Nocturne to be locked in here for Owner.
Okay, so we do. So how many cool Nocturne comps can you come up with? Because Nocturne is just so fun with all these darkness comps.
Well, Ariana is missing, so we're not going to get that one.
Right, and so maybe like Kennen, you know, you get these flanking Kennen. Nico's already been banned out from Fearless, so you can't do the Nico either. But like, I just love the types of comps that Nocturne encourages.
My favorite one is like the peekaboo composition, where you just pick Nocturne and TF.
Okay.
It's like turn out the lights and peekaboo.
I was gonna say I love Nocturne and Fiddlesticks.
Oh,
because you can turn out the lights and then you get Fiddlesticks fears.
And then you get double jungle as well.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you can do that as well.
As Gumiushi is going to lock in the Ashe. This is what we were talking about all morning. We were like, is someone going to play it? And you were pretty excited about the Ashe buff.
I swear Ashe right now with these scaling AD buffs is really insane.
Wait, I mean, Carrier could also be playing it.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely the team that definitely pilot double range aggressive
man,
as well.
Zid's mid, Zid's bot. They're still doing the draft.
The Ziggs has been locked in. They've been better at dealing with it. But this is still a dangerous thing, something that has tested T1 in the past, and Gala will now be piloting the crazy Pyromaniac towards bottom side of the map. Nautilus alongside him as well, so showing their hand as far as that bottom lane is concerned.
And we've had so many lane swaps as well that even if you picked like a really strong duo lane, I feel like it would just get lane swapped out of. So I do like this.
Could theoretically still play
I don't know.
mid lane as well.
It's too early.
Remain flexible. Speaking of remaining
So
flexible,
top
I
mid.
think picking an AD here would be a mistake. If
I
you're
mean,
doing
they do have
technical
some.
carrier
I
on
think
the
that's their
Ashe.
bot lane.
I'd expect to see something else. Maybe a top laner.
Or it could be their
making
bot lane,
and
honestly.
protecting the ban phase
Zid's does pretty
themselves.
well.
And that is the line of thought that they're going for, is the on will be locked away for most likely Doran. We've got two champions now that Carrier could theoretically play.
True. I mean, if we played the game of like, hey, Carrier could play this.
Yeah, honestly, you just have 5 champions and then you try and figure out the most likely one.
Dangerous game to play. But with Nocturne, these aren't the typical of like, ooh, you know, you like get a flanker or something with Nocturne. But long range engage of Ashe arrows and Ornn ults are also super annoying when the lights are out.
Yeah.
So you have these super long range pick potential on T1.
I don't even know what's
Ashe
coming.
arrows, Ornn ultimates, Nocturne.
And then you have bans, 5 bans on top of it. That's crazy.
The last game were relatively
Okay.
limited, especially around
Gragas,
They're not limited anymore.
Irelia, Jats.
Everyone is engaged. Even Owner is just a missile, so he is also engaged.
And similar for IG here, you know, with point and click with
Could
Nautilus.
be Ash
I love,
support.
like, Ziggs combo kill.
I don't think so.
You know, comps where point and click with Nautilus, point and click with Pantheon as well to lock people in place, get big Ziggs combinations. So you can go kill
LB.
combos.
I don't think. This kind of seems. Nah.
Satchel charge.
Lucian.
Big bombs, and both of them have a little bit of global.
Mel.
Too. Ziggs ultimate semi-global, really good with dealing with side waves and going to manage your macro a little bit easier.
Yep.
And Pantheon ultimate, but let's catch up on here. They have
we have a couple of top
this
laners
Ornn.
banned away. This is what we were expecting, protecting Doran's pick with
Rel.
the and the Yard taken off the board.
Yeah, Rel.
The Shy is not a player that I have had
Could
concerns
probably
about
save that for
champion
last
pool
game.
with ever.
Seraphine for T1.
Aatrox is the thing that's scaring me.
Yeah,
the most.
Aatrox is
Seraphine
big.
and Rel going to
There.
be taken away from Carrier. And now Gumiushi going to see what he's going to lock in. I'd expect. Okay, never mind. The Maokai consideration.
He's playing the carrier game that we were playing. Oh,
yeah.
All of these champions.
Rolling the dice through the support pool at the moment.
Skarner.
But we'll see what does actually get locked in. The Sona would worry me.
Silas?
Yeah, because T1 that played Sona Tarek versus IG at MSI 2019 resulted in the 16-minute, 1-second loss. Like Jackie left Draven into it and just blasted.
And just to remind everyone, this is what I was talking about before when it comes to the Ziggs. T1 currently 0-5 versus the champion.
Okay, so what are they doing? I mean, what is
They've struggled
IG
to
doing
deal
here?
with it, as it is going to be the Lulu locked in, so anyone can kind of be a tank. And you were
It's
talking
definitely
about
Zid's
nocturne
bot,
combos.
so
This is
Silas.
as well. The
Ugh,
wild growth on
they are
top
running
of
out of
the
picks.
paranoia coming in.
Silas
means
into
that
Ash
Owner
is
is not only going to be
bad.
tankier, but he becomes a
But
large sword.
he gets actually all their
You're
ults.
exactly
So.
right. It's like Malphite with extra steps.
And Varus.
What if Faker then locked in Malphite himself? Double Malphite? That's too much Malphite, maybe. And especially
Varus
into
top?
Silas, because that's illegal. Mako thinking about taking away the Varus here as well, as we've got archery
Varus mid.
on the bottom side of
Wow.
the map.
Varus mid.
Playing Silas
Victor.
to keep his world
Syndra.
dreams alive here in
Swain.
game number 4.
TF.
And the answer is going to be a potential peekaboo composition as a last pick TF. A consideration right now for Faker.
So, is it
And we got
top
Sage.
lane- is it a top lane Varus into the
I knew
Ornn,
it. I
or
knew
is
it. I knew it.
Mid lane Ziggs, Silas go to the top
I think
lane?
it's got to be top lane Silas.
I mean,
I feel like that's
I've seen Merwin before.
That's the Shy move.
Yeah, I knew
as
it.
Faker will lock in his famous LeBlanc. And ladies
He's
and
gonna save
gentlemen,
it. I mean, it's a
the
good
man
game.
on the
It's a
other side of
closeout
the
game.
rift is
Honestly,
the man
T1's got
to
some pretty
give
solid
him his
pits.
very first loss
If it makes
on
it
the
to the
champion.
next
Mako
game,
was
I
there
don't
in
even
2015.
know. Where are the ADCs
You can
left?
see Faker here looking a
Nyla.
little busted, but looking ready to end to
Nyla.
this series as well. As these are fun, Kobe.
Oh, baby.
Maokai.
These certainly are fun. So much kill potential. And
Dogma.
LeBlanc getting buffed on this patch.
I don't think
we were
they're
like,
picking
how
Cog.
long are we going to have to wait to see the LeBlanc? Well, we don't have to wait long at all. We get Faker's LeBlanc. And it looks like the Shy is going to hold on to the Varus. And we do get... Okay, so now, are we going to get lane swaps now out of this situation? Because this is going to be a real roll of the dice.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure. I would assume it's more likely that they are going to get that, as you were saying where the champions were going, Kobe, and I was wrong. I was wrong. It's been a while since we've had the Varus top lane, but it looks like that's where the Shy is going to be going. So making
We
sure
still
they
have
keep
an
things
AF.
confusing up until the very end. That was
Thelios.
a triple flex until the very last second.
Okay. Merwin has a ripple effect. Yeah, it's powerful. I think it is fitting that my League of Legends client at least just spammed a bunch of critical errors and crash right now. It's like, what is going on?
I cannot compute this.
My client just, force closed. Okay.
It's all right. Our observers, they do not get spooked by things like that. As we are under the rift here for what could be the final game in the series, unless IG can make top lane Varus and the Ziggs work. And odds are
Six into T1 is a pretty good way to deliver us some silver scrapes, but it has to happen now. See whether they can deny T1. As the Gyos are going to echo
Because you lane swap
the
this.
stadium.
So, first Varus top lane in international history.
Oh, but Lulu doesn't really support
I would also like to point out
Bruiser
that
well,
although
but they're going to lane
Mako's
swap it
LeBlanc did
anyways.
suffer that loss to Mako at MSI 20.
You really only need the support item.
Still an
Farm.
80% win rate.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
50 wins over his career on it, only 12 losses, and did just get distortion damage buffs.
Yep.
Distortion and the Mimic's distortion also benefited.
And even though it wasn't on the same patch, we did recently have ASI, and LeBlanc was pretty popular in that tournament as well. So a bit of a taste there as we can see the fancy angle here as the archery is happening in this top lane. Shout out to Robin Hood.
Yeah. So does it count as a lane swap if they're both still just playing 80 carries, you know?
This is just like Season 1 mid lane, as Mako not going to quite find the anchor.
Dude, this actually is going to super duper cement my Unk status. But I want to go back even before Season 1.
Oh, God.
I played with COG in WCG in 2010, the first international
Was that the one where
tournament.
the internet
We
didn't
had
work?
Big Fat GG.
Yeah.
And we played Ashe mid and we played Ashe top. But honestly, more fun stuff here is going to be like Rookie Silas versus Faker LeBlanc in mid lane. Some stutter steps going on as well. And this is going to be the supports opening up their roams. So remember, the 4-minute timer is your timer for top lane. So the supports are out here really early. As long as they don't go top, though, to trigger the 4-minute timer. Like, they didn't change the mid lane one.
Yeah.
Just the top lane one.
They're
So mid lane's
definitely,
fair game.
they're using this little lane
Right now we're
spot.
seeing, yeah, it's just 2v2 in mid. This is normal.
Is it only top?
Rookie down to about 50%, but that's going to be the way of the Silas in this lane. As what is happening? Is it like Gumayushi like teaching the Shy 80 carry, or is it the Shy teaching Gumayushi top lane? I'm not entirely sure, and I am hazard to guess that it's more the Shy that's able to know what's up, because this guy also
That's his domain, the top lane, huh?
Yeah, he also pioneered the Callista in the top lane. He is not much of a stranger.
Only the Shy knows what the Shy is doing.
I mean, that has not been proven more true today than any other day.
Area pocket.
Honestly,
Look.
Right, Rookie taking so much damage here as there's the snare, the flash forward, but it's all a bait. Faker, can he actually still get the kill as he does get the passive proc? And that's going to help keep him safe, but Mako still wants to take him down. This Nautilus is so scary, and he flashes to try and lock him down. The distortion, not enough, and first blood to Mako. Now Owner is making his way, and his carrier's looking to try and punish this Big Daddy as he makes his way out, gets himself another round of shielding. Oh my goodness, Mako, you monster!
On the 10-year anniversary.
I don't know if he's allowed to say that.
EDG.
Oh my God.
Actually defeated. Wait a second, he's right back. More action.
Yep, more chains connecting. I mean, there are chains all over the place. There was even a chain on the end of that anchor as well, as now Rookie's going to get pushed out of this lane. Carrier comes on over to say no more funny business, but I don't think that's going to deter anyone. Today has been all about funny business, Kobe.
Mako literally himself. Ends up getting the kill onto Faker's LeBlanc this time around. Absolutely.
These are some tough matchups for LeBlanc, though.
Let's have a look at it one more time here, as this looked like Rookie was dead.
Yeah, it looked like a kill angle to Faker as well. I mean, honestly, to me too. So let's take a look at this. He hit the Q as Rookie was coming in and hit the chain. That was nice as he was going back to the minions. Stays in range to fully tether it. And get the lock.
And Kingslayer both layered on top of each other to make sure the Rookie survives.
Mako keeps Rookie alive, and then Mako finishes the job. Walk him down.
Oh, man, look at this. Holds the flash for such a long time as well, and Carrier even tried to make it as impossible as he could to click on Faker, as Danny is losing his mind, as we can see.
He's having fun. Everyone's having fun watching this series. This series is crazy.
Well, distortion over the wall here from Faker.
Beautiful.
Snap back if you would like to. But Owner also lying in.
Yeah,
Satchel charge.
I like
Gonna
Varus
come
in
on
that
through here,
matchup.
but Gumayushi not too worried about the minefield that has been put down. Throws out the Q. The bouncing bomb going to be ignored here as the Ashe in a pretty good spot at this point of the game. As Doran, yeah, this is not going to be fun, I don't think, for the On in this lane. As great sidestep there from Carrier. Mako not quite picking the direction he would juke.
As Wei looking to keep things interesting as well. He's on top of a ward.
Okay.
So it is
Nothing
gonna be
really
T1
developed
playing
yet.
defensively and will be okay.
It's very hard
Pushes
to
forward,
keep
and Rookie
track of
is
this game
looking a
because they do the
little worse
lane
for wear.
swapping. So it's not
But
really
after what
matchup
happened
versus matchup.
in the early
It kind
stages,
of
I
get
don't
to the
think they're
early
going
game
to overcommit for that.
a lot
I gotta
quicker.
be honest, Alice. I totally
it-
thought
it-
the
this
supports
is just
were
like-
at some point gonna leave mid lane.
They let the AD carry use the
Lane
six.
was
I
only gonna
mean,
be early stuff.
it's huge.
But man, everyone camping around that mid lane, supports and jungles. At least our bottom laners have finally.
Here's
been
not.
back
Does
up.
Guma know?
Splash.
Yeah, he definitely
He
does.
does move far enough away to keep himself.
I think it's because
safe.
Zidge just stopped moving.
And everything is
They
going
probably
to
told him
sort of
to.
relax
Yeah, he's
itself,
rotating
right?
now.
We've got a 500 gold lead approximately here for IG, who have benefited from this early game. That first blood
Where could he
going
be?
into Mako is basically the goal.
I mean, he could have been based.
Yeah. Mid lane, of course, Faker. It has resulted in a good CS lead.
So
for
again,
Faker with the
T1
constant
says,
pressure,
okay,
making
like
it
we
hard for
lane
them
swapped
to
too early.
CS.
We gave up first drag.
Now, neither of
Let's
them
stay
with
bot
flashes
lane.
does make me
Let's
think.
let Ash get to
Jungler's
Sid's top
paradise. We've
and then
got
come
level
back,
6 Nocturne,
defend the
and
drag.
Wei is a bit behind, so it's going to take a bit more for Pantheon to get level 6 and get that global threat as well. But we are
Pretty
about
classic.
to enter the jungle
And
paradise.
so now,
level 6
grubs are going to spawn soon.
Fire off those ultimates. Go grab your
They're
kills.
gonna prioritize
We have no
grubs.
flashes on
Only
the
one
mid
grubs in
laners
the
or
game.
the supports, which are also
I think also they're just trying to like
technically mid laners in
mess
this game.
with
I guess
the
they've spent enough time
Also
there
mid laners.
to be labeled
the flow, the
as
state of the game.
support
So
mid laners.
the Shy is sitting here.
This is also
They're
the
actually
first
reading it
game
well.
that we don't
The
have
Shy is going to be.
Spellbook carries, so he's
They're
not gonna be
forcing
able
the
to,
other team to
teleport
sit there
his
and have
way
to say,
around
okay,
the
are
map.
we going
Maybe
to trade
he's gonna
back with
be so
them,
lucky.
or
We'll see whether
are we
Carrier
just
gets the value
going
out of the area
to stay in our
he's looking
lanes
for,
right now?
despite not being able to have that added
So either.
utility. Kimishi back
I'm
on
pretty sure
towards
either
top
one of
side
these
now,
teams
once
they
again
predicted
leaning into Gala
this
as Rookie
this lane
getting
swap
down
right
lower
now.
and lower. This is something we used to see all the time. The stolen mimic distortion from the Silas. Although that's showing my age. I think that was the first time Silas.
I think that's what we were supposed to do today. I think that's what today is about.
Yeah, we were just it was Unk broadcast,
Yeah,
right?
today.
So we're allowed.
Today is History Day.
Well, there is that distortion being utilized. It's a fair bit of damage, but now everyone is being called in and they slam Rookie into the ground. Some grubs should come on through for T1 afterwards as well.
Yeah,
But
Rookie, that was probably
missed it,
bad timing.
as Rookie is just dead.
He probably wanted to just
Everyone
get the ult
who has
cooldown.
an ult used their ult on Rookie. Carrier didn't. because
Okay,
he's
but
only level
IG's
4.
able
But
to
everybody
secure.
pressed R though, Kobe.
Come back. They don't want to fight.
He pressed R.
He pressed R for sure. He's with you.
Oh my goodness. All right. But it will still be IG utilizing the fact that they didn't press as many R buttons to take 2 of these grubs. One of them did go over to T1 as a result of that last play. But it's not enough to get the gold lead completely back in the hands of T1. Instead, things are just basically equalized.
The Avengers assembled around mid lane to take down Rookie.
Gary kind of sold that a little bit.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be the Thunderbirds that were going to be the second round of Avengers, but no. Apparently, it's just T1.
Yep. Well,
They just kind of like it's all mind games. So they either walking that ward knowing that it's warded,
another lock in here.
or they don't know it's warded, and you still really.
You don't get the void mic.
It's all mind games. Carry knows like, okay, like if I walk into this bush right now, like, they're probably just gonna sit there. I don't know. It's all mind games. It's seriously, it's all mind games. Heavy mind games.
Feel pretty good about their situation, getting the kill here onto Faker. He did also.
The way they play around vision is just
in the early
disgusting.
Heal cutting here against Rookie in this lane, where so many uses of the
T1
Kingmaker
again.
as
So
well.
now they're starting to rotate for the objectives, which is smart.
Yep, that was very effective heal early on in that early trade.
Might have actually this might have actually this change actually might have helped them.
As here's the kitchen sink
Cinematic
falling
version.
from the sky.
Ash, Arrow, Ornn, Ultimate, they all
So-
collide at the same time. Honestly, kind of impressive.
You don't
because
rotate
Bill
for the
was able to get
objectives.
the
They think,
last
oh,
hit
okay,
kill
like we
with
got
everything
free
just-
Yeah, it's pretty
objectives.
impressive.
Like
I mean, that was
it's a
damage
cakewalk.
soup that just landed on it.
And now you're starting to
And
rotate,
it
and it's
was
like
enough to deal with
they've been
Rookie.
just letting you
That's one of those
rotate.
times where you're like, you just
They've been letting you lane
start
swap
all
the
of
last the
R
whole
buttons,
series.
that
So
just hit you.
I
now that
want
you're
to
lane
do
swapping
an
for the objectives, they're
investigation
not,
and see,
you know.
like, what was
But
the
now you're gonna
actual
get
time
dove.
difference
Oran's a pretty
between
hard
each
dive
R
here.
button press as Doran's got some
He's gonna clear
visitors.
away.
Well, he is also going to call in his friends, but it's going to be too late, and now Ona might be in an awkward position, still able to get the kill on a Maker, who unfortunately had turret aggro in that play. So a 1-for-1 will be the result, but the Shy able to push this wave in, and also possibly put some pressure on this turret, utilizing the Ziggs. Is Ona going to move on over and only throws out a Duskbringer. So that's all she wrote for T1's defense, and that should be first turret going over to IG.
That was really nice answer from Owner. You know, lays down the Q right before he arrives with his ultimate, and with the tower damage there, does get the counter kill. So ends up being a 1-for-1 on their dive on Doran. Doran, though, of course, is suffering significantly with the Shy here having his Varus top. Pretty good CS numbers for himself, but he teleports right back out. Gala down here to the bottom side, so I think they do want to fight it. They're not going to give it to T1 for free.
Yep, Faker looking for a flank, but he is spotted on vision. Rookie with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow already prepped.
Doran can't come, though. This is 4v5, guaranteed.
Yep, Wei couldn't get on in there as the flash is going to be employed. Depth charge comes down, but he creates so much distance, and all the buttons go entirely wide. They were thrown off
on
to
the
Faker. He
LeBlanc
lands the
is...
chains, and IG just kind of
Man, you trade for flash.
confused
It's not bad.
with no T1 to fight. Unless.
Okay, ID's super deep here.
Just chase him a little more.
T1 knows, okay, it's a 2-2 game. We just got the drag.
Maybe T1 are going to be tempted to try and defend this. Right now, 3 versus 3. You've got Rookie moving towards the top side, and T1 are going to be able to at least.
And they have a very good pick comp.
Okay, so Gala getting some more turret damage there, some more advantage, turret plate money for IG, and having opened up the map on the top side as well after their dive situation.
Actually not too bad.
Does make you a little bit more worried. You know, we mentioned with the Pantheon ult and the Ziggs ultimate, you have a decent amount of global on that side too. It's not just that they have to play into Nocturne ultimate, but they've got some pretty good uses themselves.
There's also Blade of the Ruin King completed here from the Shy already. And oftentimes in Ziggs compositions, we often talk about, oh, but they won't have the same level of consistent damage. They won't have the same ability to take neutrals, things like this. When you've got like an on-hit Varus on your team anyway, I mean, it's just a mage and an AD carry, right? It's just a regular composition. And so they're not going to run into any of those issues in this particular game.
Except you have a mage mid too.
This is not like he's playing a Scion.
What? The Shy never does crazy stuff.
Yeah, no, surely we can rely on that. It's going to be absolutely fine. Hawkshot going to give some vision over to T1. As Gala takes some damage from the volley. Double flash is employed. Mega Inferno Bomb goes down. There's a Grand Starfall, but the instant wild growth is fantastic. Paranoia comes in, but still Owner is taking so much damage. The flash from Rookie is able to shut him down, and now the Shy looking for Doran. He's taking up the turret, and he's happy to do so as IG. They slam T1 on multiple fronts.
IG are popping off. They want to send us to Silver Scrapes. They want to send us to a 5th game, Atlas.
They may just do it if they keep playing like this as IG now looking to take more plates. It is sub 14 minutes for another 8 seconds.
He's definitely not the
so they might be able to get another one here. Is now Rookie in trouble. Gumayusi trying to lay down the hurt, but instead distracted by a ward and will be able to take that one out of there. T1 by no means out of this one, but the signs of life from IG going to be putting some worry into T1 fans.
I love staying in attack.
Yeah, these games are too close, too close.
They have another mode?
Yeah, they immediately throw these semi.
And the plays happen so quickly. Like they don't even take like.
They get the double
it's almost instant.
Out of the T1 bottom lane, and Faker wants the rest of this turret, but Wei is
tiny little bit of damage.
Get back in there.
He just needs to.
What is that thing? Click on that thing. What is that? Yeah, okay, there we go.
Nailed. So it does take a turret shot, but that is fine. We'll be able to claim that.
But yeah, they take 0 time to react or to make a.
I do, but again, yeah, I love how they just attack the the Ashe and the Lulu here. No flashes now on either of them. Really big stuff. Mako
and knows it's just all coordinated.
Follow up. They got the Ziggs ultimate, the Pantheon ultimate, and Rookie flanking through. So
nobody's laying on the rotation. The ults are all synced together.
Under tower, and then the Shy takes care of Doran himself.
Doran also threw the wrong direction.
Yeah, Doran was like, let me out of here. I got to get this way.
Yeah, he's like, save yourself, Ram friend.
I'm getting out of here.
All right, we're fighting again as now Carrier in a bit of trouble. Does have to put his wild growth on cooldown as the darkness is going to come in, but Carrier already dead. Owner able to put himself in a great position, though, as the Pantheon will be the answering kill, but Rookie on the top side of the map means that Gumayusi cannot play the game. He's taken out, but it's a 1-for-1, and now it's T1 trying to fight back. This time, the Ram is going to connect as the Ziggs satchels himself out and burns to death. as Owner's red buff gets it done. Now Mako not going to be able to do anything. The anchor is cute, but I think that Faker will be able to finish this one off. And T1, they're going to be able to fight back.
Atlas, this is peak League of Legends right here,
Sure,
baby.
it's not ping pong, Kobe. This is just battle. Like one team wins, and the next person wins right back.
Okay, so immediately right onto Carrier and Guma, and they couldn't even decide. And they're like, okay, fine, we get the Carrier, but then Nocturne. Darkness does so much work here. Because they don't actually have vision, they're able to get the shutdown. T1 kites backwards. We're back to action, baby!
Yep. Carrier just out of the death chamber and might just be put back in it here as the Glitterlance not quite enough. And Way will be out.
It's gonna be hard for Ash here. She's very slow on the engages. So with something like a Silas, something like a Pantheon, she needs to stack her autos before she's able to really deal damage. And then even that still has a cooldown on it.
Oh, they're going for the Shy!
Left as they are looking for the Shy. Can
This
they
should be a
find the
catch.
fear? And they will be able to do so. This time, the Shy
And
doesn't
they
have
actually
a
did
lot of that
timing
money
on it
business
because
available. He's doing a lot of
they
damage,
didn't
and
take
now the
risks.
cavalry
And now
is going to come in as he
they're gonna
bought
get
enough
collapsed on.
time to allow IG to capitalize on this one.
Oh,
As Paranoia
does he have
just to find
vision?
the space, and we'll see whether
Oh,
he
yeah,
looks
they're
to
gonna
turn
trade.
as they take down Gala.
Oh my god, and now Ash is blowing them up. Oh my god.
And Wade's
Huge.
the same time to
Oh
knock out the
man,
Mako. He's dead at
GG.
T1. Oh my god, Owner, you are an absolute gem.
Holy! Owner does not run away, Atlas! He turns around, he goes right back
That's huge.
in.
That almost secures the game. It's only a 1K goal too, but here's a drag, here's a tower.
Goodness. And now the
Faker's farming
going
up
to be
top.
secured here. That is going to be the second going
2,000.
over to T1. Our Soul going to be a mountain yet again. And let's have a look at this one more time because, man, the Shy going down, that was understandable, but he did buy a lot of time, and it looked pretty decent, honestly, for IG.
Yeah, and Owner flashed to start this play. So we start the play seeing his flash. So he's not going to have flash for later for escaping. So IG, they're like, all right, we're coming down the river. We'll go for Duran Force, then the darkness. And I was like,
They're using
maybe he'll run
redemption
away
in
with
the
it. But no, he
darkness,
goes
bro.
right
They're
back in
evil,
on
bro.
the stun
What the
timer.
hell?
He has the spell shield. He gets the extra healing. He stays alive with the passive healing, with the Conqueror stacking.
The Umbral Blades. Just getting all of that health back, but man, Owner, zero fear in that moment. I think he thought that he was going to die. He's like, well,
Okay,
let's
now
send it.
as
Saw the arrow come
IG.
in, and
IG needs
just
basically
launched
needs to
himself like
hold
a
the
missile
game.
into IG.
It's not too far
he's
off.
surviving in
They
the game.
they know where the
It's
game
absurd, because,
state's
like, you
at.
just
You
get
know,
the
kind
paranoid
of like
damage
okay,
down,
like
your job is done.
probably
Great
down
play.
like 2K.
The fact that he lived is just absurd. As the Shy,
They know just around like how close the game is still, and so they're not going to risk taking a fight over
comes down yet again. The Shy in trouble once more.
over Rift. They're just going to take it or give it. Ooh, big arrow.
Connects from Gumayushi, and Faker's now able to close in as well.
Give it a Faker.
The
Come on,
Skyfall
man.
comes in. The Mega Inferno Bomb. Not
Do these
quite
count?
enough.
I don't think
Owner
these
just
count.
barely limping away, and now the fight is going to continue.
They're not giving
Mako
this to
trying throw out the
Faker.
CC. The satchel's good as Gala's bouncing bombs aren't quite connecting. T1 still not able to quite find the fight, and now the re-engage from Mako as Faker is going to get executed, but Gumayushi's the problem. He flashes to create the space, and Gala, they've been
Guma with the
ignoring him this whole
carry.
time. Finally, they're going to move over as he runs out of mana, takes down Carrier, but he will
man.
die
What a
as
game.
a result. And Doran and Gumayushi walk away
Good pick.
victorious.
And T1 keep up the pace. They keep the pressure high, continuing to force
This
another
is
and another
global ults
fight.
all
They see the
around.
Shy, they
This
go
is
kill
a
the Shy.
nasty comp that they
Immediate
picked.
Nocturne ultimate from Owner. He's going
And the
sicko
fact that
mode in
it's
this game.
only one champion
Doran is able to get
per
the ultimate on him
series.
right into the ultimate
Yeah.
from Guma as well. And so he's
That's
stunned.
the only
Owner
problem,
snipes him
though,
with
is
the
now, like-
Q, then afterwards, then
Yeah,
they
somebody
throw
needs to
the
really
base
spend some
ultimate
time
at
here
Owner.
and just
Rookie
start
actually steals C4
start
ultimate
canceling these comps
isn't
out.
able to reactivate
Like, I want to see
there
if I want to
with
see
the
some
brush.
Zed. Like I want to
And
see
so they
something
don't
crazy.
finish off Owner. He goes to live. The rest of T1 could push them off. Guma's doing
No
so much
Malphite
work here
out.
with the Ashe, pelting them from the side. So even when Faker goes down there, Guna puts out so much damage, or Gumayushi puts out so much damage, and keeps them slowed with the Ashe.
But yeah, I think. Oh wait, I think they can afford. T1 can afford to try and do this. I think IG also knows. Like, this is
has been a
it.
point of contention for this team. We'll see whether they can make it work this time around. Here in
It's
game
it's
4,
their
man,
best
this is
chance
feeling
here to
like
try and
they're
get
throwing the
something back in
gauntlet.
this game.
Now the
And
paranoia
it's
comes
going to be
down
an
towards
all
us.
in.
A
Like it has to be
huge
all
knock-off,
in.
and the AoE is massive. The wild
But yeah, I mean, they just can't get on Guma here.
He's just too good, ladies and gentlemen. Gala keeping
What?
himself alive.
It actually works
There are
out
too
for
many
them.
people here. Rookie finds the clone of all things, but
Wait,
the Otacon
Faker?
will stay up.
Carry it, eats auto, eats Zit's passive, Faker executes. Alright, they're just back. Otacon.
They saved the Otacon, and that may
See,
actually
Faker,
be
you gotta
the
eat an auto
biggest deal
carrier.
in this moment.
Wait, they've got to teleport from Doran. They can teleport Doran back in. Faker and Keria are flanking them. There's the teleports coming in. It's actually answered here by IG as well.
Oh, Gala gets executed.
Flash.
Faker finds him in the brush. He thought he was safe, and honestly, so did we, because there wasn't the vision as Doran slams his head into the wall, but he is so incredibly tanky. The flash out from Carrier to avoid the re-engage.
Faker, agreed. Faker, do it.
Damage himself, and now the Shy has made his way in. It's another hook.
Yeah, he's trying to give Varus a target.
Ladies and gentlemen, Doran will be dying in this fight, but yeah, we have Paranoia coming up very, very soon. And the Ash Arrow is 8 seconds away. I do not think it's Otacon time. Please let me breathe.
No way, buddy. Let's keep the action going.
Oh yeah, no, they have to. For IG, they don't have any choice. Yeah, but yeah.
Punished once again. It's being in a brush. That's going to be.
And Owner realizes Ash is so fed right now. Like it is.
Kiting like a madman. Another wild growth. And T1, it feels like the same team fight that they won before. Well, they're gonna go win it again.
How do they pull this one out of their bag is wild. This is the strongest comp I've ever seen.
They find the engage. Guma here with the Ash Arrow re-engages, sets it up, and the Otacon this time will be the final prize.
They're going to be able to pick it up here. It's 23 kills to 13.
I like those numbers.
Oh, it's absolutely ridiculous. A bloodbath here in our game number 4.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, you kind of beat them to the lane swap.
This is where they need to get it together if we want to see the silver scrapes. And that's also Soul Point on the board as well. Mountain Soul will make this team so tanky.
But this is the power of Ash, I actually think. Ash is very strong right now.
He's like, Ziggs only waddles so quickly.
Yeah. Oh, man. Beautifully played, though. It's exactly what a LeBlanc is built to do.
IG's only chance was on the first engage. It's not over. They can focus out Guma.
We already talked about Owner was ready.
Go from Owner to Guma.
Even though he goes down
I think Vader's a little not
successful re-engage.
Not all the way in the game. Not super fed.
They are getting another objective.
Yep.
But don't let that distract you from the next fight because
they have to get. They have to kill.
I'm not convinced that T1's going to win this game yet. Right now, everything is pointing towards that being the likely outcome. But you best believe I will not be baited into expecting something. As the arrow is going to stop the back from away, and now he's trapped. He's not going to be able to escape. He doesn't have the Grand Starfall, and now the jungler is going to be dead at 23 minutes and 50 seconds in the game. The Baron is up in a minute's time. And Wei is not going to be able to get into position to try and get vision down.
Is Guma Hawkeye? Has he missed Ash arrows ever?
He's channeling prey.
There's so many of them. Yeah, I mean that was definitely a close one to Pantheon channeling the ultimate there in the spot. And the Ash Arrow finds another one. So
this is why those pro play is just so beautiful because they just move all synchronized.
They don't see any more champions on screen, so they'll kill some towers.
We'll see whether the champions will come on screen, because then T1 will try to kill them. That is going to be what happens. Right now, Gala does have a massive amount of wave clear. So that Baron that I was talking about before, up in 25 seconds time, that is going to be
everyone's synced together, and it's like this is like literally League being played by 5 people at the same time. It's so
because this has got to be up there,
I mean, T1 are almost at a kill a minute as the team.
This is it.
Yeah, just that's one of the team. This is absolute, like, this pace is crazy. I hope that we're setting records here because it feels like we're at least getting close.
Yep, I hope so. And they're going to have to keep it up as the Baron is going to spawn, as we were talking about. And IG, they need to try and
it's not even slow the game at this point. Honestly, IG has to win a fight.
Is ridiculous. Hawkshot and Paranoia. Not only do they get vision
LeBlanc
themselves,
is untouchable, and they can't walk into their jungle right now with no vision. And LeBlanc just, you know, as soon as you pop up on vision for T1, she's just gonna blow you up. She's just gonna get electrocute proc and then go back.
And that's a dream scenario for LeBlanc when your team does have that luxury of controlling so much vision. You're a trickster. You're this burst mage that wants to go for distortion combos.
Yeah, you capitalize on information way better than any other champion. And IG Grouping up, getting themselves in there. The flash in from Mako does trigger the flash out from Carrier.
All right, IG, can they...
Last time the mindset of Mako. He has just gone for every flash angle that he can possibly find.
Especially when he's looking for Guma or Carrier. You know, trying to kill those two specifically. Let's see if they can actually do that one more time and actually take down Carrier. Punish the no flash.
Ooh, good spell shield there from Ona. Gonna deny the
Yeah, this is where it gets risky for T1. This is where they can throw. But again, this is why Ornn is just going to be way stronger in this game. I don't like this engage from
Ona goes in, he survives for so long, way too long. Wild Growth comes in and it's Gumayushi with the damage. Why is this Nocturne still alive? Ona, you absolute monster. The inner turret's going to go down, and I think this is the end of IG, and T1 putting the end to the LPL has started early this
Right, they know how to, they just know how to,
will have every
they just drove that, they just drove this game in. That's so crazy.
Defend, but it's no use.
And the Ziggs that was their Achilles heel is finally going to be taken
The fact they got this comp in on the 4th game of the series, wild.
Well, we certainly ended the series with quite the banger.
Yeah, it was a bang. And to be honest, this whole series,
I think they're coaching. I think they're coaching. I think they coached during the draft too, right? Do they? Do they still get coaching during the draft?
First few games, and I can already.
They have to.
You know, if only we had been able to close out game 1, right?
Yeah, IG definitely gonna have regrets about the early games.
Because like this is basically your playbook. That's your playbook right there. Like look, that's dirty.
Up into the last game here.
All right, well I found my dirt.
And it was very close to the record. I'm pretty sure. We have it here. Supermassive.
Yeah, there's for sure some marks on that pad right there.
3.1 kills per minute.
That's truly crazy number.
That's absurd.
I don't know what ours was, but
that sucks.
That's numbers we can't
That's a rough one.
Contend with Turkey versus Brazil. Okay?
But if you're IG, I mean,
this was still very close, and this
it's
was
better.
an LCK team involved. Okay,
That's a really tough loss. So.
That much action is unfortunately we'll have to say goodbye to IG. It just feels unfair. I understand this is how it all shook out, but the fact that we have to say goodbye to this team, it's just doesn't feel right. Especially after this performance against T1. I just want to cast these two teams for the rest of Worlds.
Yeah,
this is amazing.
Let's see some more rematches. So much action, so much fun. Baker's got a mic in his hands. I believe we are getting some more interviews set up as well, some possibilities. And T1, people were wondering, all right, is this going to be the moment? Because they do take some time to scale up in tournaments.
I mean, they took some time in this series.
Yeah.
And they needed to, because the final test being the Ziggs, that monkey to get off their shoulder, you know, and being able to finally do it as since Split 3 being 0-5 against the champion hasn't been the best for them. And just insane play. Mako as well, being able to be the first one to get a kill on a Faker.
All that just went by like a blur. When did that start?
And it kind of echoed around this stadium as well. The fact that he was able to do it here, 10 years separated, after being on the team that was able to serve his first loss on that champion, just wasn't enough to actually win them the series. This isn't the one, right? Okay, good.
Yeah. We get the cinematic. Oh, this is all the ultimates at the same time. That was all of the R's. Buttons pressed from T1 simultaneously to take down Rookie.
Watch it.
Some of the highlights from this series, like already, the highlight reel that we have for Worlds is incredible.
Truly.
It's fantastic.
Careful.
Just so much already. T1 will remain in the tournament. And Ona living here was just not allowed.
Yeah, able to take them both down, still surviving. And the pace just continued. I mean, you're talking about highlight reels. Like, if they made a highlight reel of this game, there was so little downtime between fights that you would only have to really cut out a tiny bit of the beginning of the game and just kind of then roll the rest of the game.
This is why I mean, like, it's like there aren't options like, oh, I just go split, because a 45 is not going to work. You're just going to give up the objective.
Break after this series, man. This was.
You can't just sit there and be like,
yelling.
I mean, you
these
almost
guys
do.
would not stop
Again, it's
fighting
like
one another,
if you
and
go send five,
we've
if
been
you
casting T1
if
for
you
a very
all
long
if you
time. They
send
can be methodical,
everyone down one
we
lane,
know
they
that they do
they
not
just
want to
TP.
be.
They just do. They
As
send. They
this
take
was
two,
almost
or they leave two people
an
to do the
incredible
objective.
turnaround. The fact that the Shy was able to get the arm guard off, you know, keep himself out of harm's way, dodging a lot of CC.
They're
it just
so
wasn't
ahead,
enough
and they
when
just
the
could
wallets
never
were
get to
this
the
heavy.
Ash.
Yeah.
And we also answered your question of if the Ash does get picked up, who are going to be our players that want to play it? Gumayushi looking pretty good on it here today.
He did look very good on it. The kiting, the slow, really, really effective. So congratulations to T1 taking down IG. You know, IG in the first couple of games in this series, you know, even though they did lose the first
You gotta
one,
go back to the Karma
they looked
Kate
really
game.
good.
I
It
mean,
looked
what
like they could've
happened?
won it. And then game 2 actually taking it, you know, making us believe.
And it did feel a little bit like
T1 definitely
they had the
changed up
majority of
their
the tempo
formula.
buffs of the
They
first
started
two
to
games.
they started to leave their bot
And
side
huge
on the
testament
objectives.
When so many of us, we have to remember back.
I don't
to
know if they did that
85% of people
intentionally
believing that
in the
T1
first
had this
game,
one in
but
the
that
bag.
definitely
The fact that IG, this
the
is
fact that IG
a
didn't
3-1,
like
right?
rotate
It is
or
relatively in
counterplay
T1's
to their
favor, but,
lane
IG put up a
swapping,
fantastic fight. And
I
now
think
we have
definitely played a
Carrier
role
alongside G-Sun ready to
in the
tell us
game
all about it.
in this series. Oh, that was a
Thank you very
TID
much, and I'm
series.
here joined by Carrier. Congratulations on the win and happy birthday. 생일 정말 축하드리고요. 승리도 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
So you had your birthday on such an
Yeah, bro.
important game day, and you managed to get the win and advance to the Swiss stage. How do you feel right now? 오늘 정말 중요한 날인데 또 생일이었잖아요. 많은 게 걸린 날이었는데 승리와 함께 스위스 스테이지 진출하셨습니다. 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단 오늘 생일이기도 하고 되게 또 많은 분들이 지켜봐 주시는 또 빅경기였는데 승리할 수 있게 돼서 너무 기쁜 것 같고 그리고 집으로 바로 안 돌아가서 다행인 것 같습니다.
Yeah, today was a very important day, very special day for me. If I could get a win, you know, I knew that I will be able to get a lot of celebration from the fans, and I'm just so happy that I'm not going straight back home. And then today, well, it was a do or die match for both teams, and it was an elimination, a single best of 5 series to determine the fate of both teams. So how did you mentally prepare
I can't even remember
for
what
this
champion you
intense
just
playing
played.
stage? 오늘 사실은 정말 걸린 게 많았고 사실 단 한 판의 다전제로
I really was like,
세트 다전제로 결정되는 그런 플레인 스테이지였는데요.
it took me a minute.
멘탈적으로는 어떻게 준비하셨는지, 특히나 T1은 조금 토너먼트가 진행됨에 따라서 폼을 끌어올리는데 어떤 식으로 준비하셨는지 궁금합니다.
원래 스위스 스테이지 진행할 때는 좀 지더라도 좀 발전할 여지가 많다고 생각해서 그렇게 좀 여유롭게 대회를 진행했던 것 같은데 오늘 같은 경우는 발전할 여지도 없이 지면 끝이기 때문에 좀 이제 다 토너먼트 이제 4강, 막 8강 그런 대회 대하듯이
This thing
준비했던
about AI is gonna be so crazy
Yeah, well,
that
when
I'm just
we
gonna like
originally
instant
played,
captions.
You know, Swiss stage in the past Worlds, it was more like if we, you know, drop a game or two, if we make some mistakes, there's always room to improve and room to make it up for it. But this time, it was a do or die. There's no room for mistakes. So we kind of approached this playing stage match as a knockout stage match, just like quarters or semifinals. And although today was a 3-1 victory, every
That's
game
actually
was so
smart. That's
intense.
really
It was
smart.
Team fight after team fight. Well, LPL teams, especially IG, are known to, you know, be really good at team fights. But today it was just a team fight, a masterclass by T1. So how did you pull that off? 사실은 오늘 3대1
So
승리긴 했지만
awkward.
매판이 굉장히 좀 팽팽했던 것 같습니다. 한타도 굉장히 많이 나왔고 교전 위주의 게임이 많이 나왔는데 사실은 IG를 포함한 LPL 팀들이 이런 교전이 굉장히 좋다고 알려져 있는데 오늘은 T1의 교전력이 더 빛났던 것 같습니다. 어떻게 이런 경기력이 나왔나요?
일단 사실 LPL 팀이
They have
팀들이
Faker on
교전이 되게
stage.
강하긴 하지만 또
This is bad.
저희 팀 같은 경우에는 또 LCK 내에서도 좀 교전이 장점인 팀이라고 생각해서 좀 전 세계 어느 팀이랑 비교해도 교전력 하나는 안 밀린다고 생각하고 있는 것 같아요.
For sure, LPL teams have really good team fighting skills, but I believe T1 is one of the best team fighting teams in the LCK as well, and I thought we are just as
Don't
good
talk
as
over
them.
the
So
choke,
I was
yeah.
pretty confident coming into the match. And lastly, before we go, any final message to all the fans out there? 마지막으로 팬분들께 한 말씀
But
부탁드립니다.
every single game, each one of them made super plays.
일단
But that first game,
스위스
Doran
스테이지로
was making super plays.
스위스 스테이지로 가게
The
됐는데
third game,
또 지금까지 월드에서 계속 좋은 선수
What was that?
내듯이
Owner's
이번에도
in? Yeah.
또 우승을 목표로 최선을 다해서 열심히 준비해 보겠습니다. 감사합니다.
With this victory, we were able to secure a spot in the Swiss stage, and as T1 always did in the previous Worlds, we will do our best in order to get the trophy in the end. Thank you so much.
That was so strong. I might have to change my pick'ems.
And I'm going to pass it back to the analyst desk. Thank you, and happy birthday, Kyria.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason and Kyria. Oh my god, they're sliding away. Oh, the casters are here. What is going on? We're bringing the camera back. All right. It is going to come back to us soon. As we said at the beginning of the day, there is no Worlds without T1. Wait, you guys are here as well?
Yeah, we
Whoa.
are. Hello. You know, we just didn't want you running the desk. Actually,
Raz was a little upset.
Thank you for joining.
He was trying to hide it.
Yeah, but you know what? You stick to it. You didn't flip-flop, and I appreciate you for this, Raz.
I'm learning a lesson. I should just flip-flop now. What am I talking about? I knew what I needed to do, but it is what it is. IG put up a real fight.
Yeah.
I loved it. I wish we got to see them continue on in the actual Worlds. But yes, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is brutal to see them go like this because, being completely honest, from what I've seen in the LPL, from what we've been talking about as well, I did not expect them to put up such a fight against T1 today.
Yeah, it was really fierce. And at times I was worried for T1. I feel like they really ramped up over the course of play-ins. Play-ins just happened to be one best of 5, so, you know, it went pretty quickly.
True.
But it did feel like they had to find their footing from the beginning of the series to this point. Even, like, every single game was, like, fierce fight throughout. There were crazy fights. So I think if things had gone a bit differently, could have seen it really go in IG's favor, and they should be proud of their performance today.
And IG went out in
Proud.
IG fashion. It was
Proud
just
of
hilarious to see. Of course,
being
just
knocked
throughout
out
the
before
entire
the game,
series.
before
It
it
was
even
just a complete
starts.
slog. And you know what?
Man.
What Atlas said, completely correct. T1 can play a slow and methodical game.
I mean, they
But
did
if
play
IG puts on the boxing gloves, T1 will do the exact same thing.
champs.
And so just being able to see how IG had leads in some of these games, but T1 put on the classic T1 magic and was able to out-team fight
I don't
them in
know.
a lot of those
That
cases.
must suck,
Like,
though, because
that
they
was
just had such...
fun to
I think it was
see.
that first
And
game.
then, as I say, IG losing in IG ways.
They
I was
really
talking
shouldn't
about,
have
like,
lost
maybe
that
putting
first game.
the Shy on a tank. No, he went Varus top into the Nocturne LeBlanc composition. I was like, all right, let's see what happens. They threw down the gauntlet.
But guys, I see this replay and the other replays we had just now. It was just pure chaos.
Yes.
For 4 games straight.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, T1 are a team who will get into a fist fight with you. They will be willing to take that down. And there were some hectic moments. I feel like you look at some of these, the low health bars, you're thinking maybe if it just went slightly differently, a little bit more damage here, a little bit more damage there. And I guess IG will be thinking that going home.
Yeah, so when I watch the game, I'm always looking at like where
intro-
like the
what
stats
better
where you
intro
should be. So
to
like
Worlds?
it's very
To be
easy to
in
sit
a
there and just
situation
like
where it's IG
understand
versus
like
T1,
oh, okay, like
banger after banger.
I see
every
ADC at
game puts you
100
on your
100
toes.
CS
You think
at
IG's winning
11
no,
minutes.
T1
Like,
takes
that's
it. You
where
think
that's
T1
where
takes
you
the
want
game?
to be
No,
at.
IG takes it.
You know.
What better way to introduce like either new fans or really
But
get
most of
old
like the
fans,
macro
like,
and stuff,
wanting
you're just
more?
not going to
And
be
I
able to
gotta
like
say,
fully
I am
like
personally
replicate
happy
in your
to see the
games,
World
but
Champions
it still
defending
helps.
titles
You can
joining
still
this
see like
competition. There's
damage.
no Worlds without
You still see like
Back-to-back
combinations
still
that you can go
possible.
for,
It's
things that you
possible.
can see,
Still possible.
Statistically still
and
possible.
you know
Because
it may not be
I think
perfect
the
in your games,
chances
but
of getting
it's
the 3-peat would have gone down
it's
substantially
still
if they had lost today.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Gonna have to check with stats guy on that one.
Well, we're not
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
have
sorry,
to
I
check
didn't
that.
viable.
maybe.
Still
Saying that, my
doable.
bad.
Something doesn't change though for T1. We've seen that all here. We've talked about this at the beginning of the day. Owner, big boy pants. Every time he needs, he is the player that T1 can count on every time, and he's the player of the series.
There it is. I mean, might as well be. The fact that he's able to have as much pressure on the map, and
Guma.
especially with fights like these, like this game in particular, where it's like, yes, you're going to be Rana, and guess who you're going to boost up? It's going to be Owner. Early game presence that he has is something that you have to take note of for the rest of the Worlds.
Actually
Yeah,
Doran.
we've seen Owner and Carry
Being
just
honest.
such a phenomenal duo, but it feels
Doran
like
had-
Owner
eh.
on a lot of these champions.
the
there's
Cassandra
so
game was
many in
pretty
the
good.
meta where you get your spike on that Sundered Sky. And
I mean,
it's not
the
just
Ambassador
back, but
game.
early
He
impact.
might have just
From
carried
that
the
point, he gets
Ambassador
such
game.
a threat in team fights, and if you're mechanically proficient on picks like this in Zhao, you can do so much. You can do so much work. You're such a powerful team fight in your own right. And even on this Nocturne, he was just an absolute menace, causing chaos, and felt like he was just pushing the limit of his health bar, diving in situations. So I'm like, oh, he's probably just... He's not dead. He's still
MVP
not
of
dead.
this game?
He's still
Or the
going.
series?
Here is a great example.
Yeah.
He went in there and he didn't die. He's just honestly
crazy.
pulling magic out of a hat. And I'm so glad to see him continue this form. We've seen it all year long. He's now at Worlds, and we're seeing that Worlds form Owner once again.
I mean, that's the thing. Owner's world form, we know that T1 is a different beast at Worlds. From what you guys have been watching in the LCK, the form at MSI until what we saw today, what is the hope for T1? How strong do they look?
They look very strong, and they look very strong. And the issue is even
they got hit in the mouth.
Like Worlds historically, it is a ramp up. Like Swiss stage, you might slip and fall a little bit, but you're only going to get stronger and stronger. So I feel like that's just going to be
that last game though
for T1.
That last game was
I think
super
they came
strong
into
though.
Worlds
That
last year
last game
looking a lot
was
weaker
crazy.
than this year, right? And they won last
That's
year.
what I mean. It's like
so the fact that
sometimes
that
they look
happened,
unbeatable.
I feel
Sometimes
like the
they
possibility
look like they're
absolutely there. You
trolling
know,
like
there's obviously tough
hardcore.
opponents ahead of them. There's a lot of tough opponents in the Swiss stage, but the potential is 100% there, and we know how clutch this team can be when it comes to this tournament.
You know what? I'm going to put you guys on the spot. We're minutes away from the Swiss stage draw show. I didn't ask you this before. I'm going to ask this on air, and in chat you can say that as well. What would be your hot take, your hot prediction ahead of Swiss stage?
Oh.
One thing that you want to see, one thing that you think is going to happen.
What I want to see,
yeah.
I want to see your face when KT does not make it to knockout stage.
My face right now.
I
will laugh it off.
And she's already throwing like whatever at the TV screen.
You know what's going to be amazing is
What?
that Dan and I can handshake for the fact that maybe our teams are both going to disappoint us.
Yeah.
I'm going with there with no expectations. I'm on the KT side. You're on the top esports side. I'm on the top esports
Say it
side as
loud
well.
and proud, buddy.
For the sake of Europe, I'm happy that they're here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think top esports will probably do pretty good in Swiss. It's knockouts where they have a tendency to get 3-0'd, you know, so we'll see.
Yeah, and going into Swiss, some of the matchups that
Crazy,
are possible
bro.
are really exciting. Like for me,
You have one, yeah. Give us
T1
some of
versus
them.
BLG, the literal World Finals is a possibility. With Pool 1 being BLG and obviously Pool 3 for T1, that's something that I'm excited for. CFO versus TES, that's the first stand rematch. TES has to prove themselves. Surely they could take CFO down this time around. Right, Dan?
Surely.
Right?
Are you going to fall for it? Are you going to fall for it?
I heard a
again?
yeah. I heard a yeah. And then Fly versus Fnatic. Like,
Fly Fnatic?
that's a thing too.
True. Repo against his former team
I may
when
not-
he had success in Europe.
I may
That's
not want to
exciting.
see 100 Thieves versus G2, but River
I'm
is
not
here.
to be able to play the
Actually
game at
made it.
all.
Dokla tweeted that. He
what
made
did
it.
I just sign
So
myself
he
up
will
for?
be
Like-
joining the rest of his team here at Worlds.
Like, yo,
My
whoa,
hot take is
like,
that we're gonna.
hey, when
as
is
a
this
region, we're
stream
gonna
in?
get out
Like,
of
can I go to
Swiss
bed? like,
That is a hot take. That is a very hot take.
It's a hot take. We never made it out of Swiss ever
Yeah.
since this format has been introduced. Nothing. No one.
I'm sweating a
No
little
one
bit
showing up.
because I made the point about 100 Thieves. Just hearing about the fact that their practice has been boomed, I'm like, oh God, please. Now we're back to FlyQuest being our sole hope. So
Yeah.
my palms are sweaty. And with T1 being in now the Swiss stage, it's just going to be a real coin flip as to which opponent we get.
It's crazy we haven't talked about Genji at all, though.
Yeah, we haven't.
MSI champions, back to back.
Yeah,
We knew the hopes that was on this team's shoulders last year.
Gen G
We'll see
looked
about that.
pretty good, you know?
You have all the hot takes today.
Yeah, a hot take.
I love it.
Pretty strong
Got the
team.
Emily lukewarm take. I love it.
You know what? I hear that the draw show is ready on stage, so let's head into that. We're gonna keep the mics open. We're gonna keep on chatting, of course, as we're gonna see the results unfold. And Candice is on stage, ready for the first draw.
I cannot wait.
在正式抽签开始之前，
All
有
right,
什么想
please
说的吗？
give it to us.
很荣幸吧，能作为这个
I
抽签
think
嘉
for
宾吧，
me,
然后也祝大家好运吧。
I just want
祝大家
obviously
好运。
easiest draw
好的，
possible
那
for
同样的，我们
FlyQuest.
接下
Oh,
来
really?
要跟大家
Yeah,
说的本
100%.
次我
I
们的
mean, you
抽签
see
呢，将会确
Fnatic
定
or
2022
PSG.
Oh,
Great.
damn
TES.
it! I could have watched this. I could have watched this on 1.5
Yeah,
if I just watched it. Like, okay.
It's like 50-50.
Yeah.
Uh,
Actually, when I said a coin flip, I meant it, by the way.
Yeah.
I completely meant it.
I watched this like
LCK 和
All right, the brackets, you know it.
faster.
Yeah.
We're getting used to it.
Oh God, my palms are already
I don't know.
sweaty, guys.
Okay.
此外，由于 T1 战
So it's
队
going to be a
以和
series
作
of
为
8
赛
best of ones
额
for
外
the
新
first
增
2 days, as
LCK 赛
you
区3
know.
号种子 KT 战队
Yeah, I don't feel so tense.
3号时
Okay, okay. 0-0. They all start at 0-0. This is the pool. The 1-0 teams will go up. The 0-1 teams, the loser bracket, winner bracket, middle bracket. This is
I'm also
weird.
interested in seeing the.
They worked it out though. I'll give them that. So you win 2 games, you
That's an
advance.
interesting one for me, just simply
You win
because
2 of 1, you
it's an organization,
advance,
obviously,
and
from
then
Team Secret
you have to win
and
3
Team
games.
Wells. We've seen Team Wells in the international before. Team Secret has not. They combined forces, and that organization is just very, very scrappy. That team's very scrappy.
Yeah, you know, speaking of Molecule, he feels like they're a really scary team to face.
Yeah.
Best of ones or even a best of threes, like an upset team. So maybe a dangerous one to face early on.
接下来就让我们有请名选手
Quit teasing us, man. Go for it. Thank you. Oh.
Genji.
Of course.
We were just talking about them,
Yeah.
Genji, the reigning champion.
Yeah, they're a rather good team. As I've described.
I think they're okay. I think they had an okay year.
So what are they drawing?
Yeah, pretty good.
有请名选手抽取第
Keen has
二
just
支队
been
？Who faces Genji now?
All right, so we're gonna have tier 1 teams against tier 3 teams and tier 2 teams versus tier 2 teams. That is the way it's gonna go for the first round.
FlyQuest.
FlyQuest.
Okay. All right. FlyQuest has had a really dominant year overall. I mean, Split 2 and Split 3. Split 2 finals was very close between them and Cloud9, but ever since that point, they have only continued to dominate their international performance. Of course, versus G2.
Great job.
Everyone remembers
Great.
that one. Everyone loved that one.
Fantastic. I know exactly what's
just to be
happening
clear,
right
these
now.
are the,
Should I just end this?
So it's not
Is this over? Is it end after this? If it ends after this, I'm.
And the C3 will be later. Next up is G2.
Yeah. So as we said, we're drawing the tier 1 teams for now.
有请名选手抽取下一支队伍。
So I'm just going to write it down.
All
Yes.
from the same bowl that you just put in?
This one. What's this next?
All from.
Who's left?
This wasn't picked.
TFO being the only team that made it to every
There's no
international
way. Like, you're not gonna.
Honestly.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah, for sure. He's been making waves.
I mean, he won Player of the Year in
Script.
the region. He won Rookie of the Year.
They
with
pull out the
Of
script.
course, he was on
Oh
the,
my god, bro. Where's Vanguard? Where is real life Vanguard, bro?
Driver, I feel like, has only gotten stronger and stronger as well. He's been playing a lot. more
This is
carry
rigged.
mode. That's something to be interested in BLG,
Oh
of
my
course.
god, is that one group?
Big question mark
I
on
don't know
this
what the
team.
hell is going on, bro.
As many question marks as they had junglers this year.
That is very true. I mean, Shadow
what?
came in really clutch for the team.
The LEC champion!
Exactly. Oh my goodness.
他们将会与1号池的队伍进行
And now we're going straight
3
into
号
it.
池队伍分别是100T。
Okay, well, I think a lot of teams wouldn't want to be drawn.
right here.
Yeah.
Genji. Now remember the possible opponents versus Genji would be 100 Thieves, PSG, Fnatic, or TES. Now if you want some popcorn, it would be Genji versus Top Esports.
PSG.
All right, Genji versus PSG is my understanding of that one.
Yeah, a bit of a rough matchup for anyone going against Genji.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's the thing. Better get it out of the way now.
Yeah. I mean, Maple's come back. You have Karsa for that team. It's
Oh,
Flash
okay,
Gold,
okay,
maybe
okay.
can
They
get
were
that
already
match back in
divided into tiers. They were already seated.
T1.
Who did they get?
yeah.
Why are
the
they doing it
second
like
drawn,
this?
I believe was FlyQuest. So how do you feel about that one, Raz?
Oh God, why is? I knew the worst could happen, and
First IG,
I mean-
now FlyQuest. How do you feel?
feel bad.
Oh,
Very
really?
bad, Yeah.
Do you really? I mean,
Yeah.
you guys put up a good fight against Genji last year, so why not?
True.
In a best of 1 scenario, I like those odds.
G2, I believe, up against Top Esports.
We like that.
You like? Oh, okay.
Do you,
true.
Ox?
Yeah, yes. What about your thoughts,
Not
Ox?
so sure.
Yeah.
I'm coping. I'm gonna be coping all
有请
the
您
stage.
抽取下一支战队。
Yeah, historically, but you never know when things can change. And yeah, things have not been in our favor so far. What is going to be the next team drawn here? Fnatic? Fnatic.
Fnatic.
Up against CFO.
Yeah, I think that's CFO.
That's an interesting matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think CFO, a lot of people have them kind of as a dark horse. You know, been getting good scrims against strong LPL and LCK teams.
They're doing
So it might be
everything
a
in their
challenge
power
for
to
Fnatic.
keep NA.
Definitely not unbeatable.
I
the
wonder
tournament.
what this next one is. Why do we face all of the that? This is going to be a rough week, guys. This is gonna,
Wait, is this
BLG versus
Is that
100
BLG for you
Thieves.
guys? Oh no.
BLG versus 100 Thieves.
Where's those red
Five
tones?
versus
That's what I
T1.
want to see. I just want to
yeah.
see like the boss
Yeah.
just.
Could you imagine
I'm
a
in danger.
scenario you would have felt worse about?
I think that was just a nightmare scenario overall, guys. How are you guys feeling?
Let's see, what do we have? G2 TES. I don't feel bad. I don't feel good, but I don't feel bad either.
True.
CFO Fnatic is gonna be a bloodbath.
Yeah, it will be.
That is the only thing I expect from this matchup. Are we winning? I don't know. Again, I'm not gonna say.
There will always be. I feel like you just can't be a doubter of CFO for the year that
No,
they've
that's
had
the
up
thing.
until this point. Yeah.
I definitely feel better than you do right now, Braz. I can say
Yeah,
that.
yeah, I think that's fair.
How do you feel, Alex?
Oh, yeah, go on. I just wanted to answer for you for some reason.
You know, I feel okay. I think LCK team's doing pretty well, but that was kind of expected.
Yeah.
I think for top esports,
Alright.
who even knows?
So the rest of these teams are the tier 2 teams matched up against each other. For 3 more matchup. HLE is the first team.
Surprised they're showing his
HLE had
face,
to come back,
man.
honestly. They started
Needs to be
strong, made
real.
it to first 10, and then they dipped a bit, I feel, and then came back by the end of the year.
Yeah, road to MSI was rough for them,
Yeah.
and they obviously didn't make it to MSI.
Oh, look at his face, bro. Like, he's ready, bro.
Bit of a
He's
resurgence in
strapped right
playoffs.
there, bro.
So,
And Viper's a maniac, so I mean.
And it's
Do they have guns in China?
last round at Worlds.
Yeah, it is.
AL returning after a really good MSI.
Yes.
But once they picked the first
the regular
four,
season
then
was a
it's
little bit messy, but they got it in order. And I mean, I'm a
First three?
appreciator, so we always love someone who loves to create space.
yeah,
Why are they doing
I
it
think
like
not
this?
the best form post MSI, but
Yeah.
you know, we saw a lot of great performances from them. Hopefully, they can bring that sort of level back.
And then to go from
Hopefully,
like
the
one
short
ball
boot
to
camp
like
that they've
the
had, of course,
opposite
as
side
you
to
said, and Vivo
now I'm in the
K-Stars,
middle.
I mean, they were a big surprise, of course, getting in the finals, taking down 100 Thieves in the fashion that they've done. Desamis and Miru were real standouts there for that team.
They kept on ramping up all year. Started
Exactly.
really low, and yeah, the addition of Miro in the mid lane really helped out the
You
team.
already know this game. Each one of those tickets are
Morteus,
weighted
of course,
differently.
Exactly. Morteus, I think, as an 80 carry, rookie 80 carry, has had a really strong showing.
And we get Trimby again.
True.
Guys, this
Team
guy,
Sacred Wells.
this guy's got a superpower
Team
where he
Sacred
can
Wells
weigh things in
a
his
really
hand
fun team.
and know the exact weight.
Just watching their mid jungle duo and how chaotic they are. The carry junglers, the Silas is a fun one there. So
Super aggressive. You know.
Exactly.
Absolutely expect them trying to make the game a bloodbath. Sometimes opponents try to
Alright.
deny them from that.
This dude,
We'll see
this
how
dude,
it
like,
plays out in
bro,
the
he
matchup.
needs to start opening these a little bit. Like, I be,
My goats!
KT, how do you feel about them?
I don't feel anything, Raz, when it comes to KT. That's the
a
rule.
very diplomatic answer.
Yes. I made mistakes in the past. We'll see
I'm
how it
sorry.
goes.
I just can't. I can't make any jokes right now. That just sounds
Of
bad,
course,
but
Koi is going to be the
it's
last
the
ball
Easter
that
egg
they draw
hunt.
out for this one.
How did you know?
Yeah,
Literally.
I mean,
So good. Koi. Nice.
am I correct to say that that's going to be Vivo K-Stars versus Koi? Just wonder about that one. Well, actually, yeah, let's see if we can get
Like, can you imagine if the game looked like that? Oh my
Yeah, I don't
god.
see any
Oh
valid
my
matchups
god.
Yeah.
here in what we have.
Oh god.
So it is
KT versus MK. Alright, I'm out. See ya.
Yeah, I
Team Sacred Wells versus Vivo K-Star has to be the most bloodiest game, I think, of Swiss. That one's going to be fun.
the fact that we have HLE against AL, which I'd say the two strongest C2 teams, going up against each other. So I think the other teams, I feel like kind of dodged some bullets there.
Yeah.
With the fact those two teams are matching up against each other.
Alright, I'm gonna be rude. We'll watch the full stream. We'll see what happens. Honestly, like I said, I have not been keeping up at all with any of these teams, so it's all brand new to me.
The skill of those players are through the roof.
I know damn though.
But making
no
constant
damn.
mistakes from that team, so I feel like this could be an amazing Worlds for them. Obviously, first
We'll
day
see. I mean,
but ever since then,
can't be shaken. I
a little
mean,
shaky.
I believe in Peanuts last round.
it's league.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thoughts, Ox?
It's gotta go with a bang.
I think they've kind of come into form at the right time with regards to playoffs. I think they were really reeling off that road to MSI loss, but they've managed to bounce back. It's a team with a lot of potential, a lot of players you can believe in. I think the expectation, they're very much going to make it through Swiss.
Yeah.
We'll see what they can do in knockouts, and I think a lot of people are rallying behind, Peanut with his last year. Also Zeus, the one player not in T1 who is that back-to-back to
man.
back.
Been sitting
Potentially
in
could get
this
the
chair for too
back-to-back. So I think a strong opponent for AL, but AL no slouches themselves, and obviously HLE not had many opportunities to
I like
match
the
up
bracket.
against them. Whereas Gen.G and T1 did get a lot of opportunities at MSI.
Are they gonna do a draw each time though?
Hi. right, we're back, rolling back in.
Nice.
Just a piece of information here: the matches that you just saw are not at the order that we're going to watch them tomorrow.
Aki, you
This
couldn't
will
even
be
see
determined
that.
later. Quick question here.
Hit me.
What is the biggest
There it
upset
is.
potential from what we have here?
Ooh, I mean,
It's best of one. It's the first day of
Are we
Worlds. For me,
talking
anything can happen.
upset in like a weaker team beating a stronger team, or upset like
Either.
the potential for me being upset, or maybe you being upset, maybe Raz being upset?
I'm already upset personally.
That's what I'm kind of
I think for
listening
you
in. I'm
being
trying to hear.
upset, Law,
I
it's KT MCoy. I think you would be very upset potentially after that match.
I have no thoughts on
How
this
they feel?
matchup whatsoever. I'm excited about G2TS though.
Yeah.
And I will call it an upset.
Yeah, that's the thing, because like
who would it be an upset for?
FlyQuest looks incredibly good. So going up against T1 is a big question mark. That would be like an upset that is worth calling. I don't know if you know what, I'm going to call that upset. Why not? I'm already wrong today. Why not just like try for another one?
We're used to best of ones being flippy. Like, what's the best team that you see being able to create an upset? I don't want to count out CFO either.
Yeah.
Yeah. History taught me that.
I mean, I feel like CFO should be favored against Fnatic. So I feel like for Fnatic to find an upset there could be pretty big.
And one yeah, go on.
But yeah, it really just depends on the form coming in. But I would expect CFO to be favored in that matchup against Fnatic, especially with Fnatic having struggled a bit on the latter end of the playoffs at the LEC.
And MCoy, for me, going up against KT, anything can happen there, especially with how chaotic MCoy can be. If JoJo versus BDD, that's going to be a matchup that I would love to see.
Well, also, you said a team going up against KT, so of course anything could happen.
Yeah, anything can happen.
You know?
Even if they weren't playing against anyone, anything can happen.
Yeah.
It's their worst enemy. Again, this is not the order. The games will be played tomorrow, so keep an eye out on lolesports.com for the match order to be posted soon. That's it, guys. We're on.
Yeah.
It's Worlds.
It's Worlds.
It's Worlds.
It
It's Swiss
starts.
Stage. It's
Oh
the best
my
moment
God.
of the year. I'm so excited. Not about KT, though. I'm excited in general.
Yeah.
I did not
Dangerous
say.
words.
We got a nice a little preview today with IG versus T1. A great starter, I think, to get us started here at Worlds. But yeah, a month of competition ahead of us. A lot of smiles, a lot of heartbreak, a lot of emotions, and a lot of good League of Legends ahead, guys. It's been really, really nice opening the show and these competitions with you today. And I hope you enjoyed the show at home as well. We will be back tomorrow way earlier than this, because we're going to have 8 best of ones. I think starts is 1 p.m. Can I get confirmation on that, please? That's it. 3 hours earlier than today, so 1 p.m. it is for the start of the game. 15 minutes before for pre-show. Take care, be nice to each other, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.
All right, let me take over now. So, basically,
I just can't believe it. I can't believe that this is the matchup we get.
Thanks, guys.
For the very first time. Void Rush, not going to be enough, and it's Gumayushi that gets the better of the Rek'Sai.
Thanks, guys. Now we're back to the real stream.
Lead away, but IG still standing. We'll see what they can get from
That was
this.
a wild series. Just for a player.
Shove comes through, Pop loves him. Only onto one as Gala's forced to run away. Such a low health bar. As a boss responds, not quite enough. Rookie goes down. Gumayushi's free hitting, and it's another one. The owner is
I think Dory carried that first game. Second game, he threw. Third game, who was the third game? Was it Jin?
As they are able to take down the Dragon, there's Soul Point, but there is the equalizer down as well from IG. Not necessarily getting the work done that they wanted to, though, as the Bear is going to crash on top of the Rumble.
Yeah,
He's the first to
Jin.
go down as Gumayushi grabs a kill in the
Yeah, he
fight.
did kind of solo carry that game.
And staying alive for so long, IG. That was
And then the
not
fourth game,
the play you were
yeah,
looking
again.
for.
T1, they actually get all of their
Nocturne.
kills.
He bought enough time to allow IG to capitalize on this one, as Paranoia just to buy the space, and we'll see whether it works. He looks to turn as they take down Gala, and Owner is still alive. He survives through it all, and Wei is going to fall at the same time. The knock up on Mako, he's dead, and T1. Oh my God, Owner, you are an absolute gem.
Holy, Owner does not run away, Atlas.
T1 will make it to the Swiss stage to defend their world's title.
Ripped. All right, well, Lost. Wow. Damn. 4.5 hours, dog. Eee. Eee. Bro, I don't know. How am I supposed to watch all these, bro? I'm literally DDoS. Like, it's so crazy. Starting tomorrow at 12. All the way to 7. Oh, nah. 12 a.m. Oh, looks like it's about time. Time to. Actually, I could catch most of these if they're AM. I'm Lord of the Night. Don't call me Lord of the Night for no reason. Yeah, no, like it's these are pretty. This might be a free ass schedule. Cat. No bet. No bet. Yeah, that'd be something. Get the stream blocked. All right, well, those were best games I've ever seen. Not gonna lie. That might have just been the best League of Legends play I've ever seen, man. Like, that's crazy. I'm definitely internalizing that from picks to playstyle, rotation, is overall matching that tempo. Decision making, wards, the wards really. But also, I mean, they're not warding bushes because they're just so aware of the map. So there's no way. Those, I mean, those are wards that control entry points. What else? Comps. Like that last comp. Ridiculous. Yeah, I mean that's what the best do. All right, y'all. Y'all be good.